Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter's struggles revealed Snape's inconsistencies. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's determination clashes with Severus Snape's inconsistent guidance, revealing hidden struggles, unspoken emotions, and the complexity of their evolving bond. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Blasted Potter family. Severus took his time finishing up the potion he had been working on before walking to the apparition point. Hadn't that boy done enough damage during the school year? Now what was he up to? Probably crying over not getting his way. Snape couldn't stomach the thought of having to go to Potter's home. It was bad enough he had to endure the boy's presence during the school year. He knew Potter had been emotionally unstable when they sent him home for the summer, but thought after being pampered for the summer he would be back to his old obnoxious ways again. After arriving to Privet, Dr. Snape pulled his wand out and cast an invisibility charm on himself. He found number 4 and thought it looked very Muggle. No imagination, all the houses looked the same. Snape slowly turned the knob and the door opened with a slight creak. He could not believe that after all the security the Order was giving Potter, the Dursleys would just leave the door open for anyone to enter. Obviously Potter's relatives were just as dim-witted as the boy was. 2 of the overstuffed Dursleys were gathered around the television, too involved to hear the door open. Then Snape noticed the undernourished aunt cleaning up the dishes and mumbling something about expense and dinner. Snape sneered at the scene, imaging Potter being pampered like a prince. He looked around for signs of the boy, noticing several dozen pictures of the large boy but not one of Potter. Curious, that, he took out his wand and whispered, "Point me, Harry Potter." The wand pointed to the staircase and Snape quietly made his way up. The Dursleys were too interested in the inane show on the telly to hear the locks on Harry's door click open. Odd how the locks were on the outside, not the inside. Snape felt something akin to dread and knew all was not right even before opening the door. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. The smell struck Snape first as he opened the door: sweat, blood, sickness, fear. The same smell as at the Death Eater's meetings. "Lumos," he said quietly. "Oh Merlin, that couldn't be him." A curled-up figure on the ground beeped softly. Just a few muffled sounds, barely enough to be heard by the potions teacher. That was enough to get Snape in high gear. He quickly swooped down on the boy and began to turn him over. At the first touch the boy began to shake and curl up tighter, trying to work his way under the pathetic bed. Sorry," came a small panicked voice. The boy pushed Snape's hands away and worked his way further under the bed. "Potter, get hold of yourself," said the teacher in a stern voice, then suddenly remembered he was still invisible and took the charm off. Harry was shaking and had covered his face with his good arm, waiting for the blow. His mind no longer cognizant of the real world, only the bubble of pain that was his existence. Hands reached for him, pulling his arm away from his face. Oh Merlin, Snape could not believe this was the same boy. Harry slowly opened his eyes and saw his potions teacher, Professor. "Yes Potter. Once again, it seems you need assistance." The hard edge to his voice was gone as he viewed the massive damage done to the boy. I fell," Harry said in a raspy voice, thinking that he would protect his owl at all costs. There is no need for false accounts. I would suggest we acquire the skills of Madame Pomfrey immediately." As the boy painfully uncurled his body, Snape saw his condition and deduced that he would need to be carried. He pulled his wand out, casting an invisibility charm on both of them. Then he carefully put his arm behind the boy's shoulder and the other arm under his legs. All thoughts of hatred for the boy had diminished. No matter how much he hated to admit it, this teen was the savior of the wizarding world. As Snape began to rise, Harry let out a scream of agony but quickly bit his lip to stop himself from making any more noise. The potions teacher readjusted Potter so his face was pressed against his chest, just in case Potter could not hold back his screams. He was shocked at how little the boy weighed. His anger at the Muggles grew. Snape tried not to look down at Harry's face as he began to descend the staircase. He didn't want to see the boy biting his lip to hold back screams, it was rather disconcerting. Potter clearly had a broken arm by the way it was dangling in an odd way. As the boy leaned into the hymn, Snape could feel the fever emanating from the broken boy. He chanced to look down into Potter's red-rimmed eyes. Just like Lily's eyes, he felt his heart twist for what became of Lily's boy. Did anyone know it was this bad for the boy? He had always assumed that Potter was the center of attention and fawned over like a prince. But this was clearly not the case from the looks of that room and the locks on the door. He ignored that stab of guilt he had as he realized that Potter was not the fawned-over prince he had once thought. Someone should have known. Just get the boy out, try not to think too much. Try not to kill the bastards watching television while the hero of the wizarding world is dying upstairs. Don't look, it will slow you down and the boy needs help now. Quietly Snape made his way outside, then began to run to the apparition point. He took the invisibility charm off both of them and disapparated as close to the school as possible. Disapparating had been hard on the boy. Potter was barely able to hold it together. They appeared at the gates of the school, still a long way left to get to help. Snape held the boy as best he could without further injuring him. He noticed Potter gripping onto his robes, never complaining, not even when he stumbled and accidentally grasped onto the boy's broken arm. His attitude towards the boy had shifted to one of deference. The walk up to the school took entirely too long for the potion master's liking. He could feel the fever rolling off the boy in waves, and the boy's teeth were actually chattering in the cool of the night. "How long have you had that fever, Potter?" Harry was having trouble keeping from passing out. The pain was close to unbearable, but he did his best to answer, "Few days, sir." "Regrettable. Have your relatives always treated you with such disrespect?" Snape was more curious than ever to find out the truth of this boy's life. "They hate me," Harry stated before realizing that was more information than he wanted to give. He hurt so badly he wanted to cry. He held back as best he could until a half-strangled sob escaped his lips. Snape heard the sob and stopped walking to look down at the shivering boy. The night air was rather chilly, especially for someone in the weak state that Potter was in. He balanced the boy carefully while he unclasped his own cloak. With one smooth movement he flung the cloak over the injured boy, then held him close once more. Harry could smell the mint and herbs in the warm cloak. He couldn't believe that Snape could be so thoughtful. His ribs throbbed with every step the potion master took. It took everything he had to hold back from screaming out in agony. Snape could tell that Potter was holding back, most likely due to not wanting to cry in front of him. What to do? Comforting hurt children was not really one of his fortes. Nevertheless, he did feel regretful the boy was suffering so. Those dreams of caring for Potter flashed through his mind and he pushed them out. "Potter, you need not hide your pain from me," Snape admonished benignly. "Rest assured I will not exploit your pain to others." Harry looked up at the potion master, searching his face for sincerity. The man seemed to be genuinely concerned for him. It was so odd to feel comforted by Snape, but he realized he did. Just that small amount of compassion seemed to break his last vestige of reserve. Before he knew it was happening, he pressed his face into the potion master's robes and let himself shed silent tears. He tried to hold back, stop himself with big gulps of air. Snape wasn't quite prepared for the effect his words would have on the boy. He held onto the boy tighter and once again continued up to the school. He had no idea how to comfort the boy, so he didn't even try. He felt Potter's tears soak through his own shirt. Without thinking he quietly whispered, "Shush, everything will work out in the end." Harry wished those words were true and held onto them with a glimmer of hope. Once at Hogwarts, Snape yelled for Poppy and Dumbledore as he made his way into the infirmary. He slowly bent down to set Potter on the bed and noticed the boy holding back any sounds of pain once again. He looked down at the boy clutching his robes and saw green eyes staring back at him with a pleading look. What is it, Potter?" asked the potion master. "I have to go back," came a quiet whisper. "What are you talking about? You can't go back there," Snape said with disdain over the thought of Potter living like an animal. "If I don't go back they'll kill Hedwig," the boy croaked softly, still clutching the professor's robes. "Please take me back. Potter, let Madame Pomfrey heal you. We will talk later." Snape didn't know why he said that, but wanted to give the boy a little hope. But don't go. Please, the words tumbled out of Harry's mouth before he had time to think. Snape was his link to Hedwig. Mixed amongst his myriad of nightmares, he had been having dreams of his professor taking care of him like a parent would. Were they prophetic dreams, or was he just so pathetically desperate for someone to care? Poppy was getting impatient and pulled Harry down to the bed from the other side. Snape looked down and saw Potter's green eyes looking at him, begging him to stay. The boy reached his hand towards the professor. Snape looked down at that hand and felt uneasy, not knowing what he was supposed to do. A memory of another child reaching up for comfort quickly flashed in his mind. Snape couldn't help himself. He stretched his own hand out and held Harry's bruised, battered hand. Guilt, atonement, Lily, those disquieting dreams. Snape could see how Potter let himself relax then. The boy closed his eyes and looked almost relieved. Madame Pomfrey slowly peeled off Harry's clothes, revealing a horror of wounds. Snape wanted to look away but ended up looking down at Harry's hand, trying not to let his eyes view the battered body. Something caught Snape's attention. He felt a small bump under his fingers on the inside of Potter's hand. Slowly he uncurled the boy's hand off his own and saw with horror the cigarette burn. A small round blister that was no bigger than a fly. For some reason Snape couldn't peel his eyes away from that mark. The pain this boy must have suffered, the pain he must have suffered at the hands of his own family. To actually hold a child's hand out and slowly push a hot flame onto his soft skin. A flash of a forgotten childhood memory came into his thoughts again, and then it was gone. This boy must have been raised much like myself. The boy tried to twist his hand around so he would once again be holding Snape's hand. Somehow the burn made Snape want to kill the one who did this. It was like a switch was clicked on and anger was being held in place by the tiniest thread. He could feel the anger pulsing in him like when he was a Death Eater in his early years. His face must have shown it because when he looked into Potter's eyes he saw fear. Fear of him. The child slowly released his hand and turned his face away, once again curling up into himself and shutting the world out. Snape couldn't move. He felt like a piece of him had died. More than anything else in this world he wished that that hand, that beaten hand with the cigarette burn on the inside, would reach for his hand again. He felt as if someone had physically punched him in the heart. Atonement slipping away. Harry was scared not just of the professor's anger but also at being so alone. He had been scared before but this was different. He didn't want to sleep, for fear he would wake up back on Privet Drive and find Hedwig dead, but he didn't want to be here, so alone. When Snape had saved him he somehow felt a deep connection with him, as if he alone would understand. Now he was just alone. Thoughts of saving Hedwig crowding his mind. Madame Pomfrey worked quickly with the help of Albus. She gave Harry numerous potions for replenishing blood, cuts, bruises and broken bones. The fever on the other hand would not cooperate. As hard as she tried, that nasty fever would not come down. Finally at her wit's end she asked for Severus to come up with a new potion for Harry. Snape went right to work in his dungeon and worked tirelessly for hours. Harry just lay on the bed looking up at the ceiling as all these people worked on him. He knew he was the reason Snape was angry. And really deep down, he knew he deserved to be punished like this too. He had killed a man, Sirius, and Cedric too, sort of. What did he expect out of life? Madame Pomfrey made him drink a dreamless sleep potion, then left him in the giant infirmary alone. Sleep came too slowly for Harry. He had too much time to think. He could feel the walls closing in on him and wished he felt safe again, like when Snape held him. No, that can't be right. Snape hated him and he hated Snape. Then the memory of those odd dreams came back in a rush. Dreams with his mum and Snape laughing. She was trying to convey a message, to trust Snape. Harry had rejected the idea from the first dream, rejected the idea that Snape could be a mentor to him. Now, he wasn't so sure. Why did he feel as if Snape could be someone other than the greasy git who ridiculed him at every turn? But, truth be told, he knew that Snape wouldn't let anyone hurt him. He just knew he was safe with Snape, and that overrode any ugly feelings he had towards the potions professor by far. He was confused and thought maybe he should just forget about expecting the professor to help him. Just as he was thinking these thoughts, Snape quietly entered the room and strode over to Harry's bed. Harry didn't see him coming until the potion master was almost upon him. He pushed himself into his pillows and covered his head with his good arm when the dark shadow suddenly approached his bed. Reality, a shaky thing of the past. Merlin, what have they done to the poor child? Thought Severus. He had always had bad feeling towards Potter, thinking him too much like James. But now he didn't see even the slightest resemblance in his mannerisms. He knew that the contrast in their upbringings was too great to produce a carbon copy of James. He slowed his movements and gently pulled Harry's arm away from his face. It is just me. I made this potion for you, to take away that dreaded fever. Snape saw the boy's face become calmer and reality take hold once more. You didn't have to, you know. I'm sorry you had to waste your time, sir, Harry said in a near whisper. Thank you for coming to get me. I know it's your holiday and all, and I don't want you to waste any more time with me. I'll figure out how to save Hedwig on my own. Snape felt a twinge in his chest. This boy was sincere, he could see it in his eyes. He looked down on that battered face, with one black eye and a lip that continued to threaten to break open and start bleeding again. Why couldn't I see this before? Why didn't someone know he was being raised with such abuse? I thought Pomfrey was fixing those bruises, Potter. Well, she tried, she really did, but I guess my body stopped reacting to the creams and stuff. She said it was because my body had absorbed all it could take with my back and legs and all. Even the dreamless sleep potion isn't working. Harry slowly turned his head away from the potion's master, not expecting any help. Well, no matter, Potter, we can try again tomorrow, said Snape quietly. When Harry would no longer look at him, Snape slowly put his hand on the boy's arm. Potter looked back again with an odd look on his face. What was that? Hope. Here, Potter, take this for your fever. I'm not sure it will work any better than the last, but it's worth a try. Harry let Snape hold the bottle to his mouth and tilt the potion in. Snape stood there waiting for the fever to come down. 20 minutes later, Potter was still wide awake and very feverish. Snape decided to stay with him, maybe just till the boy fell asleep. Snape pulled his wand out and pointed to the chair across the room. The chair came flying over Harry and landed softly next to the bed. The professor sat down on it and waited for sleep to take hold and the fever to leave. Harry felt much more at ease now that the professor was going to stay with him and let himself fall into a much-needed sleep. Snape couldn't sleep, his memories had come flooding back. When he had reached for Potter's hand, he was thinking of himself as a child and the time he had reached for his father's hand, only to be turned away. This was Snape's moment of atonement for all the bad things he had become. This was a chance to change and become a different person than his own father had been. Snape decided he would do what he could to help Potter heal from the severe abuse he had suffered at the hands of people who were supposed to care. If Potter would let him, then Snape was prepared to help. His heart actually felt a little lighter as he laid his head back on the chair, finally letting sleep take hold. The next morning Harry awoke covered in sweat and feeling as if he were in the desert. His head was pounding and his bones ached from inside out. His ribs hurt so bad he couldn't hold in his cries any longer. He felt like he was going to throw up. He quickly looked around and saw the potions teacher asleep in the chair next to him. Sir, he croaked. Professor. The teacher sat up quickly, looking around, as if to figure where he was. He quickly looked at Potter and put a hand to the boy's forehead. Harry reared back at the sudden movement, closing his eyes, ready for the blow. The professor slowed his movement down and gently placed his hand against Potter's head. Merlin, the fever was worse. I think I'm going to be sick, was the only warning Snape had. Harry violently threw up the little that was in him, all over his covers. His ribs were on fire and he threw up again from the pain. The professor quickly used a charm to clean up the mess and then placed a hand on the back of the boy's head as Harry bit his lower lip to hold back his cries of pain. It hurts, please, it really hurts. What hurts, Potter? Snape said a little too forcefully in his zest to help. Harry eyed the professor circumspectly and said, It's my head and I feel like my ribs are on fire. What the hell was going on, thought Snape. All these things should be on the mend, not worse today. Just then Poppy came into the room ready to see her patient almost healed. Where have you been, Pomfrey? Snape accused her angrily, stepping away from the boy. "Don't use that tone of voice with me, young man. Potter doesn't need a round-the-clock nursemaid." With that she turned her attention to Harry and stopped in shock. "What the blazes is going on? You look worse today than yesterday." She quickly took an assessment and wrote several things down in her chart. "Severus, did you get the potion made last night?" she asked accusingly. "Yes, Pomfrey, I did, and it didn't do a damn thing for this child. We need to send him to St. Mungo's hospital. I am at a loss and we can't be wasting time. I'll call them and let them know who is coming. I'll let Dumbledore know too." With that she rushed out of the room. Harry just sat there shocked. He wasn't about to let them take him anywhere. The last place he wanted to go was a hospital with people staring at him and poking and prodding him. No way was that going to happen. "No, I'm not going," he stated despairingly. A voice from the doorway quietly informed, "I'm afraid so, Mr. Potter. It is what is best for you." Harry and Snape noticed the headmaster standing at the door for the first time. Madame Pomfrey rushed back into the room quite disturbed. "Professor Dumbledore, we have a problem. St. Mungo's will not admit Harry into their care without his guardian's approval. They are adamant about that." "Well, then we will have to assign Mr. Potter's custody to another. It has to be done anyway. He will not be returning to the Dursleys." Harry's heart sunk at that thought, knowing he had to return. Hedwig's life depended on it. "How about Remus?" said Harry from his bed, knowing he would get Remus to help him. "He would take me in. He told me so." "I wish we could do that, Harry, but there are laws forbidding werewolves from having custody of wizarding children," Dumbledore apologetically stated. "We have no time for this," said Poppy in a near panic over the sight of Potter's current temperature. "Harry must be admitted now, right now." "I will call the Weasleys and see if they might take Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore. "Sir, will they be in danger if they take me?" whispered Harry. "I don't want anyone else to die for me." "Well, I'm afraid so, but we will have several Aurors to watch out for all of you," said Dumbledore. "Sir, I don't want to go there. I can't do that to Ron's family. Please don't ask them to." There was a long pause before. "I'll take him." Everyone looked at Professor Snape. "I want to," he said quietly. He couldn't believe he was saying that, but it felt right. He just knew this boy needed him in the worst way. And truth be told, he liked that. Somehow it seemed right. Harry looked wary from the bed and then he passed out. Dumbledore used the flow to set the temporary custody in motion. Using all his connections to get an order against the Dursleys and get Snape the legal document that would make Harry his temporarily. In no more than 20 minutes Snape had the document in his hand and they were preparing Harry for the journey. Thankfully he never awoke during the trip. When they entered the hospital they were immediately escorted to a private wing with a private room. They were guaranteed no one would know. The boy who lived had checked in with serious injuries inflicted by a muggle. Harry's temperature continued to rise to an alarming rate. Snape knew his job was to protect this boy and there was nothing he could do for him at this point but watch the boy struggle to live. Harry never woke up. He thrashed around in the bed crying out in pain as his broken arm was further damaged. They finally came to the conclusion that he would have to be restrained. The small nurse watching over Harry pulled her wand out and magical wristbands and leg bands appeared attached to the bed. They snaked around an unconscious Harry, holding him down. For 3 long, terrifying days he fought against the bands holding him, the fever raging on. All the while he continued to relive the same nightmare as if in continuous loop. Cedric dying, Sirius falling, Vernon burning his hand and then beating him, again and again. Snape didn't know what to do for him. He stayed at his bedside. He laid cool towels on his forehead and nothing helped. He had never felt so powerless in all his life. He finally decided he would try to enter Potter's subconscious mind and help him wake up. He stood before the boy and held his wand to the boy's head saying, "Legilimens." Snape found himself in the small bedroom with Harry lying on the floor and Dursley beating him with a belt. The scene turned the professor's stomach in a knot, bringing back his own long-forgotten memories. Then suddenly, Snape could see Harry watching the deaths of Diggory and Black and then once again see Harry getting the tar beaten out of him by his uncle. But the worst part came when Dursley slowly pushed that cigarette into his hand with a look of glee in his eyes, his face so close you could see the spittle in the corners of his mouth. Snape needed to help right now. He walked over to Harry, in the dream, and knelt down next to him while Dursley pushed the cigarette down. "Potter. Harry, can you hear me?" Harry stopped and looked around, spotting Snape. What are you doing here? Get out before he sees you. He'll hurt you too," he said in a rush. "No, Harry, this has already happened, you need to let it go. None of this is your fault." Harry looked down into his burned hand. "But it is my fault. I really do deserve this. You know I'm not worth you getting hurt. You need to go. My uncle is not through yet." Harry quickly tried to keep certain memories hidden from the professor. "No, Potter, I won't go unless you come too. Quote, but I'm being punished for killing my godfather, and Cedric. You did not kill anyone. You do not deserve this." Severus insisted. "Come now, come back. That is an order." Maybe it was because of the way Snape spoke, or maybe it was just time, but Harry let all the memories tumble away. Uncle Vernon was coming to kick his arm. He had his foot raised when Harry pushed himself back into the living. Snape followed with great relief. It took Harry several more days to come around. He fought against the restraints harder than ever. He begged Severus to have them removed, but it was decided that until his fever was normal he would have to stay in the restraints. Harry was so angry. How could these people take control of his life after all he had suffered alone? He felt so betrayed and hurt by all the adults in his life. He was ashamed of all that he had allowed to happen to him. How could he have fallen for Voldemort's tricks and caused serious death? How could he have let Vernon get away with all that he had done to him? Harry saw Snape standing next to the bed as if he were actually concerned about him. He couldn't allow himself to fall for Snape's tricks. He knew he was alone in this world now and would just have to get used to that fact or risk getting hurt again. No, he wouldn't allow himself to get hurt by another adult. "I don't need you hanging around anymore, Snape," Harry growled out. "Watch what you say, Potter," Snape growled back as he slipped into his old role as most hated teacher. He quickly pushed down his anger at the boy's insolence and reminded himself that Potter was used to adults not being there for him. Harry turned his face away from the professor and stared at the wall. A full 5 minutes passed before Snape finally spoke up. "Mr. Potter, enough of this childish behavior," Snape said in stern voice. "Just leave me alone, Snape. I don't need you pretending to care. You are nothing to me," Harry screamed, his head pounding with pain. Snape was disappointed by the boy's lack of trust but did not blame him in the least. He would not let himself be pushed away from a child who clearly needed someone to care. "I will not quit on this boy. Potter," the potions teacher said within a much quieter voice, "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Harry began to fight against the restraints again, smashing his head against metal bars on the sides of the bed. Snape rushed to the bed and held Harry's head steady in his arms. Harry fought with every last ounce of energy he had. Finally he exhausted himself and just stopped. Snape continued to hold his head though. Soon Severus felt something wet on his arm and looked down to see Harry crying silent tears of frustration. Snape released the bands and let Harry let cry. Harry hadn't really ever been allowed to cry while at the Dursleys. He had never really had anyone stay with him while he let the memories come flooding back. He brought his hand up to cover his face in shame as big gulps of pain escaped his mouth and tears poured down his face. Severus sensed the need for comfort in the boy and forced himself to do the unthinkable. He tentatively placed his arm around Harry's shoulder. It was an odd sensation to be offering support to anybody, let alone to Harry Potter. He never imagined he would feel so protective of the boy. He knew it was due to those dreams he had been plagued with since Black's death. Lily had filled him with a magic that he had never felt before. The feeling tugged at his hardened heart, forcing it to soften enough to have compassion. It shocked the potion master when Harry leaned his head into his chest and let the sorrow overtake him. Severus circled the boy with both his arms, letting the boy know he was there. They sat there on the bed like that until Harry felt drained and fell asleep with his head leaning against the professor. Harry opened his eyes to find the professor asleep on a chair next to the hospital bed. He remembered how he had acted last night and felt his face heat up with shame. He had never let anyone see his pain before and wasn't sure how the professor would react to the embarrassing outburst he had in front of him. He thought about his dreams from last night and knew they were coming from his mum. He had the distinct feeling that she was trying to tell him to trust Snape. He didn't know if he would ever be able to look that man in the face again after last night though. Why had he done it? Why had he let himself cry in front of Snape? Now the professor had the power to crush him at any moment. All it would take would be a simple word referring to that embarrassing moment. He gripped onto the blanket until his knuckles turned white as shame washed through him once again. He was startled out of his thoughts when Snape spoke up. "Potter, are you in pain?" Severus noticed the way the boy was clutching the covers and assumed he was suffering. Harry shook his head before looking down at his hands. He rubbed a thumb along the small burn mark in his hand and remembered Uncle Vernon's punishment. Snape raised his hand to check the boy for fever when the traumatized teen reared back as if he would strike him. "Potter, I am not here to hurt you. Calm down and get a grip, boy. Stop looking at me as if I was the Dark Lord." Harry looked away again, totally ashamed of his behavior. "Potter, look at me when I'm speaking to you. You've no reason to be ashamed of the predicament you are in. You don't have to stay with me all the time anymore, you know," Harry said in a near whisper. "I understand if you want to leave. It's pretty depressing around here and I know I'm a pain in the ass." Snape grabbed Harry's chin firmly and turned his face so they were eye to eye. The boy looked uneasy and Snape loosened his grip a little. Gone was the cocky Gryffindor and in his place a child so deeply damaged by events not of his own making. "I am here of my own volition. Furthermore, I expect you to abide by the instructions I allocate." "Yes, sir," Harry whispered and tried to pull away. Snape tightened his grip again and looked the boy in the eyes. He needed Potter to understand. "Mr. Potter, you are not at fault for anyone's death. You are a 15-year-old boy and have been living under circumstances that a full-grown man would not be able to take. We need to get you away from all this and let you heal, both mentally and physically. Do you understand?" Snape thought of Snape Manor and the rolling hills surrounding it. Even though he had not been back there for several years, he felt it would be a quiet place for the boy to recover. Harry didn't respond. He already felt guilty enough for taking up so much of the professor's time. Why was the professor here anyway? The man was almost acting as if he cared, but that couldn't be true. That dream with his mum in it nagged at Harry's mind. Trusting Snape wouldn't be easy, especially due to their past experiences together. But maybe his mum knew best. He had to trust somebody, didn't he? Snape let go of Harry's chin and saw the deep red mark he had made on it. He would really have to get himself under control. Too many years of harsh contact with others made him wary of touching the boy again. Snape pulled out a worn book and asked Potter if he would like to be read to. Harry nodded as thoughts of his mum came to the forefront. A long-forgotten memory of being read to as a small child flashed through his memory. "This story is about a vampire that I once knew. The Muggles have changed the facts a bit, but there are still some exceptional elements." Harry lay his head back against the pillows and closed his tired eyes. He really did feel safe right now, and he didn't care if it was due to Snape. He would try his very hardest not do anything that would ruin this. Something had happened to Snape. He was almost human. Harry lost his train of thought as he listened to the deep silky voice of his new guardian. Later that day Dumbledore came to visit with a lovely box of magical cookies from Dobby. Whatever flavor you were thinking of, the cookie would become. Harry reached into the box and started thinking of peanut butter. He could smell the warm peanut butter as he brought the blue cookie to his mouth. These are great," Harry said, as he slowly chewed the moist cookie. He offered some to Snape and Dumbledore, but they were just enjoying watching him eat them. "Professor, if there are any errands you wish to run, I will be happy to stay with Harry," offered the headmaster with a hint of amusement over the potion master's sudden protective nature of the boy. He had been shocked when he realized that Severus had never left the boy's side during this past week, except to shower and change. He was delighted with this new arrangement. "Well, now that you mention it," said Snape, "I did want to take a look at Snape Manor and make sure my house elves are ready for us. I want to add some spells to the house to keep the unwanted out." Very good, take your time, Severus," Severus stood up and looked at Harry. Harry didn't seem to mind as he was so enjoying those cookies. Snape felt a little stab of concern at leaving the hospital. "Mr. Potter, that is the last one," Snape commanded. "I will return as soon as possible." He reached out and placed a hand on the boy's arm, then turned to leave. He caught the small smile on Dumbledore's face and scowled at him. Harry had so many questions for the headmaster about Hedwig and what the Aurors were doing to find her. He wanted the Order to make Uncle Vernon tell them where Hedwig was. But at this point the Ministry would not allow any interaction with the Muggle family. Dumbledore's heart was filled with such sorrow for this child. He knew how much the Snowy Owl meant to the boy. After this past year, he felt a strong desire to do everything he possibly could to make life easier for Harry. It was clear the boy was suffering greatly from the events of this past year. Just then the door to the hospital room opened and in walked Minister Fudge, Percy Weasley and two men that they had never met before. Dumbledore rose from his chair to face them. "What do we owe the honor of this visit to?" Dumbledore already had a pretty good idea it was due to Harry's custody issues. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, and a good day to you, Mr. Potter," the minister said with his usual decorum. "We have come to take a statement from young Mr. Potter regarding the recent events with his relatives." The last thing Harry wanted to do was talk about the Dursleys, and he knew that telling the truth would further endanger Hedwig. He looked at Percy standing next to the minister with a quill and notepad in hand. The minister was introducing Sir Henry Stanton and the head of Child Wizarding Services, Mr. Arnold Ketchum, to Professor Dumbledore when Percy came over to Harry's bedside. Percy whispered, "Ron and my mum say hi. They are really concerned about you. Tell them I'm fine and I'll owl them as soon as I can, okay?" Harry really missed his friend but didn't want Ron to see him in this condition. He didn't even want to think about what Hermione would say. Just then everyone turned to face Harry. Harry sank back into his pillows and wished he was anywhere else. "So, Mr. Potter, we need to hear your account of what happened at Privet Drive. Mr. Ketchum will be in charge of this case and Sir Stanton will be helping as well. You already know Mr. Weasley, he will be keeping records for us. Let's begin on the day the alleged abuse took place." Minister Fudge took his hat off and sat in the chair Dumbledore had just rose from. Harry was at a loss for words. He hadn't even had time to think about those awful days, and he most certainly was not going to put Hedwig's life at risk. The men watched Harry closely, waiting for him to speak. I really don't feel so good right now. Do you think we could do this another day?" Harry hoped this tactic worked. "Mr. Potter, we saw the pictures of your condition and need to hear from your own mouth how this occurred," said the short, portly Mr. Ketchum. He held up a pile of pictures, the top one being the burn mark in Harry's hand. "Now Harry, just relax and tell us how this came about," he continued in a warm tone. Harry glanced at the professor before saying, "I fell down the stairs." The men all looked at one another and Percy stopped writing. Professor Dumbledore's expression was one of surprise and shock. Harry hated lying but hated telling about the real events even more. "Now Mr. Potter, there is no need to make up stories to protect your family. They will still get to tell their side too. Let's begin again and think about the first time you were struck," said Mr. Ketchum. I fell down the stairs, that's all," Harry said in a soft voice. He rubbed the small blister on the inside of his hand without thinking. Professor Dumbledore walked over to Harry's bedside and put a hand on the boy's shoulder, giving him a little squeeze. "It's okay, Harry. These men are here to help." Harry really didn't trust Dumbledore anymore after what he kept from him last school year, and most especially did not think Dumbledore would let him go back to save Hedwig. I am telling the truth. I fell. My head is starting to hurt again. Could I just go to sleep?" Percy spoke up. "Harry, those bruises don't look like a fall. If you don't tell the truth you will have to go back to the Dursleys." Dumbledore quickly interjected, "I will not have Mr. Potter spend one more day with the Dursleys. He is now in Professor Snape's care and will remain so." Percy looked uncomfortable but looked towards the minister for confirmation. Minister Fudge shifted in his seat and cleared his throat before saying, "Now Harry, it's very important that you tell the truth. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. I fell and I really don't wish to talk about it anymore." Harry turned his head towards the wall and closed his eyes. Why can't these people just leave me alone? For the first time Sir Stanton spoke up. If the boy says he fell, then we really have no right to waste any more time with this case. He picked up his briefcase and headed for the door. The minister quickly rose and gave Dumbledore a nod, then followed Sir Stanton, with Percy and Mr. Ketchum in tow. Harry continued to face the wall and kept his eyes closed. He could feel Professor Dumbledore's eyes watching him. Then he felt a hand rest upon his arm and give a little squeeze. "You know, Harry, if I had known what was happening I never would have left you there," Dumbledore said in a soft voice. Harry didn't want to hear Dumbledore's pathetic attempt at an excuse. It was too late anyway. All trust in the headmaster vanished long ago. Suddenly the small nurse ran into the hospital room. "Excuse me, Professor, the minister wishes to speak to you. They are waiting in the lobby on the ground floor." "Oh my," said the headmaster, "what in heaven's name do they want now?" He rolled his eyes and walked swiftly out the door. Harry was feeling tired and couldn't get the image of his uncle burning his hand out of his mind. His mind was a jumble of confusion. Suddenly he heard a loud racket coming from the hall. The doors to his room swung open and a handful of reporters ran in. Cameras were flashing and people were jostling to get closer to him, all the while yelling out questions. "So is it true? Did you really get abused by your family? How come you didn't hex them into oblivion? Who are you staying with now?" The questions kept coming, all the while Harry was being pulled on and yelled at to look at the cameras. Harry couldn't move, he was stunned. A hand reached out and pulled his hair so he would face in the other direction for a picture. His mind went back to the times when Uncle Vernon had pulled his hair and then the beatings would begin. He didn't know how to make them stop and panic filled him. The small nurse ran in and began yelling for everyone to get out, but no one listened. The obnoxious cameraman grabbed Harry's hair again and yanked his head around. Harry totally lost it and started pushing everyone away, shaking uncontrollably, looking for Snape. Why was he alone again? He couldn't remember. He began sweating and his head throbbed with pain. The fever spiked with the stress Harry was under. Before the nurse could deal with it, Harry lost consciousness. The next sound came from the door as there was a blast and then a loud voice yelling, "Get out now." All eyes went to the menacing wizard and suddenly there was a rush to get out. The photographer who had pulled Harry's hair made a wide circle around Snape and looked extremely nervous. Severus came rushing to Harry's side and a low beep escaped his mouth as he looked down at his young charge. Harry was shaking uncontrollably. Snape placed a hand on his forehead and was shocked at how hot he was. Could this child never catch a break? Who told the reporters and why wasn't anyone watching Harry? He looked around quickly and realized Dumbledore was nowhere in sight. Damn it, he thought he had left Harry in responsible hands. He was so angry at himself for leaving, but even more angry at Dumbledore for leaving Harry alone. Dumbledore came rushing into the room with an angry scowl on his face. "They want to send him back," the headmaster yelled at Severus. "What the hell are you talking about? Why weren't you here to protect Potter?" "Look at him," yelled Snape. "Are you listening to me, Severus? They want him to go back to the Muggles. They think he's safer there than with you. They want the Wizard Child Protective Services to take over from here. Someone in the ministry is pulling strings to get him sent back, Severus. Someone wants Harry dead," roared a usually composed Dumbledore. I don't believe it. They can't do that. Didn't they see the report on Potter's condition when we found him? Didn't they see the pictures?" questioned Severus. The small nurse ran out of the room and then ran back in and yelled, "Hurry, they're coming. Take him out of here. I see the way you are with him," she said to Severus. "I know he will be well cared for. Go out the back, now." They didn't wait to be told again. Severus scooped Harry up and Dumbledore held the side door open. They ran for the staircase and out into the bright day. Within moments they apparated to Snape Manor. Dumbledore immediately began putting warding spells on the manor to keep away the Ministry and Death Eaters. The spells shrouded the manor like a giant bubble, keeping everyone inside safe. The manor could not be found by anyone unless Dumbledore or Snape gave them the secret password to flow in or Severus let them in from his side. When the job was done, Dumbledore apparated back to Hogwarts to try and clean up this mess with the Ministry. Snape raced Harry into the house and carefully placed him in his new bedroom. He had just finished changing all the colors to red before he had went back to the hospital. Now the room had a bedspread with a big Gryffindor on it. The drapes were a red silk and the furniture was a deep walnut. Harry began to convulse again, sending tremors throughout his body. The fever was racing out of control. He thrashed around banging his head on the headboard with a loud thwack. As much as he didn't want to, Snape knew he had to place the restraints on Potter once more. No sooner did he pull his wand out than the restraints appeared and snaked around Harry's arms and legs. The poor boy began to beep and cry out. "No, no more please." Harry beeped repeatedly. It bothered Snape to know that Potter was probably having flashbacks again of his abominable uncle. Damn, he needed to get that fever down and quick. Just then the fireplace in Harry's room glowed green and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came tumbling out. "Oh Merlin, what in heaven's name has happened?" cried Mrs. Weasley. She saw the horrible bruises on Harry's face and chest. It must have been horrible for the poor boy. "I just saw the Prophet newspaper and tomorrow's headlines will read, 'Boy who lived is dying at the hands of his Muggle family.' The entire wizarding community will be screaming for blood," emphatically stated Arthur. Molly walked over to the bed and was mopping Harry's head with a cold towel. "He's too hot, Severus," she stated. "I know he's too hot. Nothing is helping. I'm afraid we're going to have to resort to an old Muggle trick and pack the poor boy on ice," Severus snapped at her. Snape pulled his wand out and made Harry's bed into a large waterproof tub filled with ice. Harry was bundled in his blankets yet shivered in the new frozen bed. "Why is he tied down, Severus? He's not going anywhere, you know," Molly admonished as she gently loosened the tight straps on the boy's arm. "He was hurting himself, Molly," Snape said with irritation. "Far be it from me to know about a child's fever, but I do know when a child is pounding his head into a bloody mess." Just then Harry began thrashing about again, bucking against the straps and arching his back. He pulled so hard against the strap that Molly had loosened that his arm slipped out and he crashed it against the metal tub. They all heard the sickening sound of the bone snapping. Next came a tremendous howl from the poor boy and cries that would have woken the dead. Molly felt awful. She quickly stepped aside to let the potion master attend to the boy. Severus was at Harry's side and holding the boy's broken arm cautiously. He pushed Harry's wet hair back and laid a hand on his face. The fever was too high. Severus needed help. He gently placed Harry's broken arm against the boy's chest and wished he had the ability to mend it. He wasn't going to risk this boy's use of his arm for silly pride. He threw flow powder into the fireplace and called for Poppy. She immediately came through the fireplace and began working on Harry. She fixed his broken arm, for the second time in days. Then poured fever-reducing potion into Harry's open mouth, but it did nothing for the boy. She tried again to get rid of those nasty bruises on his face and chest. "Severus, let's try the potion you made him before for the fever. It just might work, now that his body isn't filled with so many other potions," said Poppy with worry lacing her words. "We cannot take that chance, Poppy. It can only be given once in a 7-day period or Potter could slip into a coma. The only way I could give it to him again is if we keep him awake until it brings his fever down to normal. We just don't know how long that will take," said Severus as he studied the fevered boy. "We have no choice. If his brain continues to fry like that, there is no telling what sort of damage it will cause. We can just work in shifts keeping him from sleeping," said Poppy with authority. Severus uncorked the vial of potion and held it up to the boy's mouth. Harry wasn't cognizant of what was happening to him. He felt the pain and fever and couldn't stomach the thought of more potions. He pressed his lips together and turned his head to the side. "Potter, what did I say about following my directions?" Severus growled. "I will not tolerate your disobedience." He hated using that voice with the sick boy but could tell Potter was still quite out of it. Harry's brain was foggy but he still understood that he was a disappointment to Snape, again, and opened his mouth and swallowed obediently. Hours later, his head hurt so bad that he couldn't see clearly. Severus kept asking him questions and he had to really try hard to stay awake and answer. He didn't want to disobey the potions professor again but he needed to sleep. Why couldn't Snape understand that? "Potter, how does your arm feel?" asked Snape impatiently for the second time. Hurts, I'm tired, okay. Harry whispered. I just need a few minutes of sleep. Potter, Harry, look at me when I'm talking to you. Severus was having a hell of a time keeping him awake. Sorry, I'm sorry, Harry croaked, his throat was so sore from screaming earlier. Tired. Severus grabbed Harry by the shoulders and shook him awake. Harry's eyes flew open in extreme fear. Just for a flash of a second he thought he was back with Uncle Vernon. You must stay awake, Harry. This potion could be dangerous. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not going to hurt you. Snape growled. Molly stepped over to them and placed a hand on Severus' shoulder. Let me sit with him a while. You have been up for hours. Take a break. It was more of a command than a question. Snape rose from the chair and gave Harry a small smile and slowly reached out and placed his hand on his cheek. Harry shrunk back and looked away, the fear still evident in his eyes. What is wrong with me? Thought Snape. I need to get a hold of myself. That boy doesn't deserve that. His lack of control and emotions was unacceptable to him. Snape walked out of the room shaking his head, heading for his own chambers. 2 long hours later, Harry's fever broke. He would be okay. Molly started crying and Snape heard her from his room and came running. What happened? He screamed as he ran to Harry's side. Harry looked up at him, smiling at Snape's messed up hair and wrinkled clothes. Severus was so relieved to see the boy smiling he didn't even care that he was being laughed at. He took hold of the boy's good hand and held it. Harry was tense at first but slowly relaxed and wrapped his own hand around his guardian's. Molly finally stopped crying and came over to rest her hand on Harry's back. Harry had never felt so much caring in all his life. It felt good, really safe. Maybe those dreams his mum sent him were real. Harry was finally allowed his much-needed sleep. Within mere moments he was nodding off into a peaceful sleep. Molly took this time to fill Severus in on the meeting the Ministry had with Harry earlier. Snape was angry at Dumbledore for not hearing about this sooner. He didn't really know what to make of Harry's false accounts. He thought maybe the boy was just too scared to tell the truth. The professor knew the boy had a lot of healing to do and he planned on being there to help. When the Weasleys were finally heading home, Molly stopped and turned back to look at Severus. You are the best person for Harry to be with. You know that, don't you? Don't let them take him anywhere. I'm counting on you. With that said, she stepped into the fireplace and flowed home to give an anxious Ron and Hermione an update. Harry felt really good after his nice big breakfast in bed. His fever was gone, his arm was healed and the sun was shining. He stood on shaky legs and slowly walked over to the window. He couldn't believe his eyes. The place was enormous and quite beautiful. He looked down at his clothes and wondered what he was supposed to wear. He was still in hospital pajamas and didn't think they had any of his clothes with them, not that they were much anyways. Just then Snape walked through the door and snapped out, "Who told you, you could get up, Mr. Potter?" I feel pretty good, sir," Harry said, feeling slightly apprehensive over being Professor Snape's house guest. "Well, we don't want a relapse, so take a shower and get dressed, then we will see how you feel." Snape toned down his normal abrasive speech, knowing full well how that might affect the boy. I don't have any clothes here, sir." Harry looked down in embarrassment. "Well then, it's a good thing I have a superb tailor," Snape snidely remarked. Harry felt really stupid for saying this, but he didn't want to walk around Hogwarts in creepy black suits all year. I really just need a pair of jeans and a couple of shirts, sir. I have money at Gringotts and I could pay you back as soon as school starts." Harry looked up into angry brown eyes, and stepped closer to the window. "First off, Mr. Potter, you are my responsibility now, so I will pay for everything you need." "Does it look like I need your pathetic money?" Snape said, stretching out his arms. "Secondly, you will wear what I tell you to wear and not complain about it. And lastly, I do not want to see you traipsing around Snape Manor wearing jeans." Harry stood there in total humiliation. Of course he should have known he would cause embarrassment to Snape. Hadn't Uncle Dursley always told him how embarrassed they were of him? I don't want to embarrass you, sir. I'm sorry," Harry stammered out as his face flushed. Snape just realized what he had done to the boy. He really needed to control himself around Potter. The last thing he wanted to do was make Harry feel unwanted and ashamed of himself. Snape couldn't believe the drastic change in the boy. What happened to the self-assured, cocky Gryffindor? This boy was stammering and stepping back and acting as if any minute Snape would turn into a Dementor. You do not need to be sorry all the time, Mr. Potter. I will call my tailor immediately. Proceed into the shower and I'll have Kinsey, my elf, bring in some garments for you. With that he turned and walked out the door, robes billowing behind him. Harry stepped out of the shower to find a soft robe and undergarments on the sink. When he entered his room again he was surprised to see a short plump man with a tape measure in hand and rolls of fabric spread across his bed. Hi, I'm Harry. The man stood there with his mouth hanging open, unable to speak a word. Imagine, fitting Harry Potter for clothes. Wait till tell my wife, she will be beside herself. Snape glided into the room with a sneer on his face. Lotus, get hold of yourself. Lotus snapped back to attention at the sight of the professor. Snape began giving him a list of items. We will need 2 dress robes of the finest quality, 3 school robes, button-down shirts, t-shirts, several woolen jumpers, undergarments, 10 pajamas, several athletic wear pants and shirts, socks, 2 dress shoes, 2 pair school shoes, 2 pair sneakers and 3 dress pants, 7 complete school uniforms, and 2 pairs of jeans. He said the last while looking at Harry with a smirk. Harry didn't know what to say, didn't have more than 2 pairs of pants in his life, let alone all the other stuff. Lotus walked over to Harry and began measuring him. He tried to measure his waist but the robe was too bulky. Do you mind removing the robe, Mr. Potter? He asked kindly. Harry hesitated as he knew his back and ribs were pretty ugly, even with all the potions and creams. Snape saw the hesitation and put his hand on Harry's shoulder while slowly pulling the robe off. He felt the boy tense up when he saw the reaction of the tailor. Lotus gave a loud gasp and looked at Snape with angry eyes. What the bloody hell is going on around here? It took Snape a moment to realize Lotus thought he had done that to his young charge. Harry tried to grab the robe away from Snape but the potions master threw it on the bed. Take your measurements, Lotus, and be quick about it, snarled Snape. He felt it was below him to explain Harry's injuries to the tailor. Harry stood in humiliation and tried to think of something else. It seemed Snape was trying to take his mind off this too because he walked over to Harry's closet and pulled out a present wrapped in gold, about the size of a broom. Mr. Potter, here is an early birthday present from Professor Lupin. He will not be able to see you on your birthday and asked that I give this to you. I do not want you using it without my permission though. Understood. Harry reached for the gift and slowly opened it. Inside was the Mega Sweep 5000 Firebolt. The newest, fastest and most expensive one out. He couldn't believe his eyes. Thank you, sir, he whispered. How do you think he managed to pay for this? Harry couldn't stop himself from rubbing his hand along the broom, trying to take it all in. Wait till Ron sees this. He wanted to jump on it and ride it right now. Harry's smile made Snape feel satisfied that he had given the gift to the boy early. Well, I suppose Black might have had something to do with it. Perhaps Lupin was left a sum. Harry looked up at Snape and was just about to thank him again for giving him this gift early, when his scar burst with pain. Harry fell to the ground holding his head and screaming in agony before biting his lip in silence. Lotus jumped back, terrified of the scene before him. He could see blood running down the boy's hand and knew that no one had touched him. Snape knelt down next to Harry, rubbing small circles on his back and telling him to breathe. Witnessing one of these attacks from Voldemort was rather nerve-wracking as there was nothing you could do to help the boy. A few minutes later the pain eased and Harry slumped against the professor. Harry was leaning on Snape trying to catch his breath and feeling like he was going to lose his breakfast. My head, I'm going to be sick. Immediately he threw up his breakfast all over Snape's new robes. He was mortified. Lotus was scared for the child and thought Snape might strike the boy. Snape pulled his wand out and cleaned up the mess. He picked the boy up and saw that the Gryffindor bed was covered in bolts of fabrics, so he carried him to his own quarters. Harry felt drained and didn't protest. Snape placed him on his bed and went into the bathroom to fetch a potion to help the boy's headache. Here son, Take this and get some sleep, Snape said in a calm voice. Son, thought Harry, was this the same potions teacher who took points every chance he had? Harry took the potion and pushed his head back on his pillow. Could you tell me what the Dark Lord was after, Potter? I think Voldemort's angry about something. He feels like he lost something and he was really mad, said Harry in a whisper. He looked up at Snape and was shocked to see the fright in his eyes. What is it, sir? I believe he is mad because he lost you, whispered the professor cryptically. Snape sat down next to Harry and began pushing Harry's hair off his forehead. He did it without even realizing what he was doing. When he looked down at Harry's face, he saw that the boy had closed his eyes and was starting to fall asleep. He grabbed a quilt off the chair and covered Harry's bruised-up body. Just then he noticed the tailor at his door and strode out into hall. The clothes will be ready tomorrow, sir. Not soon enough, Lotus. Get them here today, snapped the potion master. Yes, sir, Lotus said and peeked over to where Harry was fast asleep. For that boy, I'll be sure to do it. Will he be okay? Yes, but I must ask that you not divulge anything you witnessed here today, Snape said in a threatening voice. The tailor nodded his head and looked once more at the sleeping boy. Harry awoke to a room filled with clothes. He couldn't believe that someone would actually waste their time making him clothes. Snape was beginning to act as if he might actually care for him. He felt sort of uncomfortable with the whole idea, but the dream with his mum in it reassured him. Who would have ever known that Snape could actually be nicer than the Dursleys? He went into the bathroom and washed his face and brushed his teeth with the new toothbrush on the bed. He looked at all the clothes hanging magically in the air on hangers and chose black slacks and a blue jumper. The handsome custom-made black boots were brilliant, so he put those on too. He walked down the hall, looking for the professor. The place was a mansion, literally. He would get lost in here if he didn't remember where he was. The house was decorated in such a fine manner that Harry made sure not bump into anything. He went down the stairs and heard voices coming from the big room on the left with a giant fireplace. He walked into the room and stopped in his tracks. Sitting on the sofa was none other than Mrs. Fig. Mrs. Fig spotted him. "Oh, Harry, I was so worried about you." Snape whipped around. "Who said you could get up? Do you want another relapse? Get over here and take a seat." Harry felt a spark of annoyance over being bossed around like a 2-year-old. No one had ever cared enough to look out for his well-being. It would take some getting used to. "I'm fine, sir. I actually feel pretty good. I'll be the judge of that," Severus countered in a cold, silky voice. Harry reluctantly made his way over to the leather chair by the fire. Snape felt Harry's forehead. When he didn't feel any sign of fever, he reluctantly offered Harry a drink of pumpkin juice, instead of making Harry get back in bed. Harry took the drink, then faced Mrs. Fig, noting her house dress and worn-down slippers. "I can't believe you're here," Harry said as he saw his old babysitter looking around with awe. "I gave Dumbledore a piece of my mind over leaving you with such horrible people. I was shocked when he told me Severus was looking after you. Out of the cauldron and into the fire, I told him. Albus finally relented and let me see with my own eyes that you were safe," Arabella said as she noticed the smirk on the potion master's face. There was an uncomfortable silence after that. Snape wasn't used to house guests and didn't feel the need to fill in the void. "You know what those newspapers are saying about you, don't you?" Mrs. Fig asked, as if the whole fiasco was a big secret. "No, ma'am. I haven't been allowed a paper," Harry admitted. Arabella gave Snape her own glare before stating, "The whole wizarding world is demanding to know how you are and exactly who did that to you." "Enough," Severus irritably. "Potter doesn't need any other concerns plaguing his mind. I think we should leave that up to Harry," Arabella snapped. "No, I think not. I am his legal guardian and I will make all decisions concerning him." Arabella sat up straighter, feeling indignant over the rebuff. "When does this guardianship end, Mr. Snape?" "That is not your concern. It may be permanent in any case," Severus haughtily replied. Harry looked up at the professor. This was news to him. "Permanent?" Snape ignored the boy's inquiry, not wanting to reveal anything further in front of the squib. "Not if I have anything to say about it," Arabella protested. "I'm not going to let Harry be harmed further by an ex-Death Eater." You have lost all rights and privileges to anything concerning Mr. Potter. I believe it was your job to watch out for his welfare this past summer. A fine job you did, Arabella." That comment effectively shut down any further comments Mrs. Figg was about to make. She gathered her handbag and walked towards the fireplace. She stopped in front of Harry and gave him a soft pat on the head. "Sorry, son." Without another word she threw green flow powder into the fire and disappeared. Harry stood up and faced the potion master. "Why did you have to talk to her like that?" "Mr. Potter, mind your conduct," Snape warned in an ominous voice. "No, she did her best for me," Harry shouted. Something odd had been happening to Snape. Ever since the moment in the infirmary he had been feeling an evil thread of anger grip at his soul. Something was definitely wrong, but at the moment he had no control. Snape felt a gripping anger at his emotions and something dark overtook his heart. He couldn't control it as hard as he tried. He tried to push it down and take control of his anger, but it spiraled out of control. It was almost magical, dark magic. Before Harry knew what was happening, Snape had grabbed his arm and threw him up against the wall, his head slamming hard. "Don't you ever talk to me in that tone of voice again, boy. Do I make myself clear?" Snape snarled out in anger. The anger was so sudden and had come from nowhere. Snape tried to push it down but could not control the mysterious wave of anger that coursed through his body. Harry froze. This was familiar. He couldn't respond. He was so scared by the professor's reaction. Memories of Vernon and the punishments flashed through his head. Snape grabbed Harry's hair on the back of his head. He felt so angry, so red-hot angry at this boy. He couldn't get a handle on his emotions. He was a master occlumens and tried with everything he had to push these feelings down. Harry waited for the blow. He was still too frightened to speak. "I said, do I make myself clear?" "Why, yes, sir," Harry stammered out. Snape threw him against the chair, just intending to have Harry sit in it, but Harry lost his balance and went flying into the glass coffee table. He fell with such force that the table exploded around him. Glass splinters embedded in his arms and chest. He was utterly terrified. He couldn't move. It was happening again, just when he thought he might actually have a person in his life that cared. He must really bring out the anger in people. Harry thought he would be safe with Professor Snape but knew he had this punishment coming. Didn't he disobey Snape and get out of bed, twice? Harry was not thinking straight. He had not only been physically damaged but most importantly emotionally damaged. In his mind he was just getting what he felt he deserved after killing his godfather and Cedric and his parents. In his damaged self he accepted what was coming. His mind shut down as it did when Vernon was abusing him. The bubble of reality gone. Snape raced over to Harry as the anger suddenly left him. Harry raised his arms to protect his head from the blows that must certainly be coming next. But Snape carefully picked him up off the floor and held him, with a look of horror on his face. The boy was bleeding from hundreds of tiny cuts all over the front of him. The worst one coming from his mouth. Snape was horror-struck. He was acting like a Death Eater to the boy who was going to be his son. What had happened to him just then? The anger was now completely gone. All that was left was bewilderment over how he had acted and how he couldn't control his emotions. That was just not acceptable to him. Harry's eyes were staring off as if he was no longer there. Snape's stomach dropped and he began to panic. "Potter, son, can you hear me?" Snape began walking up the staircase with the catatonic boy in his arms. I didn't mean for that to happen, it was an accident." "I'm sorry." Snape actually had meant it too. He wanted to be a father to this boy, but the influence of his own father kept sneaking into his demeanor, and maybe that was why he couldn't control his emotions. He placed Harry on his bed and looked carefully at his wounds. The wounds to the boy's body were superficial, but the one to his lip was deep. He took all the glass out and then put a healing potion on all the cuts. The cuts healed instantly, but the only one to not heal was on his lip. Snape stayed by Harry's side all night checking on his wound. Harry just kept staring at the ceiling, until he finally drifted off to a very fitful sleep. Snape was terrified over what he had done to the boy. He honestly hadn't any control over his anger. That had never happened to him before, and he was so frightened that it might happen again. The boy hadn't said anything out of the ordinary, but Snape took it as if he had said something evil. This was not right, and Snape knew he had to find the cause. For Harry's sake and for his future. Harry woke up feeling really confused. His head was pounding and he felt sore all over, and his lip felt like it was too big. He pulled the sheets up and looked at what he was wearing. How did I get into pajamas? He almost felt like a piece of time was missing for him. He thought back to the violent reaction Snape had last night. He couldn't figure out what had set Snape off like that. He knew he had caused that reaction from Snape but didn't know how. He felt more apprehensive than ever with his new guardian. The look in Snape's eyes was so odd. They had been glossy and distant. Why had Snape been fine 1 minute and then such a maniac the next? He remembered falling into the glass table and shards of tiny glass piercing his skin. Snape had looked so surprised, like he couldn't believe what had just happened. Harry remembered how sorry Snape had been. Vernon had never been sorry in the least. Harry looked around his new bedroom and thought about how nice it was that someone actually had cared enough about him to decorate a room to his liking. Even Sirius hadn't done that for him. He was angry at the way Snape had treated him last night, but kind of thought he had deserved it too. His guilt over Sirius and Cedric was still so strong. He turned the situation around and forced his mind into thinking it was his fault. Harry made his way into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. His lip had a big cut on it. He touched it and it started to bleed a little. The other cuts on his body had almost disappeared. He showered and got dressed in a new pair of black trousers and dark green turtleneck jumper. The jumper seemed to hide the most bruised skin. He walked downstairs to have breakfast in the kitchen with the house elves. The last thing he wanted was to run into Snape. He wandered the halls trying to find his way into the kitchens. Severus was sitting in his study staring out the window and thinking about the way he had treated Potter yesterday. What the blazes was wrong with him? He felt like he had been watching someone else last night and had no control over the situation. He knew it couldn't have been the Imperious Curse because he had been so coherent. In the end he figured he would need to cast a spell on himself to make sure there were no curses placed on him. He had made a personal vow to himself the night he took Potter under his care to never raise a hand to the boy. He thought back to the way his own father had beat and belittled him as a child. This fresh start with Harry was really important to him. He didn't want to end up dying with nothing to show for his life but being a spy for the Order. He wanted to make a difference to someone, and he knew the boy needed him. Beside the fact that those blasted dreams from Lily continually came to the forefront of his mind. When he had first decided to care for the boy, it was mostly to redeem himself in his own eyes and to become someone who did not resemble his father in any way. Now it had nothing to do with that. Now he was truly getting attached to the child. The boy was far braver than he had ever known and had no arrogance to him whatsoever. He thought back to that burn on Potter's hand and remembered when his own father had punished him in the same way. He had decided to make a better life for the boy, one that did not include torture, yet last night he could not get a handle on his anger. It had just been so odd, so powerful, uncontrollable. The way the anger snaked through his body and pushed hard at his emotions was so foreign to him. He had felt the dark magic taking hold. Severus remembered the look on Potter's face when he held his hand in the infirmary and look of pure happiness when he unwrapped his firebolt. Those moments were true and they had broken through his hard outer shell and touched him. Now he had to fix this mess he had made with Potter. He needed to show Potter that he wasn't going to hurt him or leave him and that they would work through hard times. He made the decision to adopt the boy and make him his son. As soon as he came to that conclusion he felt a heavy weight alleviated from his shoulders. Somehow that decision felt more right than any he had ever made before. He knew his days of spying were over now that the newspapers had so ruthlessly spilled Potter's story across the front pages. It had become public knowledge that he had become Harry Potter's guardian with Dumbledore's blessings. Making it official was just his way of showing the boy that he was serious about being there for him. Now he just needed to get Potter to agree. How could the boy let his guard down and trust him again? He knew he had to do something to make up for this. Just then he spotted Potter in the hallway looking around with caution. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." Harry stopped walking and looked back down the hall he had just come from. contemplating going back that way. He wasn't ready to talk to Snape just yet. "Mr. Potter, I know you are angry at me. Last night I lost control. I'm not sure what happened to me." Harry looked at his feet, not wanting to make eye contact with the professor. "Please come and join me for a talk." This was clearly an order, not a question. "Mr. Potter, I am speaking to you." Snape's voice brooked no room for argument. Harry turned towards the door and slowly made his way into the walnut-paneled study. He looked at Snape sitting behind the desk and held his gaze for a moment. It was hard for him to hold back the anger he felt towards his potions teacher. Snape watched Harry walk into the study and could see the boy was struggling with his emotions. "Sit, Mr. Potter." Harry continued to stand but dropped his gaze down to his shoes. His hands were balled up into fists and his body was tense. "Mr. Potter, I am not going to ask you again. There are ways I can make you sit without your assistance." Harry wanted nothing to do with those ways and sat on the edge of the camel-back chair across from Snape. He looked Snape in the eyes with a glare. "All right, what do you want?" Harry's voice was calmer than he actually felt. Snape ignored the surly tone the teen was using. "I need to apologize for my behavior yesterday. I never intended for you to fall into the table," he waited before saying, "and I might have been a little harsh with you about the way you spoke to me." Harry was stunned. Is Snape actually apologizing to me? He didn't know what to say, nor did he feel like talking with Snape at the moment. His lip began to throb and he felt it begin to bleed again. "Do you require a pain potion for your lip?" asked Snape in a mild tone. Harry just shook his head and pressed his finger to his lip to stop the bleeding again. The last thing he wanted was to take another potion from Snape. Who knew what he was given last night, since he couldn't remember anything? "I'll take that to mean you are fine then." The potion professor watched the boy sitting stiffly in the chair, trying to stop his lip from bleeding. "Relax, Mr. Potter. I will not hurt you again. I am not sure what happened to me, but I can assure you that it will not happen again. Please come over here so I can take a better look at that lip. It looks like it may need a muggle stitch, as the potions have stopped working again on you." Harry looked up quickly at the professor with fear in his eyes. "I'm fine, sir. I tried to heal it last night and again at dawn, but it is resisting magical healing. I assume your body has had too much in such a short period of time. Please come to me so I may look at it." Severs swiveled his chair to the side. Harry didn't give a piss about his lip, he just wanted to leave this room. He knew all about muggle stitches and wasn't about to let Snape near him with a needle. "Professor, could you just leave me alone? Could I go into the kitchen for breakfast?" Snape sat up stiffly and spoke in a quiet voice. "You will dine with me, not like a house elf. I will only ask you one more time to come here and then I will use other means to make you." Harry glared at Snape but stood up and slowly walked over to him. He pushed his hands down into his pockets as he stood next to the chair Snape was sitting in, feeling the blood drip from his lip when he moved his finger away. Snape gently held Harry's face in his hands and lifted his lip a little to see how deep the cut was. Harry jerked back but didn't make a sound as Snape tightened his grip. Snape saw the cut was indeed too deep and would continue to bleed without assistance. "Mr. Potter, you may not like this, but I am afraid I will have to use a muggle trick and stitch that lip closed. It should be fairly quick though." Harry felt his stomach flip with panic. The whole idea of Snape taking a needle to him made him nauseous. He pulled away from Snape's grip and stepped back against the wall, watching the potion master rise and glide past him. "Follow me into the potions lab." Snape's tone was strict but without anger or malice. He knew the boy was nervous about having stitches. Wizards normally never needed to use Muggles' archaic methods of medicine. Harry dragged his feet and followed slowly. "Why me?" When they had descended into the lab, Snape motioned for Harry to lie down on the table. Harry hung back and just stared at the long table Snape had covered with a white sheet. The dungeon lab had shelves of creatures in jars lining the walls and rows upon rows of cauldrons and potions in bottles. The air was so chill Harry wished he had brought his cloak. Snape turned around and looked at him. He then walked over to Harry and grabbed his arm, forcing him onto the table. Harry was scared. He hated to admit that he was scared over once again not having control. Snape handed him a painkiller potion but he refused to drink it. Mr. Potter, if you do not drink that potion you will feel the needle piercing your skin. Do I make myself clear? Harry shook his head and said, I'll take my chances, sir. Very well, Mr. Potter, we will do this the difficult way then. Please lie back and put your hands down at your sides. Harry lied back and put his hands down. As soon as his hands were at his sides, Snape pulled his wand out and made magical straps hold his arms and legs and head to the table. What are you doing? Let me go, Harry gasped as he struggled against the straps. Lie still, Mr. Potter. I will give you one more chance at that pain potion. No, Snape, I'm not taking anything that will make me forget what happens, again. Anger rising. Very well. Snape pulled out a needle and threaded it with a waxy black thread. Hold very still then. Snape pulled up Harry's lip and slowly pushed the needle through. Harry wanted to scream, not so much from the pain but more over the feeling of being so powerless. He vowed not to cry as his emotions caught up with him, mixed with the pain of the needle. His eyes betrayed him and began dripping tears. Snape looked into the boy's eyes with an almost sad look on his face. I did this to the boy. Once again the needle entered the lip and Snape pulled it through. Harry let out a sob that could not be held back any longer. Snape finished up quickly, closing the wound, and took the straps off. As soon as the straps were released, Harry covered his face with his hands in total shame. Harry, you've nothing to be ashamed of. You were very brave, stupid and stubborn, but very brave indeed. Harry didn't remove his hands. He rolled on his side away from the professor. He wasn't crying from the pain but from feeling so worn down and confused. He just wanted to be back to his old self and stop being so afraid of everything and everyone. Snape really did feel like he needed to help this boy in some way. What was wrong with the boy? It couldn't have hurt that much. Maybe he just needed reassurance. Snape felt helpless, never having comforted anyone since Lily. He wished more than anything that Molly Weasley was here. What would she do to help the boy? He put his hand on Harry's back and began to rub small circles. He told Harry about the time he had to get stitches as a young boy. He left out the parts involving his father though. Harry began to settle down and relax a little. He was so tired of feeling worn down. He felt like everything just came tumbling down on him and he had no control over his life. Professor, do you think I could have some of that pain potion now? Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He pulled a vial out of his robes and unstopped it. He then handed the vial to Potter and watched as he drank it. It took a minute to take effect before Harry closed his eyes and breathed easier. I'm so stupid, he thought. Why didn't I just take the bloody potion to begin with? Snape watched Harry relax a little and then said, Come on, let's go up for breakfast. You could probably use something in your stomach. Harry sat up with his legs dangling off the table and looked down at his hands. Thank you, Professor, for fixing me and, stuff. I'm sorry about talking back to you last night. I know I'm a pain to have around. Snape didn't know what to say. Here was this child who he had caused injury and pain to, and the boy was thanking him. If Dursley were around right now, he had no doubts he would have killed him. The difference in the boy from the previous year was shocking. Snape went and stood in front of Harry and put his hand on top of the Gryffindor's shoulder, giving a slight squeeze. Harry, you may call me Severus. And you are not a pain, as I've told you before. You were the answer to a change in my life that I had been wanting to make. I need to know that I can be something other than a person that everyone avoids. I want you to be happy here at Snape Manor. Was this Snape talking? Harry couldn't believe those words just came out of Snape's mouth. He didn't know what to say to that. He never in a million years thought he would be having a conversation like this with Snape, of all people. Harry, I don't want you to leave, I want to make this permanent. I want you to become my son, legally. Harry didn't know what to say. His heart raced over having a second chance at family. Snape continued, I won't do it unless you agree. But I want you to know that I am not going anywhere. You and I have always had an animosity towards each other in the past, but you must understand, I thought you were like your father. I had no idea you were being raised more like myself. You see this grand house? He raised his hand. Well, this house was a prison for me. I hated my life as a child. I want a fresh start and to bring contentment into this manor. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I don't want to leave. Harry licked his cracked lip. I feel safe with you, he whispered. Snape's heart leapt at that. It wasn't too late. Harry had a very forgiving heart. Harry looked up and assessed the professor's sincerity. Satisfied, he nodded his approval. Snape looked at the forlorn boy and knew this was the right course to take. Shall we have breakfast and then I will show you around your new home? You know someday this will be yours. I hope you look at this home with good memories, someday. Harry was tired after having such a big meal and then walking the grounds of Snape Manor. The size of the manor was astounding and the grounds alone were as big as the entire block he grew up on. Harry wished that he had time to take a nap, but Snape was expecting his great Aunt Vespa for an extended visit and wished him to meet her upon arrival. The thought of meeting one Snape's relatives made Harry feel more nervous than he would have thought. He was instructed to change into his best shirt and tie and dress robes for lunch, so he knew this meeting was important to the professor. He just didn't want to disappoint the potions master again after all the professor had done for him. He started up the giant winding staircase, stopping halfway up to get his breath back. He felt hot and dizzy and the room started to spin. He sat down quickly, leaning his head in both hands, which only helped minimally. The thought of turning into some weakling, always sick and tired, made him push himself to stand back up once again. He didn't want Snape to think he was weak, so made his way into the bathroom to wash up and change. But soon as he stepped into the bathroom he felt his stomach protest and ran to the toilet to wrench up his big breakfast. He broke out into a cold sweat, feeling his stomach twist as he slowly stood up and decided another shower was in order. After the cold shower, Harry looked at himself in the mirror, wondering if Snape would see that he didn't feel so great. The last thing he needed was to be sent to bed in front of Aunt Vespa. His new robe fit him perfectly, and after much coaxing and a little magic, his hair laid flat on his head. If he didn't hurry downstairs he was going to be late. The one rule Snape demanded was that he be on time for everything. Harry made it into the living room just as the tall grandfather clock struck noon. Snape turned away from the fireplace with a look of displeasure. "Cutting it close, Potter. Do not let me catch you rushing into a room again. You must walk like a gentleman into a room, not run like a dog." "Yes, sir," said Harry, still feeling sick to his stomach. Just as Snape was going to reprimand Harry for not standing up straight, there was a loud bang that came from the fireplace. The fire suddenly turned green and two house elves, a butler, a teenage girl and an old lady with a severe hat on, stepped out into the living room. There was much commotion as the house elves tried to carry out a large trunk. Snape immediately walked over to the older woman and bent his head down to key her extended hand. "So nice of you to visit, Aunt Vespa. We are pleased you are honoring us with this visit," said Severus. Snape had been quite surprised when an old lavender owl had delivered a letter from his great Aunt Vespa announcing their arrival today. The last time he had seen her was 8 years ago at a very strange tea she had insisted he attend. The tea was actually the worst he had ever had. There was a distinct metallic taste to it. She had insisted he finish it, insisting that it would be rude not to. She was not the most accommodating person by far, but being his elder, Snape had felt he should oblige. Yes, it has been a while. You look quite a bit older, Severus, and your hair is rather stringy, is it not?" "Humph." She then turned her attention to Harry. "You must be the famous Harry Potter. You are underfed and pale." Aunt Vespa turned her nose up at Harry and looked as if something smelled bad. Snape walked over to Harry and placed his arm over his shoulder. "Aunt Vespa, I would like to introduce you to my son, Harry." Harry looked up, the professor shocked over being introduced that way. Aunt Vespa looked at Severus with a stern look on her face. "He is not your son yet, Severus. I'll be the judge of that." Harry looked at Snape and wanted to ask what Aunt Vespa meant by that, but Snape gave Harry a slight shake of the head and pulled him closer. "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Harry with a slight bow. Yes, I want you to meet my great niece from my late husband's side, Charlotte." Come, girl, don't drag your feet," she said as she grabbed Charlotte by the arm. "Pleasure to meet you, Harry." She turned towards Severus and said, "Thank you for the hospitality, Severus." Harry was tongue-tied by her beauty. She had raven black hair and startling blue eyes. Her slender figure and regal stance only added to her attractiveness. Severus invited everyone to have a seat and partake in a beverage before lunch was served. Harry was still feeling overwhelmed that Severus had introduced him as his son. The thought of having a real family made Harry look past the fact that this was the potion master that made his life hell while he was at school. Besides, hadn't Snape been the one to rescue him and nurse him back to health? The idea of having a real father was almost too good to be true. Besides, this was much better than living with the Dursleys. Lunch was a fancy affair without much talking from the young people at the table. Aunt Vespa seemed to have an opinion on everything she laid her eyes on in the house, none of it good. She didn't like the way Kenzie cooked the cabbage, she hated the drapes, she was appalled by the ancient carpet and complained about it being too cold in the room. More logs were added to the fireplace and Harry thought he would pass out from the heat. His head was throbbing and he knew the fever was back again. Vespa turned her attention to Harry just as he was taking another drink of his ice water. "Boy, why are you not eating? You need to finish what you have been served," Vespa admonished. "Severus, you must take control of him before he withers away. What kind of father are you to let him just drink water for lunch?" Severus cleared his throat before rebuking, "Harry, eat everything before you." Harry picked up his fork and picked at his lamb a little. The smell was making him sick and he couldn't swallow the tiny piece in his mouth. He started to perspire even more and wished he could rip that dreaded tie off his neck. He pushed his food around a little and wished everyone would stop staring at him. Snape didn't seem very pleased by his progress. "Mr. Potter, I require you to eat everything on that plate, young man." "Merlin, I sound like my mother." Harry gave him a glare, angry over being spoken to like a child. He picked up another tiny piece of lamb and pushed it into his mouth. Charlotte was watching him from across the table with a look of disdain on her face. Is it okay if I'm excused, Severus?" whispered Harry as he looked down at his plate. He just needed to lie down to make his head stop spinning. He heard a gasp from across the table and Vespa was shaking her head. "You see, Severus, I told you he was brought up like an animal and he wouldn't be able to handle the responsibility of being a Snape," Vespa said haughtily. She had been referring to a little conversation they had that morning by Flo. She had said she was just checking up on him, but Severus knew she wanted something else. She never checked up on him. Snape looked over at Harry closely, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. He noticed the perspiration on his forehead and wondered if he might be ill. "Harry, do you feel ill?" "No, sir. And trailed off not knowing what to say. "No then, Mr. Potter, you may not be excused. Finish eating and begin to mind your manners," Snape said in a clipped tone. Harry flushed to his roots and wanted to melt into the carpet. He stabbed another piece of lamb and prayed he would make it through the lunch without losing his lunch. "Harry, are you aware of what they are saying about you in the newspaper?" asked Charlotte in a syrupy tone. "No, I'm not supposed to read the paper right now." "Yes, Charlotte, the paper has many false reports on Harry," explained Severus. "So it's not true that you were locked up and beaten?" I stammered Harry with a quick glance at Snape. "Harry need not speak of his experiences to anyone, Miss Charlotte," snapped Snape. "Oh, I'm sorry, cousin, I was just trying to support him, you know," Charlotte replied sweetly. Something about Charlotte didn't sit right with Harry. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it seemed she took joy over his discomfort. He looked at her and noticed that smirk again. "What does she have against me?" he thought. Suddenly she didn't look so pretty in his eyes. Suddenly Aunt Vespa pointed to the window. "What is that ugly statue of your grandfather still doing out there? I told you to get rid of it." This was just the diversion Harry needed. He scooped the rest of the lamb over the side of his plate and wrapped it in his napkin, quickly stuffing the napkin in his robe. Snape and Vespa continued to argue about the statue until lunch ended. "I think I need a nap before the others arrive, Severus," said Vespa. "Maybe you should teach that son of yours some table manners before we dine again." With that she snapped her fingers at Charlotte. Charlotte rushed to her side and the old lady took hold of Charlotte's arm and headed up the stairs. Charlotte gave him a wide smile as she walked out of the dining room. Snape looked at Harry as they both stood up. "What was going on during lunch, Potter?" asked Snape as he walked towards Harry. Harry took a couple of steps back and tried to come up with something to say. He knew how angry Vernon always used to get whenever he claimed to be ill and didn't want the potion master to find out how he was feeling right now. Snape walked over to him and grabbed his shoulder. "Potter, I expected more from you. Look at me when I am speaking to you." Harry tensed at Snape's touch but continued to look down at his shoes. His throat was dry and his head was swimming. He didn't know how Snape would react to his illness and didn't think he could handle another punishment right now. "I'm sorry about the lunch. Could I go now, sir?" Harry asked in a tight, angry voice. Snape grabbed Harry's chin, roughly forcing his head up, then he froze. Harry was burning up. He could feel the heat burn his hand as he lifted Potter's chin and saw that the boy's eyes were red and his cheeks were flush with fever. So this is why he couldn't eat. Why didn't he tell me? What in heaven's name was wrong with the boy? Doesn't he trust me to take care of him? Severus was angry at himself and angry at Potter for not speaking up. "Get up to your room." Harry didn't know what to expect and he didn't know what had set Snape off all of a sudden. He tried to keep his balance on the way upstairs but his head was throbbing, making him a little off balance. Suddenly Snape grabbed his arm from behind and practically dragged him into his room. Snape pushed Harry towards the bed and growled, "Get undressed." Harry stood without moving as thoughts of the abuse he suffered at the hands of his uncle replayed in his mind. His hands shook as he fumbled with his buttons. Snape walked over to him and started loosening Harry's tie, pulling it roughly from his neck. Then he began pulling off the boy's robe, until Harry pushed his hands away. "What the hell are you doing?" Harry asked in a panicked voice, stepping back against the bed. Snape tried to ignore the way the boy was looking at him. "I am putting you to bed, Mr. Potter. You have a fever that could set this house on fire and you failed to let me in on that little secret." Snape was not fond of secrets being kept from him, especially when he was in charge of the boy's welfare and safety. "Get into bed before I toss you in." Harry fumbled with his clothes while Snape rummaged through the dresser looking for pajamas. Where the hell did all those pajamas go? When he couldn't find any, he grabbed a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt and threw them at Harry. "Be in bed by the time I return," Snape said in a tone that left no room to argue. He turned on his heel and headed out the door. Harry put the clothes on and slowly climbed into bed. He felt so sick and he just needed a few minutes to think clearly. His head was swimming and every bone in his body was sore from the fever. He felt so tired he couldn't think. Just then his stomach gave a lurch, so he got up and made his way to the bathroom. He was going to vomit. Snape walked in just as he was crossing his room. Snape totally lost it when he saw Harry out of bed and grabbed him by the front of his shirt, growling out, "When I give you an order, I expect you to obey." Snape took a deep breath and let go of Harry's shirt. That odd feeling of anger coursing through his body was back again. "Get control. Don't let it control you." Snape took a few steps back and looked at the boy before him. The boy looked horrible. Snape concentrated on Harry's eyes and pushed the anger away. It was so hard, so very hard to control. He knew there was something wrong with him, something magical, dark magic. Snape stepped closer to Harry, intending to help him to bed, just as the boy pitched forward. Without warning, Harry vomited up his entire lunch on the front of Snape's dress robes. Oh no, Harry was totally mortified. This is not happening again. He looked up into Snape's face, fully expecting to get hit but couldn't believe his eyes. Snape was actually smiling. Harry was totally looked up into Snape's face, fully expecting to get hit but couldn't believe his eyes. Snape was actually smiling. "Harry," he smirked, "when I decided to adopt a teen, I thought I would be past getting thrown up on all the time." With that he pulled his wand out and cleaned them both up, then gently pushed Harry into bed. He handed Harry a fever potion and glass of water, then pulled a chair next to the bed. Harry took a few sips of water, then placed the glass on his nightstand. He swallowed the contents in the vial without asking what it was, but knowing that the professor was trying to help him. It was an odd feeling to actually have someone stay with him. It made him feel good to know he was being watched over, cared for, like Dursleys used to do for Dudley when he was ill. "Professor, I'm sorry about the way I acted during lunch. Snape shook his head but didn't look angry. Harry, I just asked that you let me know when you were feeling ill or hurt. It is my job to watch over you now and I take my job seriously. Do you understand? Yes, sir. It's just that the Dursleys used to get angry when I was sick and I didn't want to disappoint you again. Harry watched a cloud of anger flicker across the potion master's face. He wondered if he should have brought up the subject of the Dursleys. Maybe he would just push those memories away, pretend like they never happened. Severus checked his emotions, forcing himself to calm down at the mention of Potter's family. Yes, well, suffice it to say, I am not the Dursleys. Severus watched the boy's face close down, offering no emotion now. That subject would definitely need to be addressed soon. Harry pulled his glasses off, placing them on the nightstand. He pushed back into the mound of soft pillows, grateful he was here and that he had someone watching out for him. Thank you, Professor. Snape didn't say anything else but suddenly realized that his once hardened heart was being pulled at. He took out the book about the vampire and read to Harry until the boy nodded off to sleep. Aunt Vespa was furious. How could Severus cancel her dinner party because that disgusting brat had a fever? The nerve of her nephew. If it was up to her, she would have dragged that brat downstairs after a thorough whipping and made him join them for supper. Severus was turning out to be a worse father than she had imagined he would. He was spoiling that boy rotten. Oh yes, she had passed by Potter's bedroom door earlier and had seen Severus sitting by the bed holding that brat's hand as if he were a king. Severus had changed so much since she had last seen him, and not for the better. She couldn't believe her plan was failing. The plan that she had spent years tending to and building, all in the hopes of making her life immortal. And now the Potter boy was going to ruin everything. If Severus adopted him, the inheritance from Snape Manor would be gone for good. She had worked too hard and too long to let that happen. She thought back to Severus' father when he was a boy. Vespa had loved Severus' father as if he were her own son and had planned to leave him everything she had. When Severus had been born, he had used a firm hand with the sickly child and didn't hesitate to beat him. Severus had been such a disappointment to them both. No matter how much he beat him, he still didn't turn out right. When Severus' father Sebastian passed away, Vespa had decided to look for another heir to her mighty fortune. Finally coming up with a plan that would benefit her greatly. But in order for her plan to work, she knew she had to find a young, healthy heir. The day she met Charlotte, she knew she had found one. Charlotte had walked into the room like such a little princess, demanding to know who interrupted her playtime. When she walked over to Vespa, she actually stuck her hand out to be keyed. Vespa loved it. The girl reminded her of herself as a child. Vespa forced the girl's parents into handing over custody of the child by discrediting them and using her connections in the ministry. Charlotte came with a smile and didn't even give her weepy parents a backward glance. Lovely child, Vespa thought again. So much like her own self. Now her soft nephew was threatening to ruin everything. She knew Severus was a Death Eater, and that was fine with her. She knew he would most likely die before her, and then Sebastian's estate would come to her and she could pass it on to Charlotte. If Severus adopted that good-for-nothing beggar of a boy, then the estate would go to him, and that was not acceptable in Vespa's eyes. Bloody mud-blood boy. She had already used her connections in the ministry to try and get that boy sent back to his own family, but Dumbledore, the do-gooder, had stepped in and ruined that plan. She wasn't sure what spells were put on this house, but the ministry couldn't find the estate anymore. There was so much heat coming from the public for the Dursleys to stand trial that it was getting harder and harder for her plan to work and the boy to be returned to his family. She knew she had to find a way to break the barrier on the house so she could inform the ministry as to where Potter was. She had even tried to flow them in, but there was some sort of magic that continued to stop them from entering. A password maybe. Severus is so stupid. He will never figure out it was me who set the wheels in motion to get that boy sent back to where he belongs. How dare he adopt a child without permission? He probably didn't even wonder why I would make a surprise visit after 8 years. Maybe she would have to get Potter to leave the estate on his own free will, without Severus finding out. Then once he was past the barrier, she could call her friends. Yes, that just might work. She would get Charlotte to help Harry see why he must leave, and soon. Charlotte was a very conniving girl and could make any man do her bidding. Harry woke up feeling tired but very hungry. He thought back to the previous night and how every time he woke up Severus was sitting right there next to him, putting cold towels to his head. So this is what it feels like to have a father, he thought. He liked it, and even though he was still afraid of Severus when he was angry, he was sure that the professor really did care for him. It was so odd how just months before they couldn't stand each other and now he felt the need to be his family. Snape had told him to come down for breakfast at 8 o'clock. Then after breakfast the potion master wanted to test his magical abilities. Apparently when you've been through the sort of trauma that Harry had been through, there was a possibility it could affect your reflexes to cast spells. As Harry showered and dressed, he thought back to the conversation he had had with Professor Dumbledore in the hospital regarding Hedwig. He was told that the Aurors were still trying to locate Hedwig and had not been able to find her. Harry's heart sunk at the thought of losing his companion. Snape had told him that they were still looking and not to give up hope. He wished he could search for Hedwig himself. He just had a sixth sense about her locations usually and would know if she were anywhere close by. But there was no way that Snape was going to let him get anywhere near Privet Drive. Harry walked into the breakfast room and came to a stop. Aunt Vespa was pointing her finger in Severus' face. "If you do not stop coddling that boy, he will turn out worse than you," Vespa hissed out. "And if you do not remove your finger from my face, you will have one less claw to sharpen," Severus hissed back. Just then Charlotte noticed Harry and said in a falsely sweet tone, "Do you always lurk around spying Harry?" Everyone stopped and looked at him. He shuffled his feet in embarrassment and stammered, I'm sorry, I'm late for breakfast." "Then you will not eat, Mr. Potter," growled Aunt Vespa. "At Snape Manor you are not a hero. We will not tolerate you acting like a spoiled brat and showing up for meals when you want." Harry looked towards Snape, but the professor looked away. He had warned the boy about being late. Next time Harry will think twice. "Sorry," Harry mumbled, then turned and walked out to the gardens. Harry went into the ivy maze thinking about his best friends and what they must be thinking of his relationship with Snape. He was sure Ron must be going mental over the thought of Snape being his father. Hermione, on the other hand, would just want whatever was best for him. Charlotte quickly excused herself from the table and ran after Potter. She had seen the dejected look on the pathetic boy's face and thought this would be a good opportunity to get him to leave the estate. Vespa had made it quite clear that the Potter boy must not get adopted into the Snape family, and Charlotte was all too eager to help. She found Potter roaming the maze and looking like he was deep in thought. "Hey Harry, I was just kidding about you being a spy. I thought you would think it was funny." Charlotte pulled a strand of her long black hair forward and began to twist it in a most beguiling way. Harry didn't like the way she was looking at him and tried to ignore her. "Harry, would you like to take a walk down by the pond?" Charlotte walked as close to Harry as she could, rubbing up against him every chance she had. "Charlotte, I just want to be alone right now, all right?" Harry didn't want to be mean, but the girl was obviously wanting to hang out with him and he didn't feel like talking with anyone at the moment. "Are you sure you don't want to go for a little swim?" Charlotte asked as she unbuttoned the top two buttons of her shirt. Harry quickly averted his eyes and shook his head. "Sorry, not right now." Charlotte quickly changed her tactic. "Fine. Plenty of boys would kill to be in your position right now. But just so you know, my friends are coming over this evening and my Aunt Vespa is planning on making you behave like a gentleman for the whole evening. So you best not embarrass us and act like you're acting right now." Oh great. A whole evening spent with more girls like Charlotte. This day just couldn't get any worse. Before Harry could respond, he heard Severus calling for him to come in. Both teens made their way out of the maze and over to the potion master on the veranda. Charlotte stood before Severus with a scowl on her face. "Your son is rude and I'm going to tell Vespa what a horrible addition he will be to the family." Severus raised an eyebrow, then his gaze traveled to Harry. He watched as the boy looked ill at ease, shoving his hands deep into his pockets and looking down. "Potter, explain," Snape said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Harry looked at the arrogant girl before looking up at the professor. "She wanted to go for a swim and I just didn't feel like it. He has no manners, and if you ask me, he should be sent back to that uncle of his for another beating." Charlotte spat. knowing she had struck a nerve when she saw Harry flinch. She turned her back and sauntered back into the breakfast room with a smile on her face. Harry took in a deep breath and shook his head. The girl was pure evil. Severus placed an arm around Harry's shoulders and guided him into the manor. Pay no heed to her unkind words. I hope her friends are nothing like her. Do you think it would be all right if I didn't go to the dinner tonight? Harry asked hopefully. Severus wished neither of them had to go, but after cancelling out last night he knew they would both need to attend. Vespa has a rather peculiar decree regarding social gatherings. I fear another absence would put us in rather dire circumstances. Harry looked up at the potion master with confusion. So you're saying that we'll get in trouble if we don't go? Precisely. I would like to check your magical abilities and see how the past events has affected them. When we are finished you will begin your school studies, Severus said as he unlocked the laboratory doors. The cool air hit them as they made their way down into the dank room. Severus placed a hand on the top of Harry's head, then pulled his wand out and touched the tip to the boy's forehead. Harry jumped back a little, not sure what the professor had planned. He flushed when he realized his fears were unfounded and willed himself to stand still. Calm down, Potter. I am merely trying to get a feel for your ability to use wandless magic. Now try to push my wand away with your will. You have to really concentrate in. Severus stopped talking as his wand went flying across the room and struck the wall, sparks flying in all directions. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean for that to happen. Potter, you must stop apologizing for every little thing you do. I wanted you to do that. Oh. Harry felt stupid. But he was pleased that he had been able to use wandless magic so easily. He had never been able to use wandless magic like that before. Severus held his wand up once again. Now let us see how your Patronus is. I don't have my wand, sir. I know, that is why I am going to lend you my father's wand until we get to town and buy you a new one. Severus handed Harry a long black wand with scratches on it. When Harry lifted it, it felt wrong, like it wasteful. He didn't want to use it. Excuse me, Professor, but I don't feel good about using this. It just doesn't feel right. Severus raised an eyebrow and pointed out, Harry, when you are in battle with the Dark Lord you may have to pick up any wand and use it, no matter how it feels. I know, sir, but I don't want to do this right now, if it's okay with you. He carefully laid the wand down on the desk and felt instantly better. Snape was not pleased. Potter, that is not an excuse I will accept. Pick up that wand without further argument. Harry just stared at him, not wanting to disobey but not wanting to touch that wand again. I will not ask again, Potter, came the firm voice, bordering on angry. Harry looked at the wand on the table with trepidation. He knew the wand felt wrong, but maybe he was just overreacting. He touched the wand with his fingertips and pulled his hand back sharply. The wand felt cursed or evil, or maybe just dark. Snape watched the boy, thinking his antics were false. Potter always did overreact to simple tasks in the past. Maybe the boy was just testing his boundaries. A thread of anger wound its way around Severus until it completely overtook him. The dark magic pushed through him like a lightning bolt, causing an overwhelming anger directed at the boy. The anger and hate towards Harry spiraled out of his control. The only way Severus knew how to force Harry to make a Patronus popped into his head suddenly. He knew it was wrong but couldn't stop himself from holding up his wand and yelling, Dementors! A giant black hooded figure sprang out of his wand and headed for Harry with his ugly mouth open. Harry was shocked that Severus would do that to him, knowing how afraid he was of those things from the occlumency lessons last year. He began to back up into the shelf behind him, knocking his head hard as bottles and vials came crashing around him. The air was so cold it hurt his lungs to breathe. The Dementor came closer and was almost upon him when he stuck his hand out and called for the wand. Accio wand. The black wand flew off the table and into his outstretched hand. He lifted the wand but was frozen in fear as the Dementor stuck his slimy hand out and reached for him. Harry couldn't catch his breath enough to yell out the spell for his Patronus, but suddenly a giant silver stag came bounding out of the black wand. It reared up on its hind legs, then stabbed the Dementor with his antlers. The Dementor disappeared and the stag circled the room until it dissipated into a silver wisp. At the precise moment that the stag disappeared, Harry felt a searing pain in his hand. He dropped the wand to the floor and grabbed his hand. The pain was beyond anything he had ever felt. His skin was burning away and blood began to drip down to the stone floor. His hand was on fire, but there weren't any flames. Harry dropped to his knees, screaming out in agony, rocking back and forth. Severus was by his side in a flash, holding him when Harry passed out from the intense pain. What the hell had happened? Severus had stood frozen, watching the entire scene play out before his eyes. He was actually motionless, with alarm over producing that Dementor to begin with. He couldn't believe that he would do that to anyone, let alone the boy that would one day become his son. The feeling of hate towards the boy had left him by that was actually going to step in and get rid of the Dementor not a second before Harry produced the Patronus. Severus picked Harry up and laid him on the sofa by the wall. He saw all the blood soaking into Harry's robe and saw where it was coming from. He quickly uncurled Harry's fingers and saw with utter horror all the skin missing from his palm. Right before his eyes, more skin was being eaten away, revealing bone and muscle. What the bloody hell was causing this? Severus was in a panic. How could he stop this? He scrambled back to where Harry had dropped the wand and saw the wand glowing a bright red. He was just about to pick it up, but the heat coming from it was intense. His bastard of a father must have hexed the wand so no one else could use it. Severus quickly turned around and began searching for the bright gold vial of potion to stop Harry's hand from continuing to burn away. I can't find it. He looked over at Harry and saw his hand dripping blood down the side of the sofa. Just when he was going to totally lose it, he spotted a lone gold vial that had rolled under the desk. He raced back to Harry and poured it in his open hand. Immediately the boy's skin stopped burning away, but the muscle and bone were still a raw open wound. Harry woke up with a start and grabbed his hand, screaming out in pain. Then he suddenly fell silent, holding back his screams as he had been taught. Severus could see the pain the boy was in and ran to the cabinet. Throwing the doors open, he seized a cauldron. He grabbed a bottle of silver liquid and quickly poured it in. He ran back to Harry, the liquid sloshing over the top, and stuck Harry's hand in the bowl. Immediately the burning stopped and Harry soon relaxed a little. It took a few moments for him to get his bearings and realize that he wasn't with Uncle Vernon on Privet Drive. He looked around the room and it all came flooding back to him. The wand, the Dementor and the awful burning in his hand. He sat up quickly and looked at Severus. You horrible bastard, you threw a Dementor at me. You stay the hell away from me. I hate you. Send me back to Hogwarts now. Harry was gulping for air, trying to catch his breath. He pulled his hand out of the cauldron to see what had happened to it. As soon as his hand left the soothing silver liquid, it burned fiercely. He stuck his hand back in, feeling trapped and angry over having to stay down in the dungeon with the man who had done this to him. He was so confused and frustrated that this had even happened, just when he thought he found a father. Severus didn't know what to do. This whole thing was his fault. He knew about Harry's greatest fear from the occlumency lessons last year and he used it against him. He didn't even know how to stop himself from doing it. Maybe Harry should get away from him before he did something worse to him. I can't get my anger under control, someone is attacking me. I must get Harry away before I kill him. There was such sadness in his heart at that thought. Severus stood up slowly and made his way over to the fire. He threw some flow powder in and called Dumbledore. Harry needs to go back, Professor, he stated, without any explanation. Dumbledore knew something was wrong but needed more time to find out who was pulling the strings to get Harry sent back to the Dursleys. The place was crawling with ministry officials and there was no place safe to hide Harry. I can't grant that request at this time. I need more time. Please make this work, Severus, for Harry's sake. Before Severus could respond, Dumbledore disappeared. Severus knew it was wrong, but there was a bit of relief in his heart. Harry couldn't believe his ears. I have done everything the old man says and Dumbledore can't lift a finger to help me. Harry was hurt and felt totally betrayed, more alone now than ever before. He knew he couldn't stay with Ron or Hermione, the danger to them was too great. Lupin was out and Sirius, he was gone now too. An overwhelming feeling of frustration and fear filled Harry, making him turn his face into the sofa to hide his tears. Severus was still kneeling by the fire with his head hanging down when he heard Harry cry. It broke his heart to the very core knowing that he was responsible for that. He had to make it up to him. He had to overcome those feelings he had in anger. He owed it to Harry, and deep down he knew if Harry left, he would never change. He got up slowly and walked over to the sofa. He sat down next to the sad boy. Harry, give me another chance. I need you to give me another chance. Something is happening to me and I am not sure what it is. I did not throw that Dementor at you on purpose. Please Harry, stay. Snape placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, then slowly turned his face to him. Harry looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes. I don't want to be alone anymore, but I don't know what I'm doing to make you so angry at me. If you just tell me, I promise I'll try not to do it. Those words touched Snape deeply. Those words were spoken like a child of abuse. This boy had been so traumatized by his life that he continued to put the blame of the abuse on his own shoulders. Severus grabbed Harry's shoulders. Harry, it is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Harry didn't have any choice but to trust in what the professor claimed. And truth be told, he really didn't want to be sent away. After all, Severus was his last hope for family. Snape went upstairs to grab a plate of food for Harry, so he could continue to soak his hand in the silver potion. He was just stepping out of the kitchen door when Aunt Vespa spotted him carrying the plate of food. Great, just what I need now. I guess I don't need to ask who that is for, she said with a sneer. Now that boy has you running around like a house elf and doing his bidding. Tisk tisk, spare the rod, spoil the child. Really Severus, don't you think he is laughing at you behind your back as you run around waiting on him hand and foot? Severus had just about enough of the old hag and wished her to return to her own estate, but he knew better than to say that to her. She could bring down a lot of trouble for him and Harry with all the so-called friends she had in the ministry. He knew all about the shady adoption of Charlotte and how her parents were treated. He heard that they were so traumatized from the experience that they never came out in public anymore. Most people assumed they were horrible people who locked their daughter in a closet and gave her nothing but bread and water. Severus knew the truth. He knew that whatever Aunt Vespa wanted, Aunt Vespa got. She would stop at nothing to get her way. That is why Severus had to make sure Harry was on his best behavior while she was around. He didn't want to give her any excuse to punish him. Severus had felt her punishments firsthand and knew that she took great joy in doling them out. He would never leave Harry in Aunt Vespa's care. So he just said, and a good day to you too, Aunt Vespa. If you do not mind, I have important matters to attend to. He walked past her with black robes billowing behind him and headed back down to the dungeon. Damn that old bat. Vespa watched her nephew walk past her and was not surprised he was acting like a house elf. He had already embarrassed the family by becoming a school teacher. Imagine a Snape wiping snot-nosed kids. She was glad her Sebastian wasn't around to witness that. Down in the dungeon, Harry was still lying on the sofa with his hand in the cauldron. He was looking at the potions book Severus had handed him and trying to figure out how to brew an invisibility potion so he might be able to sneak back to Privet Drive and look for Hedwig. The problem was, he was underage and it was against the rules for him to brew that potion. When he saw Severus coming, he quickly turned to the next page. The last thing he needed was to get into trouble for brewing an illegal potion. Severus placed the food down next to Harry on a small table and encouraged him to eat. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He hadn't kept any food down for days, so the pumpkin pasta was the best food he had ever eaten. Severus sat and watched the boy eat with gusto. He thought about how undernourished Harry was and how he must have gotten that way. The Dursleys had a lot in common with his aunt in the way they viewed raising boys. Harry finished up and decided to see how his hand was feeling out of the potion. He lifted it out and saw the muscle through a very thin layer of skin. It began to burn intensely as soon as it was out of the potion. Professor, what do you think your dad did to that wand? I mean, don't wands get passed down in a wizarding family? At least that's what Ron said. Well, if I am not mistaken, Mr. Potter, that wand was probably meant for me. My father and I didn't see eye to eye. I think he must have used a very ancient, very illegal spell. He wasn't a very understanding man, the potion master said. as he poured more silver potion in the cauldron Harry had his hand in. "Did he know you were a Death Eater?" "Oh yes, he was actually happy that I became one. He was the main reason I joined the Dark Lord. He had no regard for human life, unless it benefited himself." "Did you get along after you joined Voldemort?" Harry was completely intrigued with Snape's family. What kind of father would put a curse like that on a wand meant for his own son? No wonder Snape had always been so snarky and mean. Snape gave Harry a reprimanding look at the mention of the Dark Lord's name but answered him anyway. "Well, for a while we were on speaking terms but soon enough we had a falling out." He didn't say anything else. He looked down at the bottle of potion he was holding and shook his head. Harry didn't know what to say. It sounded like Snape's childhood was worse than his. Severus walked back to his cauldron and continued working on the potion he was making for Harry's hand. It would be a bandage that wrapped around the burned hand that had skin regrowth inside it. That way Harry wouldn't have to sit there all day with his hand in the cauldron, waiting for the skin to grow back. Harry opened the book again and began reading about the invisibility potion. He would need to brew it for 5 hours. He knew Severus wasn't going to let him be on his own for that long without checking up on him. If Severus found out he was brewing an illegal potion, he didn't want to think about how angry he would get. Maybe he could sneak out of bed and brew it tonight. That might work. After Severus wrapped Harry's hand in the bandage, they went back upstairs to get ready for dinner. Aunt Vespa had invited some of Charlotte's friends for supper. This was to be a formal affair. Harry was nervous about doing something wrong during dinner and asked again if he really needed to go. "Vespa hates me anyway, so why would she care if I were there or not? I believe this supper was put together with you in mind. If I am not mistaken, the guests are supposed to be impressed with the fact that Charlotte knows the famous Harry Potter." Harry paled over hearing that. So they just wanted him there to parade around and impress people. Now he really didn't want to go. "I'm not going, Severus. You will attend this affair as my son and act in an appropriate manner at all times. Now get dressed before we are late," Snape commanded. Harry wanted to argue about not going, but Snape swept out of the room so quickly he didn't have a chance. He hated being looked at like a circus sideshow freak. His insides knotted up over the night he would endure. After showering, he stood before the long mirror in his bedroom and looked at the reflection before him. His dress robes were very nice. He had never owned anything that expensive before. His hair was sticking up a little in the back and he couldn't quite get it to lie flat down. He used a little more charmed gel that he had found in the bathroom and managed to get it under control. His hand was stinging, but at least it wasn't burning anymore. Why did he have to feel so nervous? He walked down the long winding stairs and walked into the big formal living room. He stopped at the door and looked around. Across the room, standing by the fireplace, were 3 giggling girls in long fancy dresses. Severus was standing by the bar watching the scene before him, with a sneer on his face and a glass of fire whiskey in his hand. Harry headed over to him. "Ah, Harry, you look presentable," said Severus. "Let us go into the lion's den, shall we?" They walked over to the group of young ladies. Immediately the girls all stopped talking and looked at Harry. Harry wished he were anywhere else but here. He looked down at his shoes. Severus introduced him. "This is my son, Harry." He stuck his arm behind Harry and pushed him towards the young ladies. Charlotte spoke up. "These are my best friends, Alina and Alex." "Nice to meet you," said Harry while he stuck his finger down his collar to loosen it. Immediately the girls began to bombard him with questions. The kind of questions he hated, like about his encounters with Voldemort. Alina actually reached out and touched his scar. Harry pulled his head away and caught sight of Severus watching him with a smirk on his face. Harry gave him a dirty look and turned back to the girls, hoping dinner would begin and the night would end. A loud shrill voice cut in. "Your manners have not improved, Mr. Potter." Harry quickly turned around and saw Vespa sitting in the high-backed chair for the first time. Severus took a step towards Harry. Aunt Vespa was looking at Harry as if he was a blast-ended skewer. I'm not really sure what," stammered out Harry, before he was cut off by a very stern-looking Vespa. "When you enter a room, you should always greet the hostess first. I find your manners truly appalling, but then again I shouldn't be surprised." She wanted to put Harry in his place, the damn mudblood. Look at him showing off in front of pureblood young ladies. Harry had to hold back a sharp comeback that wanted to be let loose. Severus couldn't believe that Vespa would intentionally humiliate Harry in front of guests. Aunt Vespa, you seem to have lost your manners as well. He turned on his heel and asked Harry to help him with drinks. Harry heard a gasp from Vespa but didn't want to look her way. He quickly followed Severus to the bar and helped serve the drinks. Alex and Alina didn't know what to say. Charlotte on the other hand had a very slight smile on her face. She was getting sick and tired of hearing about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, from her best friends. This dinner was put together to make them jealous and tell everyone at school what a lucky girl she was. The girls at her school would be green with envy. Thankfully the butler announced dinner and they all made their way into the dining room. Harry held Aunt Vespa's chair out for her, as instructed by Severus earlier. It took everything in him not to pull it away as she sat her overstuffed bottom down. Harry sat down and looked around at the room. There were long silver candles floating around with long strings of white pearls connecting them. Sprinkled among the candles were large crystal prisms, casting tiny rainbows around the room. The table had candles along the center with tiny magical fairies flitting around them. The effect was quite mesmerizing and Harry began to relax a bit. Then a slow burn began on his scar, steadily intensifying. Harry's scar began to burn. He was sitting at a formal dinner with the nasty Aunt Vespa and 3 giggling girls and he knew this was not going to go over well. Charlotte continued to throw him contemptuous looks as her friends fought for his attentions. The other girls sat staring at him the entire time. It was hard to hide the pain he was in under such scrutiny. He rubbed his scar, pressing his fingers down on it, hoping that would stop the inevitable pain, hoping that this time it would pass quickly. The pain made his eyes water, and he began to feel dizzy. He took deep breaths trying to remain silent as the searing pain intensified. Images not his own began to float about in his head. He knew he wouldn't last much longer before the pain became too much to hide. Severus observed Potter's odd behavior, suddenly comprehending that the boy was in the throes of an attack from the Dark Lord. He saw Potter rubbing at his scar and tears in his eyes. Oh Merlin, not now Harry. The boy was doing a fairly decent job of hiding his pain but Severus knew it was escalating. He could feel the tingle on the dark mark on his own arm beginning to intensify. Harry, I require your help immediately in the dungeons. I overlooked a potion I had started earlier. Please excuse us for a few moments, Snape said to the ladies. He quickly walked over to Harry and pulled his chair back and grabbed his arm. Which was a good thing as Harry began to lose sight from the blinding pain. Severus, you sit down now. How unacceptable to do this to our guests. Vespa growled. Severus ignored her and pushed Harry out the door. He could hear her snarls from behind his back and the whispering from the young ladies. Severus pushed Harry through the door leading to the dungeons and shut it quickly. He no sooner turned back around than saw Potter fall down to his knees and grab his head. There was nothing he could do for this boy but watch as Potter bit his lip to hold the screams in. Severus pulled his wand out and cast a silencing spell. A silencing spell is in effect. There is no need to hold back your cries, Severus said in a guarded tone. These attacks on the boy were unnerving to witness. Harry could see through Voldemort's eyes. Voldemort was so angry, he was ripping apart a room and throwing curses at all the Death Eaters standing around watching. Snape, 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 Voldemort was angry at Severus. Harry could feel it. The pain started to ebb away and he let himself fall the rest of the way to the floor, taking in big gulps of air as he felt the cold stone ground under his cheek. Voldemort was angry at Snape because of him. Another person would be in danger because of him. Severus stood watching, before he knelt down by Harry and touched his arm. Better now? He asked as he took the silencing spells off. Severus, he knows, Voldemort knows. Harry alleged as he lifted his face from the ground, clearly panicking at the new information he had gleaned. Get control of yourself, Potter. Severus snapped, completely lacking the art of comfort. What exactly does the Dark Lord know? About you, Severus. About you and helping me and living here and protecting me. He knows everything. You're not safe, Professor. Harry panted with pain in his eyes. A slight sneer spread across the potion master's face. Of course he knows Potter. Every newspaper in the wizarding world has your story plastered across the front page. My name happens to appear as well. This was inevitable since I am planning on adopting you. Harry leaned up against the wall, looking up at his guardian with shock. You don't care that you're going to have to stop spying. Snape spread out his long arms and shrugged. There are more important ways to help the light side than to spy. You mean looking after me, don't you? Harry said bleakly. He loathed the idea of Snape having to change his whole life around just for him, only to be put in more danger than he was in before. Everyone will find out soon enough. I was hoping it wasn't go. Severus stopped talking and grabbed his arm. He bent his head down and began to block out the pain radiating from the dark mark. Professor, what's happening? Harry asked with fear over the way his guardian was looking. He's calling me. It took a minute, but Harry understood exactly who it was calling Severus back. He watched the professor compose himself. Are you improved? Severus asked, realizing he was more concerned for the boy than from any threat Voldemort posed. I just need to lie down for a few minutes. How do you feel? Is he still calling you? Harry asked as he looked at the arm Severus was guarding. He wanted to see the dark mark but was afraid it would hurt just to look at. I am fine. As a matter of fact, I believe I will walk the grounds and strengthen the protective spells. I do not presume I will be quite so popular with my Death Eater friends any longer, he sneered. Go down to the dungeons and lie down on the sofa. I will be back as soon as possible. Harry nodded, wishing he hadn't put the professor in such a precarious position. He held onto the wall as he descended down into the dungeon, loosening his tie and taking his dress robe off. He threw them on the bench and walked over to the sofa. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he felt better and relaxed. He was taken aback that Severus hadn't seemed bothered by Voldemort finding out about them. His head still reeled with the knowledge that Snape actually found him worthy enough to consider adopting him. What was in it for the professor? He couldn't come up with any good reason why the professor would benefit from this relationship. His mind drifted off to sleep with thoughts of being sent back to the Dursleys when Snape discovered this was all a big mistake. Severus came back a half-hour later and threw his dress robe on the bench next to Harry's. He looked down at the sleeping boy, feeling new emotions he had never felt before. His heart twisted a little over the thought of this boy being sent to save the wizarding world from darkness. Potter would pay a heavy price for the rest of them. He already had paid a heavy price with the loss of his parents and godfather. After much thought, Severus knew it would be up to him, as the boy's father, to give Harry some good memories to take with him into this blasted war. He owed it to the boy, he owed it to Lily. He pulled a chair over to the sofa and sat down by the worn-down Gryffindor. Within minutes he fell asleep too. They didn't mean to sleep through supper and into the early morning, but it seemed they both needed it. Harry and Snape were both asleep in the dungeons until early the next morning. They had slept right through the dinner and into the night. Snape woke when he heard a soft beep from Potter. He looked over at the sleeping boy squirming on the sofa, trapped in another nightmare. Severus thought back to the days when he couldn't stand the sight of the boy. It was hard to believe he had ever felt so adversely towards Potter. Then he remembered when his feelings towards Harry had changed. The day in the infirmary at Hogwarts when Harry had reached his battered hand out to him for comfort. Why would this insufferable child ever think that I could bring him comfort? Severus let his mind travel back to a time when another child had held his hand out for comfort as well. A 10-year-old Severus was in his bedroom playing with his only companion at Snape Manor, his pet snake. He could feel the heavy footsteps coming his way, before he ever heard them. Severus quickly gathered the snake up and stuffed it into the box and pushed it under his bed just as his door flew open. Sebastian stood in the doorway looking down at his pathetic son and wishing he had never been born. You dare to disobey me? He snarled out while walking towards his son. Severus looked up at him with pure terror. He knew he would get beaten for not following the order he was given and had not been able to carry out. Earlier that day his snake had escaped his rooms and had found his aunt in the tea room. The snake somehow managed to crawl into her handbag, and when Aunt Vespa put her hand in the bag the snake had bit it. Severus, father had demanded that Severus be the one to kill the snake by drowning. He wanted the process to take as long as possible, so his son would suffer. Severus couldn't bring himself to do it and planned on hiding his pet under his bed instead. Somehow Sebastian had found out and now Severus would pay a dear price. Sebastian grabbed the boy by his shirt and pulled him up so they were face to face, the boy's legs dangling. Looking at the boy with contempt, he snarled out, "You have been a great disappointment to me and to your great aunt. You are not the child I had hoped for, you are weak and far too much like your mother. You are not worth my time. I no longer consider you to be my son." Severus' heart dropped. What does this mean? You will stay here at the manor until you begin school and then you are not to contact me for anything, nor are you asked for anything. Do not come home for the holidays. He coldly dropped his son to the floor in a heap and turned to walk out of the room. Wait, father, I can change. Severus was kneeling on the floor and held his hand up to his father, not wanting to be left alone. Sebastian turned back to his son and grabbed his hand. He then pulled his wand out of his pocket and the tip became a small flame. With an evil whisper he said, "Let this be a reminder that you are never to address me as father again." With that he took the flaming wand and ground it into his son's hand. Severus tried not to cry, he tried not be weak, but soon he couldn't help himself. A scream that he could no longer hold back ripped through the air and fell on deaf ears. Miggy, their house elf, came running into the room and stopped frozen at the sight. "You are not to touch the boy," Sebastian snarled at the house elf. "I will be leaving on an extended trip and while I am gone you are not to attend to the boy in any way. He will fend for himself." He looked at his pathetic son curled up on the floor and said, "Accio snake." The snake came hurling through the air and landed in his hand. He walked over to the fireplace and tossed the snake in. Then without another word he walked out the door. At that moment, Severus closed his heart down and thus began the cold outer shell that took years longer to form. He lived in the manor taking care of himself, washing his own clothes, foraging for his own food, cooking for himself, until he was thankfully on his way to Hogwarts. Once there he never wrote to his father or saw him for any holiday. His father never sent money for clothes or supplies, but somehow Severus managed. He began to make potions to sell and buy the items he needed. During the summers he stayed at Snape Manor, very much alone. Now years later he had the opportunity to do what he wished had been done for him. He had the chance to become someone different than his father. When he had held Harry's hand in the infirmary something had happened to him. That hard shell began to crack, just a little, but he knew this was a chance to change. That violent reaction he had the other day still reverberated in his mind. Those actions were not from him. He knew he would never consider treating the boy that way. Black magic, it was the only answer. Until he figured out what was wrong with him he knew he had to get the boy away. Snape stood up and walked over to the fireplace, taking a handful of flow powder and throwing it in. "Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore," Snape said. He stuck his head in the green flames and looked around. The room was empty. The portraits were looking at him and Severus said, "Please inform Professor Dumbledore that an emergency has arisen and he must contact me as soon as possible." Snape walked back to his chair by Potter and leaned his head on the workbench to wait for Dumbledore's call. Soon his eyes felt too heavy to remain open. When Harry awoke he saw Severus propped up against the workbench in his chair. Harry decided to explore a little before waking him up. He needed to find out if all the ingredients were here to make the invisibility potion. He pulled the potions book out and searched the cabinet. He found it well stocked with everything he needed. He knew the Aurors were trying to find Hedwig, but he just couldn't give up hope. He wasn't ready to let go of another friend. He had experienced too much loss in such a short time and he knew he couldn't handle any more. That is why he was trying not to imagine the risks involved in sneaking back to Privet Drive using the invisibility potion to hide him. Harry knew if he was caught by Uncle Vernon he was a goner, and if the Ministry caught him he was going back to the Dursleys anyway. Harry tried not to think of actually entering number 4 Privet Doctor. The thought was just too frightening, but if there was any chance Hedwig was there, it would be worth it. He looked back over at Snape and felt a bit guilty for this huge deception. Maybe he should give him a chance, maybe he should talk with him about it. But what if it made Snape angry? I don't want to be around for that again. He finally decided not to risk it and to just do this alone. He stood before Snape and gave a little cough. Snape's eyes flew open and he quickly pulled his wand out while trying to stand. Harry took several steps back. "Whoa, Professor, it's just me." Snape looked around and said coarsely, "Upstairs, Potter, shower and come down to breakfast. I will not be eating with you this morning. I cannot take the chance of harming him again." "Okay. Are you all right, sir?" Harry asked as he eyed him warily. Fine, just go on your way, Potter," Snape retorted with annoyance. No, he would not take any chances of harming the boy again. He would keep his distance from the boy until he found what the curse was. Aunt Vespa and Charlotte were taking breakfast in their rooms, so they were both spared the lecture Severus knew was coming from Vespa, regarding the missed supper last night. Harry showered and changed before heading down to the formal dining room. He felt uncomfortable sitting in there all alone with house elves serving him. He finished off his breakfast as quickly as possible. As Harry finished up breakfast, Snape came into the room. "Did you eat an adequate amount?" Snape asked, knowing how thin the boy was. "I think I ate more this morning than I have all summer." Snape eyed the empty plate, satisfied Potter had eaten a fair amount before replying, "You will need the nourishment for what I have planned for you today." Harry looked up at him with trepidation clearly written on his face. "Not to worry, Potter. I think you might actually enjoy this." He led the boy outside and through the garden. Severus had a surprise waiting for Harry. They walked over to the expansive lawn area and there waiting for Harry was his brand new firebolt. "Brilliant!" yelled Harry as he picked up the broom with a surge of excitement. Harry was just aching to jump on and go. He was just about to kick off when Severus stopped him. "Potter, stay in the safety zone. We do not know who's out there looking for us, but no matter who it is, they won't be looking out for your safety. Understand? Don't be such a worrywart, Professor." Harry laughed with excitement, until he looked into Snape's eyes. "Oops, maybe I shouldn't have answered that way." Yes sir, I'll be safe." Severus wanted to smile at the way the boy was finally starting to let his guard down with him, but continued his stern look. "All right, off you go." Flicking his fingers up, Harry didn't need to be told twice. He kicked off and was soaring up high with pure happiness. He flipped upside down and swooped down close to Severus with a loud whoop. He soared back up at an incredible speed, the wind whipping across his face and hair. It felt so good to feel the power of the speed. He decided to have a little look around while he was up there and try to get a better understanding for the surrounding land. He needed to see how he could sneak out when he was ready to rescue Hedwig. The land was covered in trees with lots of brush and open land. He knew the only way out, without getting caught, would have to be his new firebolt. Once he was out, he would have to head for the closest city and hope for a train, or if he was lucky the night bus would pick him up. This plan just had to work. Then he began to feel guilty, thinking about Severus and all he had done for him. If they were really going to be a true family, shouldn't he start to trust him? Maybe Severus would actually help me. Meanwhile, Snape had walked down into the dungeons and stood in front of a tall-looking glass. He chanted a complicated spell and a small blue light lit the tip of his wand. He placed the wand to his head and watched through the mirror as the spell took hold. The blue light began to circle his head, making a whirring sound and speeding up to a blue blur. The circle of light began to move downward past his neck and to his chest. Snape continued to watch as the light whirred louder. Suddenly, just as the light passed his heart, the light turned green for a flash of a second. If Snape had blinked he would have missed it. But there it was, the green indicating a curse of some sort had indeed been cast on him. The blue light continued down his body until it reached the floor. Once it was at the floor it dissipated. Snape quickly walked over to the shelf in the corner and pulled an old beat-up book down. He scanned through the Dark Arts Potions and Curses book until he found what he had been looking for. A green light had indicated a blood curse that could only have been placed by a blood relative. Was it his vindictive father who had placed it? He continued reading and found that the only way to find what the exact curse was to draw blood from himself and mix it with a complicated potion. Well, that I can do. Snape pulled out the ingredients for the potion and began to wonder what was taking Dumbledore so long to get back to him. He felt it was necessary to send Harry back to the school until he could figure this out. He continued with the task at hand, worried at the results he might find. As he was looking for the last ingredient, tongue of a whistle, he found his potions book opened up and laying on the workbench. He knew for a fact that he had not left it out. He turned the opened book over and saw the page it was open to. Invisibility potion. He knew he hadn't planned on working on that. Potter. Could Potter be planning to brew this? It was illegal for an underage minor to brew. What foolhardy plan did Potter have up his sleeve now? Bloody hell, was he planning on sneaking out? It would be just like the dimwit to be up to his old antics. Snape's anger began to rise. No, fight it. He decided not to seek the imprudent adolescent out until he gave himself a calming draft. In the meantime, he took the ingredients needed for the invisibility potion and locked them in a secret vault behind the picture on the wall of his great-grandfather. He took the calming draft and went to find Potter. Harry must have been flying for quite some time, because when he looked down again, Snape was motioning for him to come back in. He landed with a soft whoosh and jumped off feeling refreshed. Wow, that was incredible. You should see how fast I can go on this thing. Potter, I need to talk with you, Snape said in a clipped tone. Harry had just jumped off his firebolt and had been feeling like his old self once again, that is until he saw the look on Snape's face. Snape had been standing on the edge of the rolling lawn by the elaborate water fountain with his arms folded in front of him. His face showed a stern look which Harry had come to recognize as trouble. Potter, I require a discussion with you, Snape said in clipped tones. The invigorating firebolt ride had been good for Harry's self-confidence. If he couldn't even face his potions teacher, how was he supposed to face Death Eaters? While on his broom, he had decided that he was going to rescue Hedwig at all costs and face down his revolting uncle as well, if it came to that. After much debate, he thought he would let Snape in on the plan and see if he might help. Follow me into my laboratory, Snape said as he assessed the boy. Harry's coloring looked better than it had since before he left for the summer. He actually looked healthier, as healthy as you could look after the ordeal he had been through. Snape noticed the boy eyeing him with trepidation. He thought he would put him at ease. How did you find your ride, Mr. Potter? It was brilliant. If I get to play Quidditch again this year, this broom will be my secret weapon, Harry exclaimed, still feeling the adrenaline from his ride. What do you mean, if you get to play this year? Why wouldn't you play? You do know I was banned from ever playing again, don't you? Mr. Potter, you will find that there will be, shall we say, certain advantages to becoming my ward. And one of those advantages is that future dark arts teachers will have to face me if they choose to treat you unfairly, Snape said with a curled lip and look of indignation. How dare that ridiculous woman tell his ward what he could and could not do? Snape almost felt like smiling at the look Harry was giving him. Perhaps the boy will begin to trust a little more. But what about Umbridge's ban, sir? Umbridge, do you honestly think Umbridge is in any position to uphold that ban? Sneered the professor. I don't want you to get in any more trouble because of me, Harry said, but still hoped for the best. Snape stopped walking and looked Harry in the eyes. I will not have you sitting on the sidelines while someone with fewer abilities on a broom claims your position. As far as I am concerned, Umbridge's ban means nothing. If you want to play, then you shall play. I will not allow a puffed-up bat to tell me what my son may or may not do. With that said, Snape walked ahead of Harry with robes billowing behind. Yes, maybe Snape wasn't going to be such a bad guardian after all. Harry was already planning his first secret move on getting the snitch against Malfoy. As they descended down the stone steps, the air became cooler and smelled slightly damp. Snape opened the door to his lab and allowed Harry to walk through before closing it once again. The professor walked over to his workbench and turned on his heel to face the boy. Harry looked up at the professor and saw that he was holding a small vial in his fingers. He bucked up his courage and decided to go through with confiding his plan. Professor, I need to talk with you too. Snape held a hand up and said, Wait, Potter, I must speak first. He uncorked the calming draft and finished off the last of it. He did not want to cut Harry off, but he did not want to take any chances of losing control before he had a chance to tell the boy about the curse. The effects were immediate as he began to relax. Harry shifted his weight and dropped his gaze, losing a little of that Gryffindor bravery. Snape spoke in a cool, collected voice, albeit a little slower than usual due to the calming draft. "Potter, I have just discovered that I am indeed under a curse. I am not sure which one it is, but I am in the process of finding out." Snape held his wand out to Harry. "Take this, Potter." Harry hesitated. It was unheard of for a professor to hand his wand over to his student. Snape grabbed Harry's hand and placed the wand in it. Harry tentatively held the wand, almost as if it were a live snake. "You see, Potter, I cannot control my anger towards you. At the slightest provocation it is set off like wildfire. I do not wish to harm you. That had never been my intent when I decided to take custody of you. That is why you must leave." Snape looked at Harry's eyes and saw the confusion and betrayal. "But, wait, I can try harder. I'm not sure." Snape abruptly cut him off. "No, Potter, it is not your fault. Do you not understand? It is a curse and I have no control over it. I have imparted my wand to you lest I lose control and harm you further. If you see that I am unable to control my emotions, you must place me under a body-binding spell and call Dumbledore immediately." Harry didn't know what to say. He pocketed Snape's wand and hoped it would never come to that. But was this all true? Or did Snape just get tired of taking care of him? "I am trying to get you out of here as quickly as possible, but the headmaster has not returned my call. I cannot call anyone else without being detected by the ministry. We are really in quite a quandary, as it were." Snape folded his arms in front of him, keeping his eyes on Harry. The boy's emotions were so readable. He could tell Potter was blaming himself once again. "Sir, what if I promise not to make you angry again and," Harry begged, dignity long forgotten. Once again Snape cut him off. "Stupid child, are you not listening?" He spun on his heel, facing away from his young charge, and placed his hands flat on the workbench. Was the boy trying to be obtuse, or was he really ignorant of the facts just explained to him? Harry's heart sunk, but he tried not to let his face show how he was feeling. It hadn't taken long for Snape to tire of him too. What was all that talk about? The advantage of becoming his son, about? He felt so stupid. Of course Snape didn't really want to follow through with the adoption. In a quieter tone Snape continued, "Harry, you must understand that you are in danger." It all sounded like a big joke to Harry. The professor seemed perfectly fine right now. Why didn't he just come out and tell him to get out? He didn't need to go through this game. Harry took a deep breath and wished that he had had time to make the invisibility potion before. "Sorry, Professor. I'll leave when you want. I should go up and pack. Or do you wish for me to leave the clothes you bought behind?" Harry had whispered the last part and was looking down at his shoes, now feeling completely pathetic. Snape felt the boy still hadn't appreciated his intent. He turned back around and saw the boy's shoulders slumped and head hanging. He merely wished the boy to leave temporarily, just until the curse was under control. Harry suddenly looked up into Snape's eyes and saw the false concern. He had enough of this game and gave a little smirk. To hell with Snape. He didn't need all those clothes or anything else from the man. "I really didn't need all that stuff anyways. I mean, I think it's pretty ridiculous to have 10 pairs of pajamas when I sleep in a t-shirt and sweatpants. I hope you don't get mad, but I gave those pajamas to your house elf. And some of those jumpers look like something my Aunt Petunia would wear," Harry spat out with anger. "Potter, it is obvious you have not understood this conversation." Snape bent his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What's wrong with the boy?" "Oh yeah, I'm not as dim as you think I am, Snape." Harry was getting tired of this roller coaster ride with the professor. What kind of trick was this anyway? Snape wanted to explain again, but felt the calming draft had not worked as well as he had anticipated. He began to feel on edge and worried that he might lose control if he spent much more time with the boy. "Pack whatever you wish. Just go." Harry looked towards the workbench, trying to eye the potions book. If he just had that potion, then maybe his plan to save Hedwig might still work. Snape saw the direction the boy's eyes had flicked and remembered the little talk he had planned for Harry regarding the invisibility potion. "Potter, I truly hope you are not so dim-witted as to make an illegal potion. Whatever ridiculous scheme you might have planned will not work. Harry had had enough. First the professor wanted to kick him out and now he was calling him names and shooting down a plan that he knew nothing about. You know, Professor, if you wanted me to leave, you just needed to come out and tell me. And as far as my ridiculous scheme, you would know nothing about saving a friend because you have never had one. How dare the boy talk to him in that manner? Insolent, impertinent boy. Snape could no longer focus on the words that were said but only on the surge of heated emotions coming from within himself. The anger coursed through him stronger than before and much quicker this time. The anger overtook the professor before he even had time to warn Harry. Snap lunged at the boy, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Harry hadn't moved quickly enough and the professor now had hold of him and had just raised his fist in the air. Harry grabbed the wrist of the hand holding his shirt collar. The professor froze as he looked into Harry's eyes. Emerald green eyes. Severus, don't do this, please. Harry looked directly into Snape's foggy eyes. Snape felt a tiny connection to the boy through the dark magic that almost completely overtook him. Snape harshly pushed Potter away from him and growled out one word, "Run." Harry flew back and slammed against the wall but held his balance. He kept his eyes on Snape and couldn't hide his look of absolute betrayal. Turning and running up the stairs, taking two at a time and out the dungeon door, he stormed through the kitchen and out the back door. He headed straight to the only place he felt at peace, his firebolt. With or without the invisibility potion he was going to save his constant companion, Hedwig. Why did he ever trust the man? After several moments without Harry in the room, Snape used his occlumency skills to pull himself back to reality. He took several deep breaths and felt he might be under control once more. He had almost lost control again. The boy must be sent away. He sat down heavily in the closest chair and dropped his head into his hands. Why did this have to happen now, when he was so close to gaining the boy's trust? The look on the boy's face would haunt him for days. He decided to continue on with the potion to detect exactly what curse this was, before seeking out Harry again. He wasn't cut out for this teenage angst. The boy could probably use some time to let the words he spoke to him sink in a little. It seemed to Severus that Potter hadn't fully grasped the conversation correctly and might be feeling hurt. Maybe with some time and especially after this latest display he might work through it and come to realize he was telling the truth. Severus began the potion. Just as he was adding the last ingredient in the potion, the flow turned green. About bloody time, Dumbledore. Severus made his way to the fire and knelt down before it. He saw the headmaster's head in the green flames. Severus, are you alone? I only have a few minutes as the flow is being watched closely. Yes. The boy is brooding outside as we speak, Severus mocked, angry the headmaster had taken so long to get back to him. He could see Dumbledore's mouth turn down with disappointment. It seems that the ministry is still being pushed by a very powerful wizard to have Harry return to the Dursleys, Albus stated, getting right to the point. How can that be, Professor? Hasn't the public been outraged by Potter's circumstances? Yes, Severus, very much so, but the ministry still wants to get control of Harry. Hogwarts is crawling with officials and every flow is under high security. Even the Grangers and Weasleys have had their flows monitored and owls intercepted. Do not apparate out of the safe zone, they will detect that as well. Professor, that puts us in quite a conundrum then. Snape didn't know how to tell the professor about the curse but in the end decided to just give it to him straight. After careful research, I regret to inform you that I have found myself to be cursed with an old dark arts blood curse that at this moment is running through my veins. If Potter provokes me in the slightest, I lose control of my ability to hold back my anger. It is as if the floodgates have opened and I cannot stop them. It is imperative that Mr. Potter leave my presence immediately. Snape tried to control his voice but failed. He needed to impress Dumbledore with his desperate plea to get Harry away and quickly. Severus, have you harmed the boy? Dumbledore's voice had an angry edge to it. He knew that Severus had problems controlling his emotions towards the boy, but now with a curse on top of that, the situation was grave. At this point, not beyond repair, but I can make no promises the next time it happens. That is very grim news indeed. Dumbledore paused before saying, is your aunt still residing with you? Yes, the old bat has not yet tired of my company, Snape said with sarcasm. Well, then you must hand Mr. Potter's care over to her, until this problem can be rectified. Huh? Professor Dumbledore, you obviously do not know my great aunt. She would just as soon lock the boy in his room and throw the key away. No, she mustn't have control over Potter. Severus, we are in desperate times here. Dumbledore had more bad news to convey. Severus, at this time the lands surrounding your manor are crawling with ministry officials and as of last night, Death Eaters as well. Several of your neighbors have been targeted and the dark mark has been seen. They have honed into the area you are in and are desperately trying to find you. Unfortunately, both sides are looking for you and most especially for Harry. It is impossible to move Harry or even to have him pass through the flow undetected. The headmaster looked bleak as he was beginning to think of a solution. Severus, do you think you could keep from hurting Mr. Potter again? Do I have a choice? Sneered Snape. Unfortunately, I wish I could offer you assistance, but it is not possible to move Harry. I've already exhausted my supply of calming draft to keep from harming him anymore, and that only gave me a few extra minutes before I lost control. I really cannot be in the same vicinity as the boy. I suppose I will have to lock myself in the dungeon until I find the antidote, Severus said as he silently calculated the time it would take to brew the potion. Dumbledore hesitated before asking, Severus, have you spoken with Harry about the night you found him at the Dursleys yet? No, I did not feel he was up to that particular horror as of late. Well, you must discuss the abuse he suffered at the hands of his relatives with him. Our only hope is to bring formal charges against the Dursleys in the Wizard Court or they will get custody. We must prepare Harry to speak about the atrocities he suffered to the Wizarding Child Protective Services. If he decides not to tell about the events that took place at the Dursleys, then we risk the chance of losing him, Severus. Albus, I can't take the chance of losing him. I've grown rather attached to the boy, Severus said. He'd be damned if he would let the Dursleys get their hands on Potter again. Well then, that should give you incentive to find the antidote for that curse of yours and then get Harry to open up to you. Dumbledore was trying to sound much more optimistic than he felt. Yes, I will not sleep until I fix this, Snape said as he thought about the look of betrayal Harry had given him earlier again. Fine, I will contact you as soon as possible. And Severus, good luck with the task at hand, Dumbledore said and then disappeared from the fire. Severus walked back to his potion, knowing that he truly would not sleep until he solved this mystery. He picked up the ladle and stirred it 3 times counterclockwise. He then rolled up his sleeve and picked up a sharp knife. He pricked his arm with the knife and slowly blood dripped into the cauldron. It began to bubble as he watched with concentration. Harry ran out to the lawn area and jumped onto his firebolt. He was determined to leave this place immediately. He kicked off and soared up in the air. Slow down and get control. He knew exactly where he wanted to make his exit from. As he headed towards the edge of the safety zone, he began to hear a chime. What the hell was that ringing that could suddenly be heard? He moved back towards the manor and the chimes stopped. It must have been some sort of warning signal. As he flew towards the edge of the safety zone, he began to see a pink glow and looked around and noticed it was the protection barrier that Snape had cast. He hadn't seen it earlier but then remembered that he hadn't flown that close to the barrier. He circled the entire perimeter hoping to find an opening that did not ring. The last thing he needed was a demented Snape on his tail. After a good hour of circling the estate, he finally came to the conclusion that he would just have to fly right through the barrier and out to freedom. He decided to fly out over the rolling lawn, over a clump of trees and tall hedge. He aimed his broom and headed straight for the barrier. The closer he came to freedom, the louder the ring. Whatever that ringing was, it was not going to stop him from saving Hedwig. He picked up speed and was heading straight for the pinkish glow. Faster, faster he sped through the air until he could hardly catch a breath, his body hugging the broom. The pink glow was getting closer. Harry shut his eyes as he was about to pass through, the bells ringing incredibly loud now in his ears. Slam. Harry never knew what hit him. The barrier not only kept people out but it apparently also kept people in as well. He flew back off his broom and hurtled out of the sky towards the ground. He suddenly remembered Snape's wand and cast the same spell Dumbledore had when he had fallen off his broom at a Quidditch game. Arresto momentum. The Gryffindor yelled in a panic as he pointed Snape's wand at himself. The spell slowed him down enough so when he landed into a large hedge it was just enough to buffer against serious damage. He sat up warily and tried to assess the damage to himself. His arms and legs had deep scratches, but other than that he was remarkably okay. Now what? He made his way out of the hedge and felt around the grass for his glasses, finally finding them broken and bent. Great, now he couldn't even find his way back. He searched for the broom holding the broken eyeglasses to his eyes and saw it hanging in a tree. Accio firebolt. Harry held out his hand and the broom flew into it. He looked at his new firebolt and wanted to cry in frustration. The beautiful broom was crumbled into several pieces. He had even managed to ruin a gift from someone who had actually liked him for who he was. Remus had always been so kind. Then he thought about Snape and his lie to get rid of him. Bloody hell, why hadn't this worked out? Why did he have to ruin everything? Harry dropped down to his knees on the grass, holding onto his broom. The impact of the barrier to his head had made him dizzy. He began to take deep breaths to stop the spinning, but that wasn't working. He tried to stand up, but the spinning worsened and he fell back down to the grass, finally losing consciousness. Severus was watching the cauldron carefully and waiting for the color to change. Finally, after several minutes, it turned a putrid green and yellow smoke billowed upwards. He opened up the dark arts book and found the answer he had been looking for. The curse was beyond any evil curse he could have imagined. He read what the curse entailed. Familia Destructo. A curse that must be made by a family member against a blood family member. The curse begins the day a child is born or an adoption is to take place. The person cursed will be provoked by the slightest anger, which will be multiplied by hundreds, thus giving the cursed family member an uncontrollable urge to harm, kill the child. The curse is given by drinking the blood of the cursor along with a potent hex that will be in the bloodstream for life. The only known antidote is a complicated potion that must be brewed within the first month the curse takes effect. This curse is usually cast to keep an inheritance from being. Snape stopped reading and sat heavily on the stool. No, I can't believe it. He opened the book again and searched out the complicated potion and began to gather the ingredients. His heart was racing and he was still in shock. How could his own father do that? Did he really hate him so much? His head was still spinning as he began to prepare the ingredients. He worked methodically while trying to push his feelings for his father away, failing miserably. Who had his father planned to leave the estate to? Blasted man, why didn't he just disinherit him instead of casting the curse? Severus thought of Harry and what he had almost done to him. The thought concerned him more than he would have liked. He was actually starting to have real, paternal feelings for the young Gryffindor and didn't want anything to stand in the way of the adoption. The potion bubbled and an awful metallic smell began to fill the room. I've smelled this metallic once before, but when? Suddenly, the barrier alarm went off, filling the dungeon with the sound of a shrill bell. Snape took the cauldron off the fire and reached for his wand. Where the hell was his wand? Then he remembered, I gave it to Potter. Suddenly Snape heard the barrier alarms go off. He quickly ran up the stairs and out the back door. He went to grab for his wand and suddenly realized it was gone. He had given it to the boy. Kinsey, come immediately. Kinsey stood before Snape with a pop. Go find Mr. Potter and retrieve my wand. Make haste. Kinsey nodded and disappeared with another pop. Snape was anxious as he waited for his wand. Someone or something had tried to break the barrier, and that meant that someone knew they were there. He would need to make sure Potter was hidden away and had some sort of escape plan in place for him. Pop. Kinsey could hardly catch her breath. Master, please. Mr. Harry Potter, he be hurt, sir. Where Kinsey? Where is he? Take me to him. Snape held onto Kinsey's small bony shoulder as she apparated both of them to the edge of the property. Harry was in a heap on the ground with his broken firebolt clutched in his hands. Snape swooped down and grabbed his wand lying by the unconscious boy. He looked around and saw no intruder as he held his wand up and checked the protection barrier. Snape felt greatly responsible for the condition the boy was in. He was supposed to take care of Potter, and once again he was hurt. Investigating the barrier once more, he came to realize that it had not been compromised. This didn't add up. Why was the boy hurt, and exactly who set the alarm off and attacked him? Snape quickly knelt down next to Harry and rolled him on to his, carefully touched the angry purple bruise on the boy's forehead, then felt around his head for any other contusions. Not finding any, he ran his hands down Harry's arms and legs, feeling for broken bones. Other than the deep scratches, the boy's limbs looked to be fine. He checked for any internal damage by running his wand over the unconscious teen. Finding no damage, he decided to bring him into the house. Kinsey, I'm going to apparate us back to Mr. Potter's rooms. I will require you to tend to him while I retrieve some healing potions. Severus carefully placed his arm under Harry's shoulders and pulled him closer, intending to stand while holding the injured boy. Just then Harry's eyes flew open, and seeing who was holding him, he unsteadily scrambled away, still clutching his firebolt to him. Snape bent forward and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Harry, are you hurt? Harry shook his head and pulled away from Snape's touch. Severus looked him over and was vexed at the boy's sudden reaction to his touch. Obviously, Potter was still angry at him and had deeper resentment at being sent away than Severus had thought. How did this happen? Were you attacked? Severus asked, watching the boy look down once more. No, Harry answered as he sat up and quickly looked around as if planning to flee. No intruder. Then how did Potter get hurt? Potter, give me your broom. Harry held it tighter and shook his head again. Snape looked at the broken firebolt Harry was still clutching and knew the broom was not supposed to break due to a spell that was cast on the broom. Then he remembered Dumbledore had wisely cast a powerful spell on the barrier surrounding the estate that would render any magical object trying to break the barrier useless. The only way for the firebolt to break would have been for it to make powerful contact with the barrier. Snape peeled Harry's fingers off the firebolt and looked at the broom carefully. It took a moment, but it all came together in the end. Potter was trying to leave and crashed headlong into the barrier. Of all the asinine things for even him to do, what had made him so desperate to leave? Potter, did you try to leave? Snape demanded harshly. He was trying to push the anger down, careful to stopper up his emotions but failing miserably. Harry didn't feel he needed to justify his actions to Snape. What the hell do you care? You wanted to get rid of me anyway, so I thought I might help you with that. The nerve of the boy addressing him in that fashion. This boy really did have problems with adhering to the rules, not giving a thought to the consequences of his actions. Insolent, stubborn boy, he had no right to speak with that defiant attitude and no right to put himself in danger. Kinsey, take the boy and lock yourselves in his room before I harm him again. Do not open the door. Snape felt the angry surge getting stronger. No, Harry shouted. He was going to say more but looked up at Snape's eyes and quickly clamped his mouth closed. Kinsey began to wring her hands and stepped closer to Harry. Now Kinsey. Snape was barely holding on to reality. Kinsey quickly grabbed Harry's arm and they were gone with a loud pop. That obtuse boy was pushing him to his limits. Of all the mindless things to do in this state of emergency. Even if he hadn't had this curse running through him, Severus thought he might have cuffed the boy for this latest exploit. He was used to Potter's escapades, but this was beyond his realm of futility. Snape checked the barrier one more time and headed back to his lab. His mood became calmer now that Potter was not with him. He hoped that the antidote had not been ruined since he had to pull it off the fire sooner than it called for. That would be regretful, as he knew he did not have enough of the ingredients to make another batch. As he was walking back towards the manor, he saw the boy standing at his bedroom window on the second floor, with his head in his hands. There was a slight pull at Snape's once hardened heart as he continued watching the boy in the window. Harry had been through so much, it's no wonder the boy couldn't trust anyone. This is definitely not the self-assured Gryffindor that used to strut around the hallways as if he owned them. The abuse he had suffered must have been horrific for such a drastic change to have happened so quickly. Snape thought back to the rather shell-shocked youth who had left on the train for his summer holiday. Even before the boy's uncle abused him, the child needed to recover from the loss of that mangy mutt, Black. Then having to go home and endure being tortured by the people who were supposed to be caring for you had pushed the boy past endurance. He had no idea the youth would be returning a completely different boy. A boy suffering from the symptoms of severe. The way that Harry flinched and stepped back whenever he moved too quickly had been a change from the once challenging, confrontational boy. What exactly did they do to you? Severus really didn't want to know, but knew he had to know in order to help the child recover. He had a slight glimpse of the horror when he had to help Harry out of his fever-induced unconscious state, but had a feeling that was just the tip of the iceberg. Harry was utterly mortified. Not only had his plan failed miserably, but Snape had found out about it too. Why didn't anything work out the way it's supposed to? Now he was a virtual prisoner and had no chance of saving Hedwig. Once again he felt that he would be failing a friend. I should have sent Hedwig away. I'm so stupid. I knew the Dursleys hated me and I kept Hedwig with me for my own reassurance. I've done it again, I deserve this. Harry thought about Severus and the way he had changed his mind about keeping him. It actually made sense to the Gryffindor that the professor should change his mind. The guilt overrode any common sense left in Harry, making him sink deeper in despair. The worst part was that he had thought that he was going to become a part of a family, and now Snape didn't even want him. As unlikely as it seemed, Snape had been Harry's last hope of a family. Harry felt that hope quickly slipping away. Snape entered his dungeon and knew without looking, the antidote was spoiled. He could smell the sulfur in the air instead of the metallic that the potion was supposed to smell like. With a flick of his wand, the potion disappeared and the smell dissipated quickly. Merlin, he didn't have any root of Hespian left. The antidote required that particular ingredient, and the only place he knew he could find was in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Now what? He walked over to the fireplace and threw flow powder in. He would just have to have Dumbledore get it for him. Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore's office, Snape said. He stuck his head in the green flames and then quickly pulled his head back out. The room was crowded with ministry officials. Did they see him? Snape stood up and thought about a new plan of action. He knew he had to have that ingredient to make this potion work. I don't have a choice. I have to apparate back to Hogwarts. What to do with Potter though? Aunt Vespa. The relationship between the professor and his aunt had been a strained one, to say the least. As a child, Severus specifically remembered his aunt encouraging his father to punish him, and in a very harsh way. Vespa had always told Severus that she did it because she wanted to make Severus better and stronger. As a young child, he didn't want to believe her, but in his naive mind he did believe her. She represented a person who his father adored, and therefore a person a young Severus wished to please. Now he saw her for who she was. A self-indulged, spoiled woman without any patience for inconvenience. So, it was with great trepidation that Severus decided he had no other choice but to leave Harry in her care. If all went well, it would be no longer than an hour. With Kinsey in attendance, he was slightly more reassured that Harry would be taken care of. He felt there just wasn't any other choice. Snape quickly walked up the stairs to search for his aunt. He found her lounging in her suite of rooms with Charlotte in attendance. Vespa was sitting on a green silk sofa with her feet propped up on a velvet stool, sipping a hot tea and watching Charlotte chastise her house elf mercilessly. "Excuse me, Aunt Vespa. May I have a word with you?" This was a last resort for Severus. Charlotte and the house elf quickly looked over at Severus while Vespa took her time looking up from her tea. Vespa glared over her china cup at her nephew and replied haughtily, "How dare you come beg for forgiveness at the rude behavior you displayed at supper? You and that orphan boy should feel honored that we came to stay at Snape Manor. Instead you treat me with disdain and walk out of a dinner that was important to Charlotte." Vespa reached over and grabbed Charlotte's hand. Charlotte looked up at Snape with big sad eyes, fully acting the part of a wounded child. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Aunt Vespa, I must apologize for my untoward behavior. I can only plead inanity for forgetting that important potion left on the fire. You know we are in desperate times right now, and that potion was very important." "Fine, what is it that you need, Severus?" Vespa thought the man looked impatient as she watched him wring his hands. "So unlike my nephew, had the curse begun already? Very good indeed. Vespa, I must leave for a short period of time. I just found out that we are in more danger than I had anticipated, and I must make a certain potion to solve this. At the present time the estate is surrounded by those wishing us harm. The estate is under a protective barrier and you should be safe inside." "Well, I should hope so. I would hate to think that Charlotte is in any danger." Vespa patted Charlotte's hand, comforting the girl. "This brings me to a favor I must ask of you. Harry is confined to his rooms at this time, and I would be most grateful if you would watch over him if anything should happen while I am gone. I would need you to apparate Harry out of here should there be a compromise in the barrier. The alarms will go off to give you enough time to apparate to Hogsmeade." "Why is the boy confined to his rooms? The mudblood probably tried to steal the silver." "That is not important at this time. The last thing Snape needed was a lecture on Harry Potter." "There you go again. You are being ill-mannered, Severus, and I will not stand for it." Vespa slammed down the delicate teacup, then ignored the mess it made on the silk tablecloth. Snape didn't have time for Aunt Vespa's temper tantrums. Very well, I will tell you. The boy tried to leave the estate without permission. Where on earth was he trying to go? Well, apparently he feels his owl is still alive and that his uncle has possession of her. But do not worry yourself about Mr. Potter. He will be fine contemplating his erroneous behavior in his room. Now I must ask if you would be so kind as to watch over him for a short time. Snape made sure to keep his voice respectful. Vespa was overjoyed. It was as if her stupid nephew was handing the boy over to her on a silver platter. This is just too good. Well, I suppose I could assist the boy if need be. Vespa had a difficult time refraining from smiling. He is not allowed out of his room and no one should go visit him. Snape looked at Charlotte to make sure she understood, unless of course there is an emergency. If I fail to return by nightfall, please call Professor Dumbledore in his office at Hogwarts. The only working flow is the one down in my laboratory. The password is Gillyweed. Do not use it unless you are in mortal peril. The flow is being watched by the Ministry and others. Yes, Severus. You have turned into quite a mother hen, haven't you? She couldn't help taunting her pathetic nephew as he worried over the stupid boy. Very well, I should be back within the hour. Snape gave the woman another glance, noticing her bemused look, then gave a slight bow and turned on his heel, heading down the hall. Snape decided not to tell Potter he was leaving as he thought the boy might try to flee again, once Snape left the estate. It would be just like the Gryffindor. When this curse is gone, I will give that boy a thorough lecture on responsibility that he will not soon forget. Snape walked out to the edge of the estate carrying his broom and lifted his wand in front of him. He made a hole in the barrier and stepped through it. He quickly turned around and sealed it shut again. He straddled the broom and kicked off, flying over the trees. The professor quickly cast an invisibility charm on himself. Snape looked around at the surrounding lands and could see no one in the vicinity. Maybe they gave up looking. But he knew that was not the case. He was sure they were out there just watching and waiting. Once Snape was far enough away from the safety zone, he apparated to Hogsmeade and flew the remaining way to Hogwarts. He thought once again about the smell of the potion but couldn't put his finger on where he had smelled that before. He just couldn't get that smell out of his memory and knew it was important that he remember. Harry was pacing in his bedroom trying to come up with another plan to save Hedwig. At this point he felt he didn't have anything left to lose. He glanced over at Kinsey wringing her hands in the corner and began to wonder if she might not help him. Just as he was about to broach the subject, there was a soft knock on the door. Definitely not Snape with a knock like that. Kinsey sprung into action and ran to the door. Who is out there? She whispered in a panic while looking over at Harry with fear in her eyes. It's just me, Charlotte. I've come to check on Harry. Could you please open the door? No, Master would not be wanting you in here, Kinsey said with uncertainty. I am a guest in my cousin's home, Charlotte spat in an irate tone. As such, I demand to be treated with respect. Suddenly Charlotte changed the pitch of her voice as if rethinking her attitude towards the elf. I have to tell Harry something important, little elf. Please let me in, she continued in a syrupy sweet voice. The house elf looked uncertain. Just let her in, Kinsey. Snape didn't say to keep everyone out. Harry would listen to what she had to say and then ask her to leave. Slowly Kinsey unlocked the door and pulled it open, revealing a teen with a very condescending look on her face. She swept into the room, purposely bumping into Kinsey on her way in. Get me some tea, elf. The last thing Charlotte wanted was Snape's house elf hearing what she planned on telling Harry. The elf stood nervously looking from one teen to the next, not sure what to do. He's gone, elf. Severus left, so you need not worry about disobeying him. Now go get my tea and bake some crumpets as well, before I kick you out of here. It was so hard to stay sweet when your servants were so defiant. If she had been in her own home, this elf would have been kicked down the stairs by now. It's okay, Kinsey, Harry said reassuringly. Kinsey left with a backward glance. Charlotte shut the bedroom door and slowly turned back to face Harry, changing her sneer to that of a melodious expression. She had a job to do and failure would not be tolerated by her aunt. Harry, do you know that Severus left the estate? Harry didn't say anything. He watched her with caution clearly written on his face. Charlotte sidled up next to Harry, using all of her teenage allure to get him to trust her. Cousin Severus can be so severe at times. He truly scares me. Does he scare you? Scare me? Hardly. Well, maybe a little. Oh Harry, he told me that you were trying to leave and how he wasn't going to help you. I just think he's so mean. Charlotte said in a concerned voice. He also said that he was going to keep you locked up for days, just to teach you a lesson. Locked up? Harry glanced at the door. Yes, he left to get some special magical locks that you won't be able to break out of. Harry was furious. How could Snape even think he was better at being a father than Uncle Vernon? I'm not sticking around here any longer. Harry grabbed his cloak and headed for the door. Wait, maybe I can help. Where were you trying to go? Charlotte, you wouldn't understand. Harry turned his back on the girl and was going to head down to the dungeon and try to find something to blast open the barrier. Wait Harry, maybe I will understand. Maybe I can even help you. I know the password to get you out of here. Harry stopped. It would be a lot easier than blowing up the barrier. He slowly turned and faced Charlotte, watching her expression go from anxious to a bright smile. I need to get back to Little Whinging and find my owl at my uncle's. I know it sounds stupid, but she's all I have left. That doesn't sound stupid at all. Charlotte couldn't believe he confided in her so quickly. He must be truly desperate. I can help you get there. She bounced up and down on her toes in excitement. Does the password break the barrier? No, actually my aunt knows the password to the flow. I know Aunt Vespa will help you. No way was he going to trust that troll. Now he felt stupid for telling Charlotte. Charlotte, please don't tell her I'm trying to leave, please, he'd beg if he had to. Harry, you must trust me on this. Aunt Vespa just loves pets, and if there is any way of saving yours, I know she would help. I promise you Harry that she will get you to Little Whinging. Why don't you let us help you? Harry couldn't believe he was having this conversation with the spoiled little princess, but he really didn't have any other plan and he didn't have anything to lose at this point. Charlotte, if this is a trick, it's not Harry. I give you my wizard's promise that you shall get to Little Whinging. Harry knew better than to trust her, but what's the worst that could happen? Snape hated him anyway and he didn't really care what Vespa thought of him. He slowly nodded his assent. Charlotte practically skipped out of the room to her aunt. Harry would be out of her life and away from her inheritance forever. While she was gone, Harry began to rethink his decision to let Vespa help. Within minutes the toad-like woman had swept into his room with long purple robes flowing behind. So, you need my help, do you, boy? It was going to be effortless to get rid of the mudblood. I need to get back to my uncle's without him finding out. He has my owl. This was a long shot but worth a try. Yes, I used to have an owl that I would risk anything for. How noble of you. Manipulating the boy was easier than she thought it would be. Well, she means a lot to me. Maybe Vespa's wasn't so bad. Harry felt guilty for having such evil thoughts about her now. Then let's not waste any time, boy. Severus will be back soon and I know you don't wish to get caught. And I don't want to get caught either. Harry looked at her in astonishment. Vespa turned around and headed down the hallway towards the dungeon. Severus informed me the only flow working is the one down in his laboratory. She opened the dungeon door and began making her way downstairs, the cold air hitting them as they descended. But how am I going to get there undetected? Harry asked as his mind raced with the excitement of finding his owl. Oh, Severus gave me the secret password before he left. Just in case we had visitors. I'll have you pop into your relations and grab the owl and then I will open the flow from here so you can come back. She turned around and gave Harry a little wink. It made sense to Harry, but this was just too easy. Why hadn't Snape done this for him? It all was happening so fast that Harry didn't even have time to think this through properly. Before he knew what was happening, Vespa had grabbed him by the back of his cloak and tossed flow powder into the fire. She yelled, "Number 4 Privet Drive," and quickly pushed Harry into the green flames. It suddenly occurred to Harry as he was spinning through thousands of fireplaces, that he hadn't given Vespa the address. How did she know? He didn't have time to contemplate that thought. Harry suddenly tumbled out of the fire and landed on the floor of number 4 Privet Drive. Harry suddenly tumbled out onto the floor of number 4 Privet Drive. He quickly stood up and looked around for his relatives. He could hear voices coming from the backyard and he could smell barbecue chicken. Harry got down onto his hands and knees and crawled over to the staircase so the Dursleys would not spot him from the backyard. He quickly scrambled up the stairs and ran to his old bedroom. When he pushed the bedroom door open, he stopped at the threshold and looked inside at the tiny room. His stomach dropped and he felt a rush of fear. He was shocked to see that the room hadn't changed one bit. The blood on the floor had dried to a brownish color and the bed sheets were still bunched up on the floor by his bed. An image of his uncle flashed in his mind. "You're worthless and no one will ever want you, you freak." Harry broke out in a cold sweat and forced himself to take a step into the room. Turn and face the wall. Oh God, stop thinking about him. Harry slowly made his way to the desk and grabbed the picture of his parents trying to focus on something other than his uncle. Harry walked over to the window and peeked out the curtains. He could see Dudley and his gang sitting on lawn chairs under the tree and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon standing at the barbecue pit flipping over chicken. That's typical. Dudley sitting around waiting for food and not lifting a finger to help. Well, at least I'm not the one waiting on the pig. Harry turned towards his bed and hoped with everything he had that his invisibility cloak was still hidden in the floorboards. He pushed the bed over and loosened the floorboard underneath. Waiting for him was his father's beautiful cloak and photo album from Hagrid. Yes, if all goes well the Dursleys will never even know I was here and I'll have Hedwig back. He threw the cloak over his head and made his way down to the basement. Once there he looked around for any signs of his owl, but knew already she wasn't there. If she was anywhere in the house he would have felt her somehow. Harry knew that Uncle Vernon had taken Hedwig in the car and driven off somewhere. If Hedwig was still alive then his uncle would have to go see her at some point and Harry intended to shadow him until he did. Harry made his way into the kitchen and grabbed a few cans of soda, some cookies and a bag of pretzels. He planned on waiting down in the basement until his uncle went to work in the morning. Hedwig must be at the Grunnings plant somewhere. Harry knew he would find her if she was there. He headed down to the basement and hid his food behind a few boxes. He went back upstairs still hidden under his cloak for some water. Just as he walked into the kitchen the back door swung open and Uncle Vernon walked in with a plate full of chicken. Harry's heart beat so loudly that he thought Vernon might actually hear it. Harry had no idea he would still feel terror at seeing his uncle again. He took a deep breath and shook his head. No, I am not going to let Vernon have that kind of power over me. Harry decided at that moment to stop being afraid of the bloated pig standing before him. Vernon placed the chicken down on the counter and turned towards the icebox for the potato salad. Harry eyed the chicken and his stomach growled with hunger. Maybe I'll have a little fun with old Vernie. Harry grabbed the plate of B.Q. chicken and stuck it under his cloak. This is going to taste good. He stood back to watch his uncle's reaction. Vernon turned around with a big bowl of salad and froze on the spot. When he didn't see the chicken he looked around quickly then made his way towards the back door. Petunia, did you take the chicken outside? I thought we were eating in here. Petunia came into the house and said, I didn't take the chicken. Vernon, where did you put it? I saw you walk in with it. I put it right here on the counter, Vernon said, slapping his hand down on the empty countertop. Where the bloody hell did it go? Petunia opened the cupboard doors and looked inside them. She opened the drawers and looked under the kitchen towel. Where did you put it, Vernon? Dudley and his friends are getting pretty hungry and we don't want to upset him on his big day. Petunia, I tell you I set that food right here. Vernon pounded on the countertop. Dudley walked into the kitchen and plopped his big body in the closest chair. Let's eat. Come on blokes, get in here and dig in. Dudley called to his friends. Petunia looked a little frightened as she said, Dudders, Daddy lost the chicken. I didn't lose it, I put it down right here. Vernon kept pounding the counter as if that might make the chicken reappear. Well, it didn't just get up and walk away, dear, said Petunia with an annoyed expression. You better not be trying to make me go back on that diet again. I thought we were celebrating tonight. Oh Dudders, we are celebrating. We are so proud that you lost those 10 pounds. Aunt Petunia said as she went to console her son. Then where's my food? You said we would have chicken and cake and presents. You promised. Dudley was acting like a 5-year-old and Harry was quite amused. It seemed they were celebrating Dudley's weight loss with a party. Dudley started getting upset and almost bumped right into Harry. Harry took that as his cue to leave and headed back down to the basement as quietly as possible with the heaping plate of chicken. He sat down on the last step and grabbed a giant drumstick in his hand and took a mouthful. It was the best thing he'd had to eat all summer long. He ate another drumstick and both wings before he heard the front door slam shut. He quickly hid the chicken behind the boxes and made his way back upstairs. He looked out the window just in time to see Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia drive off with Dudley and all 3 of his friends crammed into the backseat. Harry laughed so hard he practically fell to the floor. They must be going for pizza. Harry looked towards the fireplace and thought about Vespa and the way she knew his address without being told. What was she up to? Harry really didn't have high hopes that she would call him back to Snape Manor, but he sat down next to the fireplace just in case she did call for him. He would have to tell her that he wasn't ready to come back just yet. He didn't plan on leaving until he had his owl back. He only hoped Snape wasn't going to be too angry at him. If he had his chance to find Hedwig, then it was all worth it, no matter what Snape did to him when he found out. Harry hadn't realized how tired he was as he leaned back against the sofa and threw his cloak over his legs. He quickly drifted off to a deep sleep without any nightmares interrupting his dreams. Snape had rode his broom to the Forbidden Forest under the invisibility charm. When he passed through the gates of Hogwarts, he could see the Aurors placed strategically around the grounds. They must be desperate to get their hands on Harry. Snape really needed to find out who was behind the push to get Harry sent back to the Dursleys. After the way they treated the boy, Snape highly doubted Harry would come back whole if he was sent back there. When Severus reached the edge of the forest, he jumped off his broom and leaned it against a tree. Then he headed for the area he knew the plant grew in. The forest was very quiet, not even the birds were making noise. It put Severus on edge and he became very aware of his surroundings. The sun began to set and the air was getting brisk. Severus wanted to grab the plant and head back as soon as possible. The least amount of time Harry spent with his aunt, the better. He couldn't wait to brew the potion and get rid of this horrible curse. The boy really was looking desperate the last time Snape had seen him. He decided to take matters into his own hands and go get the damn owl back for the boy. He wasn't entirely sure how he was going to get the owl without being detected, but knew he would come up with a plan. Just then he spotted the tip of the rare plant sticking out behind a bunch of leaves. He bent down and carefully pushed the leaves away, revealing the perfect specimen. He pulled a small pair of clippers from his cloak and snipped the base of the plant. As soon as the plant was cut, a strong metallic smell hit his nostrils. There it is again. The smell is so familiar. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He remembered suddenly where he had smelled that. The tea, the so-called special tea that he had with Vespa, years ago. He thought back to that odd tea she had insisted he attend 8 years ago. He remembered her serving a strange metallic tasting tea that he didn't want to drink. He remembered how she insisted that he finish every last drop, chastising his poor manners. That was the last time he had smelled that strong metallic smell. His stomach dropped down to his feet as he knew it was Vespa who had cast the spell on him and not his father. Oh Merlin, I left Harry with Vespa. Snape quickly put the plant in his pocket and ran out of the forest as fast as his legs would carry him. He found the broom leaning against a tree where he had left it and jumped on. His mind was having trouble wrapping around the idea of Vespa casting that spell on him. He knew she looked down on him but never thought she would try to kill any of his offspring. That was just too evil to fathom. The professor never imagined he would have such strong feelings for Harry Potter. He truly cared about the boy and wanted to see this adoption through. He knew he had a lot of making up to do to the boy, but knew that once this curse was gone, everything would fall into place. Snape had put the boy in so much danger and had even physically harmed him, and now placed the boy with Vespa. What the bloody hell kind of guardian was he? The boy would have been better off with the Dursleys. Well, I'm not quite that bad, but I have been pretty harsh with the boy. Snape made his way to Hogsmeade and quickly apparated as close to his home as possible. He made a hole through the barrier and climbed through. The estate looked quiet. There was no sign of anyone on the grounds. Snape took off the invisibility charm and ran into the house through the kitchen door. He quickly headed for the main staircase and had one foot placed on the first step before he froze in his tracks. 3 different Aurors standing in the living room had wands pointing at him. One of them yelled, "Freeze! Drop your wand." Snape slowly turned towards them and assessed the situation. It didn't look too good for him. Besides the 3 Aurors there was Percy Weasley and Sir Stanton. Aha! The pieces to the puzzle all fit. Vespa must have bribed Stanton to push for Harry's return back to the Dursleys just in case her curse didn't work. Vespa must have used the secret password and let all those Aurors into the manor. Stanton was the powerful wizard pushing to have Harry taken away from him. If that was the case, then where was Harry? "Where is my son?" Snape said with a dangerously low tone of voice as he glared at Sir Stanton. Stanton was glad he was surrounded by 3 Aurors and spoke with a false bravado. "You have no son, Snape. If you are talking about Harry Potter, the boy is back with his family. Now don't make this harder than it already is. Drop your wand." Severus scanned the room and tried to come up with a plan to escape. Before he knew what was happening, an Auror cast the body-binding spell and another Auror yelled, "Expelliarmus!" Snape's wand went flying through the air and his body slammed down to the ground. His head took the brunt of the fall and a large cut burst open on the back of his head. He only stayed conscious for another second or two, but it was long enough to catch a glimpse of Vespa standing at the head of the staircase with a large grin on her evil face. Harry awoke to car doors slamming and Dudley screaming about how he hated the pizza. The front door swung open and all 3 Dursleys walked into the living room. Harry pulled the cloak over his head and scooted to the side of the sofa. "Where's my cake? Don't I even get to eat my bloody cake, or did Dad lose the 2? Dudley grabbed one of the many wrapped presents off the coffee table and tore it open. He must not have liked the new video games very much, since he threw them towards the fireplace, almost hitting Harry. Petunia walked into the living room holding a large blue cake with, "Congratulations, Dudley," written across the top. Both Vernon and Petunia started clapping and saying, "Congratulations, to their son." Harry just couldn't stop himself. This was just too good. Aunt Petunia continued walking towards Dudley and was almost standing before him when she tripped over something and the cake went flying straight at Dudley's head. The cake landed square on Dudley's round face. Harry smashed his fist into his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Vernon tried to say something but words would not come out of his mouth and Petunia screeched in horror over what she had just done to her baby. Dudley tried to scream but the cake was plastered on his face and he couldn't breathe. He was clawing at the cake trying to make a hole for air. It seemed all 3 Dursleys got control of their voices at the same time as the noise level became unbearable and Harry covered his ears. "I hate you, I hate you," Dudley screeched at his pleading parents as he ran for the stairs. Both parents chased after him and Harry heard them bribing the spoiled boy with more gifts to come. Harry would give anything to have a magical picture of the cake scene. How he would love to share that with the Weasley twins. Harry quietly made his way back down to the basement and made a bed out of a pile of Dudley's old clothes. Tomorrow would bring an answer to his search. He felt a slight flicker of hope at seeing his companion again. As Harry was drifting off to sleep, he wondered why Snape hadn't tried to find him. He tried not to be too disappointed with that thought, but he was really hurt. He wished that Snape was here helping him get his owl back. Snape woke up to find himself on a hard cot in a cold room with bars on one side and a small window with bars on the other side. "Oh Merlin, I'm in jail." He stood up too quickly and staggered back down to the cot again. He felt a large bump on the back of his head. The first thing he needed to do was to get Harry out of Dursley's home. He needed to talk with Dumbledore and get him to go get Harry. He stood again and looked around for a guard. "Guard, is anyone here?" Snape yelled out. The place was quiet, not even other inmates were there. He looked around again and realized he must be in the cells located under the Ministry of Magic building. Oh yes, he'd been here before. The place had higher security than any other place he knew. Snape sank back down to the cot and thought of what Harry must be going through right now. Severus had a panic in his heart at the thought of finding Harry in the same condition he was in on his last visit to the Dursleys. "I'll kill the bastard if he lays one hand on the boy." Snape thought of his future son and how he had misjudged him for so many years. He had always assumed Potter was just like his father, but Snape came to realize that Harry was actually the least confident person he knew. Potter's uncle had changed a once self-assured boy into a frightened boy, who had lost all confidence in himself. Snape had been hoping that Harry would gain some of it back, but it seemed the boy had been more emotionally damaged than Snape knew. Snape knew they both had a long road ahead of them if this relationship was going to work out. "There is no way I am letting go of the boy. He will be back to his old self again if it's the last thing I do." Suddenly he heard a door open down the hallway and the air became freezing cold. Harry woke up very early and made his way upstairs and out the front door. He snuck into Vernon's car and sat in the front passenger's seat with his invisibility cloak over him. He stayed there for a good 2 hours before he saw Vernon waddle out to the car with Petunia running after him with his lunchbox. Vernon sank down into the driver's seat and threw his lunchbox towards Harry. Harry caught the box and placed it next to him on the seat. Luckily Vernon was preoccupied as he pulled out of the driveway and didn't see the way the lunchbox stopped midair and righted itself on the car seat. It took half an hour to reach Grunnings and park the car in the large lot. Vernon reached over and grabbed his lunchbox. He had a peculiar look on his face as he lifted the box up. He pulled open the box and looked inside. What the bloody hell is going on? The lunch box was empty. Harry covered his mouth with his hand to hold back his laughter once again. Vernon's entire lunch was cradled in Harry's lap. He had even taken out the thermos with the hot coffee. "What's wrong with Petunia?" Vernon hissed as he threw the lunchbox into the back seat of the car. Harry waited until Vernon was several feet away from the car before he opened his door and got out of the car. Harry cradled his uncle's lunch in his sweater and followed closely behind his uncle. Harry's heart was hammering in his chest as he got closer to the front door. Vernon walked into the plant and punched his time card in the clock on the wall. Then he made his way to an office up a steep stairwell. Harry looked around the office and saw several pictures of Dudley smiling back at him. Gross. Vernon looked as if he was going to sit down in the chair behind his desk, but then suddenly changed his mind. Instead he walked to the back of the office and pulled out his keys. He unlocked a closet door and pulled on a chain in the closet and a light flickered on. Harry walked a little closer so he could see inside too. He didn't really even need to see her to know she was there. He could feel her as if she was sitting right next to him. Hedwig was there in the closet. But why wasn't she making any noise? Harry tried to get a better look at her and walked around the desk to the other side of Uncle Vernon. Just as he moved around the desk, his cloak caught on a folder sticking out and knocked over the pencil holder. Vernon whipped around looking at the pencil scattered across his office floor. "Who's there?" he called in a panic. He looked around and then turned back to the closet. Funny things had been happening lately. First the missing chicken, then the cake, and now the pencil holder. Vernon began to feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up a bit. He should just get rid of this owl and be done with it. But what if the boy came back and he needed the owl to shut him up? He thought he better hang on to it at least until school started. Harry froze and tried to quiet his thumping heart. The last thing he needed at this point was to get caught by Vernon. He watched as Vernon suddenly slammed the closet door shut and turned around. Snape rose up from the cot with his blood running cold. A Dementor. What was going on around here? He hadn't done anything so bad as to be sent to Azkaban. He needed to get a message to Dumbledore. He needed to get Harry away from the Dursleys before the boy was killed by his uncle. The Dementor didn't make any noise as he opened the jail cell door. Snape became so cold that he actually shivered. He didn't even care about that as long as he could get someone to realize that Harry was back with the Dursleys. He watched as the Dementor stood back after opening the door. Snape could hear people walking down the long corridor of cells towards Weasley, and Stanton stopped in front of the door and looked at the professor. "So Professor, do you like your accommodations?" Stanton said with a slight chuckle at the end. Snape continued to glare at both men without saying a word. He wanted to see what sort of game these men had up their sleeves. I think he may need a few more days to contemplate the error of his ways. What do you think, Weasley? Percy tried not to look into the potion professor's unforgiving eyes. Percy made a small sound and took a few steps back. You will not get away with this. I am giving you fair warning that you will pay for this, Snape said as he glowered at Stanton. Oh, that's rich coming from a man locked up with a Dementor as a roommate, Stanton laughed. You underestimate me. You will find that I have more experience than you in making a situation work to my benefit, Snape said in a dangerously low tone. I think you need to learn some manners, Professor, Stanton sneered. Those words sounded like they came from Vespa's mouth, and Snape became even angrier at the man. He turned his attention to the timid man by the cell door. Weasley, how do you think your family will react when they find out you were partly at fault for sending Harry back to his uncle? I'm sure your brothers will have some choice words for you, not to mention your mother and father. Snape could see how the boy began to tremble. You kidnapped Harry, Professor. You can't just take someone without the proper procedure being followed, Percy stammered out. Professor Dumbledore himself secured the proper forms for my taking over guardianship of Mr. Potter. This man you are now working for has been bribed by my aunt and is trying to get Harry killed. Severus suddenly stopped talking as he was struck with a silencing spell. Stanton grabbed hold of Percy's arm and pulled him out of the cell past the Dementor. Don't listen to the Death Eater, Weasley. His own family couldn't trust him. They walked out of the jail and slammed the door at the end of the corridor, leaving Snape alone with the Dementor. Percy Weasley couldn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, the sight of an abused Harry lying in a hospital bed popped into his mind. He liked Harry, and his family thought of the boy as one of their own. He tossed again on his soft bed and thought about what Harry must be sleeping on right now. He had heard the rumor of the boy being made to sleep in a closet for most of his life. He pushed that thought to the back of his mind and tried to concentrate on the promotion he was promised by Sir Stanton. He didn't really like Sir Stanton, but he did know the man had some serious connections in the ministry that could help him get promoted. After seeing Snape locked in his cell, Sir Stanton had offered a very coveted position within his own area of the ministry. Now Percy wasn't sure he wanted to work with Stanton anymore, and he certainly didn't fancy telling his parents about the promotion. They had made their feelings very clear on how they felt about the man. Percy tossed again and thought of Snape's last words. Could Harry really be in that much danger? Percy had seen him in the hospital and knew the boy was keeping secrets. If his family found out about Snape's imprisonment and how he withheld it from Professor Dumbledore, he knew they would turn their backs on him forever. After another hour of tossing and turning, Percy finally decided to let his father know about Snape's imprisonment. At least his conscience would be clear and he could leave Harry's well-being to someone else. He climbed out of bed and Flo called his father, even though it was 2 a.m. in the morning. Arthur had been in a sound sleep when he heard the bell ring on his Flo. Who would be calling at this hour? He rushed over to the Flo and saw Percy's head. Hello, Father. I need to make this short and you cannot tell anyone you heard it from me. Okay, son. Arthur knew it had something to do with Harry and held his breath in hopes of it being good news rather than bad. Snape is being held in the ministry jail cells and Harry is back with the Dursleys. Percy said in a rush before he lost his nerve. What? Are those people crazy sending Harry back to his abusive family? When did the boy go back? Yesterday. Apparently he went back on his own free will. Snape was out of the manor and Harry flowed back to Privet Drive. This didn't make sense to Arthur. He knew the boy had been abused by those muggles. Why would he go back? The Wizarding Child Protective Services say they cannot take him away from the Dursleys because Harry said the Dursleys didn't do anything to him when they interviewed him at the hospital. That boy needs some time to heal from all the abuse he suffered. He can't be held responsible for his own welfare until he's had time to come to terms with what happened to him. I'm afraid for him, Percy. Don't worry, Dad. The ministry will keep a close eye on him. Well, just to be sure, I think I'll request to tag along on the next visit to the Dursleys. I'll feel a lot safer seeing Harry with my own eyes. Everything will work out, Dad. Percy, I'm proud of you. Arthur thought maybe the boy had hope yet. Immediately after ending the call with Percy, Arthur called the Order members and they planned an emergency meeting. As soon as Dumbledore heard about Snape being in jail, he immediately set the wheels in motion to have him released. He called Madame Bones and she had an emergency court hearing. Professor Dumbledore made sure to have Sir Stanton on a very important meeting he had arranged away from the ministry while the trial was taking place. By 10 a.m. that morning Severus was a free man. But the court insisted that they could not take Harry away from his family without the boy's testimony of abuse. Snape knew if he could just talk with the boy again he could convince him to tell about the abuse. The first thing Snape did was head back to his own home to make the potion and end the curse that Vespa had given him. He couldn't wait to get his hands on that conniving hag. He would make her pay for this curse. The curse had truly surprised Professor Snape. He thought back to when it had started. According to the dark arts book that he read, the curse could be cast years before it actually started. Snape knew his curse started the moment he decided to adopt Harry. He hadn't even told Harry about the possibility of adoption and the curse had already begun. Snape figured that his aunt had cast the curse on him when she decided to leave everything to Charlotte 8 years ago at that bizarre tea she hosted. The curse didn't affect him until he decided to adopt Harry. Vespa wanted to make sure that Charlotte not only received Vespa's estate but also his own. With the curse in effect, Vespa had counted on Snape killing Harry so Harry wouldn't inherit the estate. As he entered the manor he saw several dishes and glass vases shattered, along with most of his precious books ripped and piled in a burning heap. He quickly pulled his wand out and put the fire out. Just as he was going to apparate for some backup help he heard a thumping sound coming from the cabinet by the front door. He opened the cabinet door slowly and was shocked to find Kinsey tied up and gagged. He quickly released her and she began crying out her story. That mean Vespa did this. She be a bad lady master. She be yelling at Kinsey and throwing Master's best books and dishes and tried to burn the house down. She be mad at Master Snape for coming back here. The elf took a breath and started wringing her hands in distress. Is she still here, Kinsey? Snape said with hope and anger. No, Master. She took that awful girl and they left a few minutes ago. I tell them, no breaking Master's nice things. But they no listen and hurt Kinsey. Kinsey, you will be safe now. I need to go down to the laboratory, but please let me know if Mr. Potter shows up. Ooh, Master, I is sorry I didn't watch Master Harry too goods. They took him down to the laboratory and then he be gone. I is so sorry, Master, Kinsey said as she banged herself on the head for punishment. Kinsey, stop that behavior this minute. I don't have time to deal with you, Snape said and turned towards the door leading to the lab. This time he made sure to follow every direction perfectly as he made the antidote to the curse. It took nearly an hour to finish. He pulled the book out and started to chant the spell to take the curse off himself. The potion was worse than he remembered, but he drank every last drop to ensure its effectiveness. He stood in front of the mirror and once again cast the blue light to see if the curse had ended. The blue light started to spin at the top of his head, slowly making its way down to the floor, never turning green. It's over. Now could get Harry back. As fast as he could he apparated to Privet Drive and walked up to the front door with a nervous feeling. Petunia answered the door. Her face became stony cold as she saw the type of person standing before her. It was obvious from his dark robes that he was one of them. What do you people want now? We already told you that we didn't harm the boy. He started a fight at the playground and later he fell down some stairs. Now get away before someone sees you. Snape could barely control his anger. I need to talk with Mr. Potter. Harry's not here. We haven't seen him for weeks. Snape pulled his wand out and pointed it at the hateful woman. Petunia tried to slam the door on the dark-clothed man. Snape pushed the door open with his foot and entered the house, still pointing the wand at the trembling woman. Legilimens, he said and began to sift through her memory for thoughts with Harry in them. Harry, you are an embarrassment to this family. Don't you dare tell anyone you know us. Harry, get over here and clean this kitchen and don't try and steal any food, cause I'll know. Don't you dare look at me with tears in your eyes. It's your fault Vernon had to punish you. You will not eat for 3 days for stealing food. Get back into that cupboard. No one wants you around. You ruined the dinner. Why did I ever take you in? I should have sent you to an orphanage the moment I saw you. Snape couldn't take any more. He had gotten the information he needed anyway. Harry was not here, nor had she seen the boy since the last time they had come to save the boy. His arm was shaking as he tried to hold back from cursing the woman. If he did anything rash he risked losing Harry for good, and after seeing a glimpse of how the boy was treated he couldn't risk getting caught. "What did you do to me? What did you do?" Petunia felt her arms and ran her hands up and down her body, checking for anything different on her. The woman stumbled back and grabbed the phone, dialing as she looked at the menacing man. "Vernon, come quick. There's one of those freaks here and he's asking for Harry." Snape walked into the living room. He pulled his wand out and cast a spell so he would be alerted when or if Harry was ever to come back to the place. Petunia gasped and looked ready to protest, but seeing the look in the man's eyes, she just backed up into the kitchen to await the arrival of her husband. Harry hadn't a chance to look into the closet to see if Hedwig was okay. Uncle Vernon had received an emergency call and ran out the door. That was fine with Harry because it gave him a chance to try and pick the lock of the locked door. He quickly looked around for anything to stick into the lock and wished like crazy that he had his wand. Vernon arrived at Privet Drive in record time and ran to the front door, throwing it open with a bang. "Who the hell are you? Get the bloody hell out of my house before I call the police." Vernon was panting from the effort of running. Snape's hand was shaking as he held his wand so tight that his knuckles turned white. "Stay calm or you could end up in jail again." He had to use his occlumency skills to push away the thought of Harry's injuries, or he would lose control and kill the man standing before him. "Where is Mr. Potter?" Snape was just holding onto a thread of control. "That freak hasn't been here for weeks. Now get the bloody hell out of my house. We know Harry came back here yesterday. Where is the boy?" Snape used his most menacing voice. Snape raised his wand and pointed it at the man's large sweaty face. "Legilimens. Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson you will not soon forget. Turn around, boy, and if I hear so much as a peep out of you, that bird will be floating in a bucket of water. Shut up and put your hands on the wall. You cause nothing but problems, boy. You know you deserved this. Your freak school let me know how you killed your godfather. You better not bleed all over the floor or your aunt will be plenty mad. You're not going to tell anyone or that owl of yours will pay. You will take this punishment without so much as a sound." The cigarette ground down in the boy's hand. Severus stopped the spell and staggered back against the wall. "Oh Merlin." Snape pushed his wand into his cloak and now knew that Dursley had not seen Harry for weeks. He watched as the oversized man acted just as the wife had and began to run his hands all over his large body, feeling for any extra appendages. With every last ounce of willpower Snape made his way to the front door and slammed it behind him. He walked down the street to the apparition point and tried to calm himself along the way. The scenes he saw while he read the Dursleys' minds would haunt him for a long time. Never again would he allow himself to belittle Harry. The poor boy had gotten nothing but belittling his entire life. No wonder Harry always apologized for every little thing. It was out of necessity so he wouldn't get beaten. It was a wonder the boy could sleep at night. He was amazed that the boy wasn't a mass murderer after seeing the way he had been raised. The one scene that would haunt him forever was the last one. That hand being forced to open while the cigarette was held to it. Snape had a lump in his throat and could barely swallow. His grief for this boy was overwhelming and a feeling he hadn't had in quite a long time for anyone. Snape needed to make sure Harry had the kind of home he was in desperate need to talk with Dumbledore and confide all that he had seen. At least now he had been cleared of all charges and could go back to Hogwarts. "Where are you, Harry? Please don't let it be too late." Vernon and Petunia were in a panic after the visit from another freak. Somehow this freak was much scarier than the others. Vernon began to wonder what the man meant by, "We know Harry came back here yesterday." He started thinking about all the unusual things that had been happening. The missing chicken, the cake and the missing lunch. The pencils falling to the floor unexplainably by themselves was what made Vernon realize that things were not right. He had blamed it on the owl, but now he didn't think it was the owl after all. How was the boy doing all those things? Vernon suddenly got an idea to see if Harry might be around, hiding somewhere. He said a quick goodbye to his wife and ran out the front door. There was one way to see if the boy was really around. Vernon raced back to Grunnings and huffed up the winding stairs to his office. As he opened the door he noticed several misplaced items and his empty thermos of coffee on his desk. Something was not right and Vernon was determined to find out what it was. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it all had to do with his freak of a nephew. Vernon stormed over to the closet and unlocked the door. The bird sat still in the cage. "Don't you make any sounds, you lousy bird, or that boy will pay a heavy price. You know what kind of punishment I'll give him." Vernon roughly grabbed the cage and threw his coat over it so he could take it to his car without anyone seeing. Wasn't sure if the bloody bird could understand him, but after the first time he told the bird he would hurt Harry if the bird didn't shut up, the bird suddenly stopped making noises. Now every morning Hay would come in and threaten to hurt Harry and the bird never made another sound. Now Harry understood why Hedwig wasn't making any noise. Hedwig had been trying to protect him the whole time. Harry's heart was heavy over the danger he had put yet another of his friends in. He quickly followed his uncle and climbed into the car while his uncle was busy stowing Hedwig in the trunk. What the hell is he doing with Hedwig? Harry's heart was pounding in his chest as he began to think of the punishments his uncle was able to inflict. "Please don't hurt her too." Vernon was mumbling some incoherent words about weird things happening all the back to Privet Drive. When they reached the house, Vernon made his way to the back of the auto and pulled the cage out. Harry waited until Vernon was all the way inside the house before he opened the car door and went around to the back of the house. He snuck in through the back door and found his aunt and uncle in the front room with Hedwig in her cage on the coffee table. "Okay boy, we know you're here. Come out wherever you are. Come out before your bird suffers the consequences," Vernon shouted into the air. Petunia was watching him with an odd look on her pinched face and then began looking around as well. "Okay then, we'll do this the hard way," Vernon said with a gleam in his eyes. He picked up a match from the mantel and lit it. He walked over to Hedwig and started to put the match down towards the filthy newspaper lining the bird's cage. "Petunia, how does a little barbecue owl sound for dinner?" Vernon laughed, an evil sound emanating from his lips. "Oh Merlin, no." Harry panicked and pulled the invisibility cloak from his head. "No," he screamed as he ran towards the cage. Vernon lit the match and headed towards Hedwig's cage. He began putting the match towards the filthy newspaper lining the owl's cage. Harry tore off the invisibility cloak and ran towards the owl yelling, "No!" Both Vernon and Petunia screamed out with surprise. "Uncle Vernon, please don't hurt Hedwig. It's me who's been causing trouble, not her." Harry was having trouble speaking as he felt overwhelmed at seeing his owl again. Hedwig looked back at him but still remained quiet. "You little bastard, I knew it was you causing all those accidents and stealing all that food. You will pay for your mistakes, boy," Vernon growled out. I don't care what you do to me. Just let Hedwig go, please," Harry said in a strangled voice. Just seeing Hedwig alive brought tears to Harry's eyes. He knew he wasn't allowed to cry and had a terrible time holding back. "So it was you who ruined Dudley's special day? It was you who tripped me?" Petunia asked in a high-pitched voice. "I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia. I just came back to save my owl. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Please, can I just have my owl back and go?" Harry hoped with everything he had that they would agree to let him go back to Snape's. At this point he didn't even care if Snape locked him in his room for the rest of the summer. As long as he had Hedwig he would go anywhere, the professor said. "Do you think we are just going to let you come into our home and cause all kinds of trouble and then just let you go?" Vernon said with a scowl on his face. "Please, Aunt Petunia, please don't let him punish me again. He took Hedwig away so I wouldn't tell and then he beat me." Harry whispered the last words. "Harry, you deserve to be punished. You have those awful freaky genes in your blood and you do bad things. Your uncle is only doing what is best for you. You need to learn how to behave." Petunia's voice was getting higher as she continued talking. "You should try harder to be better." Harry let those words sink in and began to start to believe that his aunt might be right. "But how do I change? I don't want to make people mad anymore." Vernon was standing next to Hedwig and lifted her cage. "Boy, you need to learn a lesson. I tried to teach it to you last time but you refused to understand." Vernon made his way upstairs carrying the bird cage. "Come on boy, get up here," Vernon said in a curt tone. Harry looked at Petunia again with a pleading look. Petunia looked down at her hands and shook her head. Harry walked up the stairs very slowly, dreading what was to come. As he reached the top of the staircase he heard Petunia scream from the living room. Both he and Vernon scrambled down the stairs to see what was wrong. Standing in the living room was Arthur Weasley and Sir Stanton. Arthur took one look at Harry and opened his arms wide to the boy. Harry couldn't help himself. He walked into those inviting arms and hugged his best friend's father. Arthur turned his face towards Harry's hair and whispered, "Are you okay, son? Have they hurt you?" Harry was afraid if he said anything he might start crying, so he just shook his head no and kept his face against Arthur's chest. "What the bloody hell are you doing back here again? We haven't forgot what those redhead kids of yours did to my son." Vernon screamed as he remembered the time the Weasley boys gave Dudley the Tung-Tung candy. "I am here on official ministry business. I am here to check on Harry and to make sure he is not harmed in any way by you," Arthur said as he glared at the red-faced man. Arthur had been alerted by Professor Dumbledore a few minutes ago that the alarm went off and Harry was back here. Arthur intended to come alone and check on the boy, but Stanton found out and made sure Arthur knew who was in charge of this case. Arthur knew the flow system must be bugged, or else how would Stanton have known he was coming to Privet Drive? He felt Harry tremble and pushed the boy back a little to see his face. "Has he hurt you, Harry?" Harry thought of Hedwig up in his room and quietly said, "No, sir. I'm okay." He wanted to tell Mr. Weasley everything but didn't trust that he would be able to leave right away with Hedwig. If Mr. Weasley left without him, then Harry would suffer the consequences for whatever he revealed. Sir Stanton watched the scene before him. He was still upset that Weasley had tagged along on this official visit. Luckily the boy didn't say that his uncle was harming him. Now there was no way the boy would be removed from his family, and that was good for Sir Stanton. The farther the boy was from Snape the better. Vespa made it clear to him that under no circumstances was Harry to be returned to the professor. Stanton was making a fortune on this case and he wasn't about to mess it up now. He would follow Vespa's plan no matter what he had to do to make it work. "Hello, I am Sir Stanton and I will be coming for twice-weekly visits to speak with Mr. Potter, until his new term begins at Hogwarts," Stanton said to the Dursleys. "Bloody hell, you mean we have to put up with you freaks every week?" Vernon did not like being monitored like this. Now he would have to be extra careful not to leave marks on the boy's face. "Well, sir, it is only for 3 more weeks. Do you have any objections to having the boy speak with ministry officials?" Stanton didn't really care for these visits either, but at least he would be able to set Vespa's new plan into action before the boy was returned to school. "I'm not trying to hide anything, if that's what you're saying. We have a decent, normal family," Vernon said with pride. "I mean, other than the boy. Dursley, if you lay one finger on Harry, you will live to regret it. I will personally make sure you suffer, and this time it will be permanent." Arthur tried to hold back his anger, but the statement about Harry not being normal really set him off. "Arthur, I don't believe the ministry would appreciate you threatening Mr. Potter's family. I'm not so sure the ministry would approve of those scare tactics." Stanton would have to get the ministry to ban Mr. Weasley from coming on these visits if Vespa's plan was to work. Luckily Weasley was doing all the work for him by threatening the Dursleys so blatantly. Arthur glared at Stanton as he gave Harry a slight squeeze when the boy hugged him harder. Vernon was sick of seeing his nephew acting like a baby and hanging on to someone. "Boy, get over here," Vernon said as he grabbed hold of Harry's shoulder and pulled him next to him. Harry stumbled over to his uncle and looked down miserably at his feet. If only he could get Hedwig out, then he would be able to leave too. He would give anything to be able to go home with Mr. Weasley. Arthur was angry at Dursley and even more angry at Stanton. The nerve of the man talking to him like that in front of the Dursleys. He looked over at Harry and his heart tightened up at seeing the boy looking so miserable. "Well, that will be all for now. I will be back in 3 days to speak with Mr. Potter again." "Good day to you. Are you coming, Arthur?" Sir Stanton said as he threw flow powder into the fireplace and stepped in. Arthur hesitated, then said, "Harry, we will be keeping a close eye on you. You can always write to me if you need anything at all." He took a last look at the boy, who was still looking down at his shoes, then flowed back to the ministry with a heavy heart. As soon as the men left, Vernon grabbed Harry by the back of his sweater and hauled him up to the boy's room. He shut the bedroom door and Petunia didn't hear another sound. A short while later Vernon came down the stairs with a sweaty red face and his sleeves rolled up. He plopped down on the sofa and turned on the telly. Petunia went into the kitchen to begin dinner. Severus was back at Hogwarts and was awaiting the arrival of Arthur Weasley in the headmaster's office. It was some consolation to know that Arthur would see how Harry was doing. Snape had already received an official letter from the Ministry after his visit to the Dursleys yesterday. It left no room for question that if Snape set one foot in Little Whinging again he would be sitting in jail for a long time. He knew how highly Arthur and his family regarded Harry and knew that if anything were wrong, Arthur would know. A few minutes later Arthur flowed into Dumbledore's office with a sad look on his face. "Well, I saw him. He is indeed at the Dursleys." Arthur took a deep breath and continued. "He said he hadn't been harmed and didn't show any signs of being hurt. The only thing was—" "Yes, what?" Snape said anxiously. "Well, he just seemed so sad. He hugged me and it seemed as if he didn't want to let go. Believe me, that is not like the Harry I know. The only reason he finally let go is because that horrid uncle of his made him." Snape knew that Harry had changed profoundly in a short period of time and could almost picture the scene Arthur described. He found that most disturbing but knew he would be back in jail if he went to check on the boy. Snape knew that the only way to fix this was to get Harry to talk about the abuse he suffered at the hands of his uncle. Once Dursley was accused, then Snape could once again begin the adoption proceedings. 3 weeks, 3 terrible long weeks wondering exactly what was happening to the boy who would be his son one day. Snape couldn't think of a worse punishment to have to endure, except the one that Harry was now living. 3 days later a very properly muggle-dressed Sir Stanton arrived at the Dursleys' home. Petunia could almost tolerate the man due to his fine clothes and good manners. She went upstairs to get her nephew. She unlocked all the heavy bolts on his door and peeked inside. She saw the boy sitting on his bed, looking down at his hands. "Harry, you are wanted downstairs by Sir Stanton. Come quickly, we do not want to keep him waiting." Harry didn't look at his aunt as he passed her. He walked into the living room and stood behind a chair facing Sir Stanton. The gentleman looked up and instructed him to take a seat. Sir Stanton took out his wand and flicked it in front of Harry. Suddenly a steaming cup of tea appeared. "Please drink the tea, Harry." It was said more like a command. Harry slowly brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip. It tasted mildly sweet with a hint of berry. It was actually pretty good, and since Harry hadn't eaten in days it felt good in his empty stomach. "Now, tell me how you are doing with your family," Sir Stanton said. Fine. Good, good. You know, sometimes parents have to punish their children to teach them a better way of behaving." Sir Stanton let that sink in before he said, "Your aunt and uncle have sacrificed a lot to keep you safe, you know. They are not really all that bad, are they, son?" Harry didn't know what to say. He was more confused now than ever before. His head started to spin a little and his mouth was dry. He quickly grabbed the cup and took a few more sips until the tea was gone. Sir Stanton suddenly stood up and said, "Well, I'm glad you are fine, Harry. I'll see you in 3 days." It only took a moment for him to flow back to the ministry. Harry continued sitting in the chair and waited for his head to stop spinning. Why did Sir Stanton leave so quickly? He didn't even ask about the Dursleys. He wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there, but his aunt came in and told him to get back up to his room before his uncle came home. He walked shakily into his bedroom and felt a bit of panic rise when he heard his aunt lock him in. And so this is how the last 2 weeks of Harry's summer went. He had actually started to look forward to the visits from Sir Stanton and the sweet cup of tea. Sometimes he would take tiny sips of tea to make the visit last longer, knowing that the moment he finished Sir Stanton would leave. It was odd how Sir Stanton always insisted he drink the tea and he was never allowed to leave a drop. It seemed that his stomach stopped tolerating food altogether and the dizzy spells became more frequent. He was actually glad to be in his room so much because every time he was made to do chores or come down to eat, his stomach would feel even worse. His uncle must have noticed that something wasn't right because Harry's lessons were more infrequent. Harry figured he probably didn't want to catch whatever sickness he had. It must be a muggle flu bug or something. The night before Harry was to leave to go back to Hogwarts, Uncle Vernon gave him a last lesson. Vernon rolled up his sleeves as he walked upstairs and quietly went into Harry's room, shutting the door firmly behind him. 20 minutes later Vernon came out with sweat soaking through his shirt. He decided he would take a nice cool shower before supper. The train station was abuzz with excited students heading back to Hogwarts. The Weasleys and Hermione were especially excited to see their best friend. They hadn't seen Harry or heard from him all summer long. Arthur was especially anxious as he had been banned from seeing Harry at his relatives after Arthur had stupidly made that threat to Vernon. The family stood by the train until the last minute when they were forced to board. Ron and Hermione had protested boarding without Harry but finally relented when the Weasley parents said they would go check on Harry. Just as the last whistle blew, a haggard thin Harry boarded the train. He struggled to get his trunk on board until two Hufflepuffs helped to lift it on as the train pulled away. Harry was exhausted from the effort. He thanked them, then slowly made his way down the coaches until he spotted Hermione, Ginny and Ron. He opened the coach door and at first the three just looked at him, hardly recognizing who it was. Suddenly Ginny stood up and yelled, "Harry! We've been waiting for you," and threw her arms around the thin boy. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks of horror but quickly masked them and got up to give Harry a hug too. Harry was so happy to be back with his friends but had to hide his look of utter pain at each hug he was given. "Bloody hell, Harry, you look like something Crookshanks dragged in," Ron exclaimed. Hermione hit Ron hard on the leg just as Ginny punched him in the arm. Harry sank further into his seat and tried to smooth his hair down a little. He hadn't really looked at himself in the mirror for a few weeks, so he had no idea how sick and tired he looked. "Shut it, Ronald," hissed Hermione. "Harry, you look fine." "Don't listen to Ron," Ginny said. "He's just jealous because he didn't get his picture in which teen magazine?" Harry looked at her in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Ginny riffled through her book bag and pulled a copy of the magical magazine out for everyone to see. Sure enough, there was a picture of the boy who lived on the cover. Harry must have just finished up a Quidditch game because he had a smudge of dirt on his face and he was holding up the snitch and waving it around with a big smile. Ginny turned the pages of the dog-eared magazine to the article written about Harry. The article was about how no one believed that he who must not be named was back and how Harry was so great in helping to fight him. It mentioned the rumor of Harry's Muggle relatives abusing him and how the Ministry helped him. Harry groaned when he read that bit. "That's a bunch of rubbish," Hermione exclaimed as she continued reading. "Well, at least they have good pictures of you, Harry," she said to try and make Harry feel better. Harry looked at that picture on the cover again and felt like that was a lifetime ago. He couldn't even remember being that carefree and happy. His stomach began to hurt again and he just wanted to sleep. He leaned his head against the window and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, when his friends knew he was sleeping, they began to voice their concerns for him. "Oh Merlin, what happened to him? He's so thin and pale," Ginny said as she pulled her cloak out and covered Harry with it. "It was worse than your father said it was. He looks like he hasn't eaten for days and those dark circles under his eyes are a bit scary," Hermione said with concern in her voice. "Do you think they hurt him?" Ron asked. "I don't see any signs of it, but that doesn't mean he's not trying to hide it. You know how Harry is," Hermione said as she fixed Harry's broken glasses for him. The three friends watched over Harry with more concern for their friend than ever before. When two third-year girls asked if they could take a picture of the sleeping hero, all three of them gave a quick no. Severus Snape had a hard time concentrating on getting his lesson ready. The students would be here in less than an hour and he was on edge. He hadn't been able to contact Harry since the boy left the manor, and Severus was afraid the boy still had the wrong idea about the adoption when he left. After living these past weeks with a sick feeling whenever he thought of Harry at the Dursleys, Severus was more sure than ever before that he wanted to adopt the boy. Now he just needed to make Harry understand that. Severus had redecorated the spare room in his dungeon and even went so far as to put a Gryffindor banner in Harry's private bathroom. "What is wrong with me? I am really going soft." He had brought along all of Harry's new clothes and even went to the Quidditch store and bought the boy a new broom as a surprise. Severus wasn't sure how to make it up to Harry but knew the boy hadn't received many gifts in his life and thought that was a good place to start. What if he doesn't want anything to do with me? Then what a fool I've been to even hope for another chance. In truth, Snape wouldn't blame the boy for rejecting his offer of adoption. As far as the boy knew, Snape had thrown him into a glass coffee table, threw a Dementor at him and left him with a deranged old lady who sent him back to the Dursleys. Dumbledore came into his classroom and said, "Severus, he's on the train. Do you want to go down and meet it?" Snape shook his head and said, "No, let's just let him have a little space. I don't want him forced into anything. You know what has to happen to make this adoption go through. I'm just not sure Harry will be ready to talk about everything yet. We all need to give him a little time." "Yes, I agree with you, Severus. Just remember that Harry will need someone to help him get to that point. Don't give the boy too much room." As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry began to stir a little. His three friends had watched him sleep the entire length of the trip. It seemed Harry was exhausted and didn't even want to eat during the train ride. "Harry, we're here," Hermione said as she gave him a little shake on the shoulder. Harry's eyes flew open and he pushed further back in his seat. "Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to scare you." We're here," Hermione said as she watched him with concern. "Oh, thanks," Harry mumbled with embarrassment. They all grabbed their things and headed for the horseless carriage. Harry forgot his tie on the seat and went back to get it after telling his friends to save him a seat on the carriage. As Harry slung the tie around his neck, he stepped down from the train and ran smack into Malfoy and Crabbe. "Don't you dare touch me, you freak," Malfoy snarled. He had no idea, but he had called Harry a word that struck Harry to the core of his being. All his life he had been called freak, and the word had become very powerful. "Oh, I didn't mean to do that," Harry stammered out. Malfoy could sense that Harry was not the same confident person he had been last year, just by the way Harry stepped back and looked down at his feet instead of making a sharp comeback. "What's wrong with you, Potter? You need me to call your uncle to keep you in line." Malfoy laughed along with all the other Slytherins watching. Harry's face burned with embarrassment as he tried to walk around the group of boys. "Where you going, Potter?" Malfoy said as he pushed Harry back against the train. Harry pushed down the panic building inside him and tried once again to walk around the Slytherins. Crabbe grabbed him by the back of his cloak and pulled him back. "Afraid you'll get beaten up again, Potter?" Crabbe taunted him, still not letting go of the cloak. Harry grabbed his wand from his pants pocket and twisted around to face Crabbe. He pointed his wand in Crabbe's flabby face. "Back off, Crabbe, before you end up regretting it," Harry said in a low growl. Crabbe would have backed off after seeing the look of anger in Harry's eyes, but he didn't want to seem scared in front of his friends. He pushed Harry back against the train with his open hand and brought his own wand up into Harry's face. Harry and Crabbe were just about to hex each other when Professor McGonagall ran up to them. "Okay, gentlemen, wands down before you start the new school year in detention. I'm surprised at you both. Mr. Crabbe, you may go." She watched as Crabbe walked away with his friends clapping him on the back. "Mr. Potter, are you hurt?" Harry shook his head no. McGonagall looked at the tired boy's pale face and sunken eyes rimmed with black circles. She could see that quite a few other students had stopped to watch her and didn't want to embarrass Harry any more than he already seemed to be. "All right, everyone, let's get on the carriages and get to dinner." Move along," she said after giving Harry another look of sympathy. "Oh Merlin, is this what I have to put up with all year long? I hate it when people look at me like that." Snape waited at the teacher's table as the students began to file into the Great Hall. He watched carefully for the raven-haired boy. Professor McGonagall came and sat next to him. "Severus, the first think you should know that some of the Slytherins have already picked out Mr. Potter as a target and were taunting him about his recent situation with his family. I had the unfortunate duty of having to stop them from hexing each other." "Is Harry okay?" Snape quickly asked. "Oh, I got there before anything happened, but I saw Harry close up and he looks rather worse for wear. I believe his family is responsible for that though." "What are you talking about?" Snape spotted Weasley first as he stood on one side of Harry and Granger flanked his other side. Harry was looking down at his shoes as he walked so Snape couldn't get a good look at his face. The boy did look paler and thinner though, and that was instant cause for concern. He watched as the boy sat down and several students began to point at him. Snape couldn't tell what they were saying but could tell from Harry's reaction that he didn't like the extra attention. Harry could hear his name being said and could feel everyone staring at him. Hermione tried to take his attention away from that and started talking about her summer in France. Harry tried to concentrate on what she was saying but his stomach was once again not cooperating. He knew the moment he smelled food he would want to vomit. His head started to spin and he held onto the table with a white-knuckle grip. Snape watched as the boy clutched the table and closed his eyes. Snape stood up and wanted to help the boy but had to hold himself back and let events unfold before him. He reluctantly sat back down. Harry couldn't stand the whispers and pointing any longer. He slowly stood up as his head continued to spin and told his friends he would be right back. He made his way to the doors of the Great Hall and out to the main lobby. He had forgotten that all the first years were out there waiting to come in for the sorting ceremony. Oh Merlin, it's Harry Potter. No way, are you really Harry Potter? It's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Ooh Harry, could I take a picture of you? Hagrid stepped towards him and wrapped a big arm around his shoulder. This, my new friends, is none other than Harry Potter. He's our local hero, he is. Hagrid gave Harry a big pat on the back, making Harry wince with pain. Harry wished he could apparate away from the looks of awe the younger students were giving him. Hi. Hagrid, I need to go to my room for something, so I'll see you all later, Harry stammered out as he began to step back towards the staircase. Harry began the long climb up the many stairs to Gryffindor Tower. He had only made it up one flight of stairs before he had to turn and sit down on the top step. He dropped his head into his hands and waited for the spinning to stop. He looked up as he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Harry, are you coming back? Ginny asked with concern. No, I just don't feel like eating right now, Harry said in a quiet voice. Do you want to go up to Gryffindor Tower and sit by the fire for a bit? Ginny asked with concern. I don't want you to miss the feast. Why don't you go back and I'll see you later? Ginny was not about to leave Harry by himself, looking like he did. It's okay, I don't want to eat anyway and sitting by the fire sounds kinda nice. Harry stood up and slowly made his way up the many staircases to the tower. By the time he was up there he could barely stand and his stomach was protesting in an awful way. Ginny watched as he walked unsteadily over to the sofa in front of the fire. Harry sunk down next to her and dropped his head back against the sofa. Ginny slid closer to him and began talking about the happenings at the Burrow over the summer. Harry was feeling relaxed by her soft voice and soon fell asleep. The next morning Harry was sitting at breakfast with his friends and reading over his new schedule. He hadn't seen it yet because his uncle had made arrangements with Sir Stanton to stop any owls from coming to Privet Doctor. Much to his dismay he discovered that he had double potions first thing this morning. He didn't know how he felt about Snape anymore, he was really confused about his whole relationship with him. He did know that he didn't want to have to sit in his classroom for 3 hours though. Harry, you haven't eaten anything yet and I know you don't want to be late for your first class, Hermione admonished. Harry grabbed a piece of toast and took a few bites until Hermione stopped looking at him. Then he set the bread back down on the table. His stomach was so sore lately that he couldn't think about eating more than a few bites at a time. He knew he should go see Madame Pomfrey but didn't want her to see all the cuts and bruises on his back. Snape was in his office collecting all the items he would need for the first class. He knew Harry would be there and he could finally get a good look at the boy. He still wasn't sure what the reaction would be from the Gryffindor when he saw him today. Snape took a deep breath and swept into the classroom with his usual scowl plastered on his face. He looked around and spotted Harry sitting at the back of the room looking down at his hands. Today we will be working on the invisibility potion, Snape said as he watched Harry's head shoot up and stare at him. It took everything Snape had to remain calm after seeing the boy's face for the first time since he returned from the Dursleys. He was shocked at the dark circles and pale skin, not to mention the weight loss as well. It is usually illegal for students to attempt this potion but I have received special clearance for you to make it. Suffice it to say, There will not be any mistakes made." He said the last in very clipped tones while he looked at Longbottom. He was still amazed the idiot boy had scored well enough on his owls to make it into advanced potions. He looked back over at Harry and the teen quickly looked away. What pained Snape most to see was the look in the boy's eyes. Those eyes had reflected all the pain he must have gone through at the hands of his uncle. Maybe other people couldn't see it because they hadn't looked into Vernon's memories, but he saw it clear as day. In your books you will find a simple potion for making warts disappear. We will add several new ingredients to this and it will become the invisibility potion. Open your books to page 286. Snape began walking through the rows of tables and stopped before Harry's. "Where is your book, Mr. Potter?" Snape stepped closer and watched the boy run a finger along the inside of his frayed shirt collar. I don't have my books yet, sir," Harry quietly answered, not making eye contact with the professor. Well, I have an extra book you could borrow for today. Do you have plans to get your supplies anytime soon?" Harry shook his head. A few Slytherins at the next table snickered and Harry looked at his hands once more. He had totally forgotten about getting his supplies until he was on the train. Not that the Dursleys would have taken him anyway. "See me in my office after your last class and we will take care of that." Snape turned on his heel and glared at the students who had snickered at Harry. Malfoy grabbed a handful of scalefish eggs and threw them at Harry. Harry flicked his wand just in time and cast a repelling shield. The fish eggs hit the shield and bounced back, hitting Malfoy in the face. Snape whipped around just in time to see the Slytherin covered in fish eggs and Harry looking guilty. He quickly assessed the scene before him and turned back around, ignoring the incident completely. He knew Harry could take care of himself against Malfoy and he didn't want to come across as impartial to either boy. Malfoy grabbed his wand and Harry clutched his tighter. Both boys hissed out spells at the same time. Malfoy was hit and immediately covered in bogeys. Harry had been hit with a body-blasting spell in the ribs and flew sideways, smacking his head into the table next to him. Harry scrambled up just as Snape came storming back to their tables. "What just occurred, Mr. Potter?" Snape glared from one boy to the next. "Nothing, sir. I just slipped off my chair," Harry said as he rubbed the stinging spot on his side. Snape looked at Malfoy covered in fish eggs and goo and back at Harry. He saw a cut above Harry's eye bleeding down the boy's face and said, "Potter, get over to the infirmary." Harry panicked at the thought of Poppy finding out about his cuts and bruises and pushed his fingers against the cut to stop the blood flow. "Sir, can't you just fix it? I don't want to miss out on this potion." "Fine, but if this childish behavior does not cease you will both be hand-washing the cauldrons all month long. Do I make myself clear?" Harry nodded and quietly said, "Yes, sir." Malfoy gave the professor a smirk and rolled his eyes. Snape came back a moment later with a cloth and healing balm. He roughly grabbed Harry's hair and tilted the boy's head back and wiped away the blood. Harry's eyes darted up, looking straight into the professor's eyes. Snape froze. He didn't mean for it to happen, but suddenly he found himself probing Harry's thoughts and saw a flash of Dursley coming at Harry with a knife. He suddenly stepped back, releasing the boy, and watched as Harry grabbed hold of the table for balance. Harry knew something just took place between himself and the professor but wasn't certain as to what it was. Snape composed himself and pushed down his anger at Dursley so Harry wouldn't think he was angry at him instead. He stepped towards the boy once again but couldn't shake the thought of Dursley and the knife. Harry looked at the professor with confusion and a bit of fear and mumbled out, "It's okay, Professor, I can do the rest." Harry stuck his finger in the healing balm and wiped it over the cut. The cut stopped bleeding and slowly began to heal. He capped the healing balm and handed it back to the professor. Snape took it and said, "I'll see you after classes, Mr. Potter." He quickly turned and strode away so Harry wouldn't see his hands shaking. Harry didn't know what to think. He felt nervous knowing that he would be spending so much time with the professor and would have to hide all that had happened to him since he last saw him. But he actually looked forward to being with the professor again. Whenever he was with Snape he didn't feel like he was so alone in the world. The professor actually watched out for him and made him feel like he had a parent. Even if it was just temporary, it would still feel nice. The rest of the day went all right. Several students wanted him to autograph the recent article in which teen magazine, and unless Ron or Hermione were there to tell them no, then Harry just gave it to them. He hated it and felt really stupid doing it, but didn't know how to tell them no. Every once in a while he would hear people whisper about what he went through this summer. That picture of him in the hospital after Snape saved him had been published, so there wasn't any chance of him denying what happened to him, not that he would admit to it either. His teachers all gave him that look of pity he hated, and he tried to sit in the back for all his classes. The teacher he hated seeing more than any other was McGonagall. She always gave him the look, and it really started getting on Harry's nerves. It made him feel more self-conscious and guilty over what had happened to him this past summer. After his last class, Ron and Hermione walked him down to Snape's office in the dungeons. They were asking Harry about his stay at Snape Manor over the summer. They were surprised to hear about how Snape decorated Harry's room for him in Gryffindor colors. Hermione began to feel a little less uncomfortable about Harry going into town alone with the professor. Maybe Snape really did care for Harry, as Mrs. Weasley assured her he had this past summer. "Well, Harry, it sounds like Professor Snape has really changed," Hermione said with encouragement. "Yeah, and he actually bought you all that stuff. He doesn't sound like the same greasy git from last year, although he certainly looks like the same greasy git," Ron said with a laugh. "Ron, he's not the same, and you know something. Neither am I. I didn't ask for all this to happen, it just did." Harry didn't know how he was feeling about Professor Snape anymore, but he didn't want to hear his best friend trash him after all Snape had done this past summer. Ron's face turned slightly red and he said, "It's okay, Harry, I didn't mean anything by it." "Well then don't say it anymore," Harry said with anger. During the summer he had really looked forward to the adoption taking place, and just because Snape changed his mind didn't mean that Harry lost all his feelings for the teacher. When they reached Professor Snape's office door, Ron and Hermione said goodbye and began to leave. Snape's door opened and they all looked up at the professor. "Thank you for escorting Mr. Potter," Snape said sincerely with a quick look at Harry. The last thing he wanted was for Harry to be walking around the dungeons by himself. Snape knew the Slytherins better than anyone and didn't trust them, especially after what Minerva told him yesterday. Ron and Hermione just stared at the professor, very surprised that he had actually thanked them. Hermione snapped out of it first and said, "You're welcome. Harry is very special to us and we don't want him to be hurt in any way." Hermione said it very pointedly as she looked the professor in the eye. The look was not lost on Snape. He knew exactly what the girl was saying to him. She really meant that comment for him and was telling him that Harry's friends would be watching him. Bravo. He would have to figure out a way to award Gryffindor 10 points for bravery. Snape led Harry into his office and closed the door. Harry kept his back to the professor and stood next to the desk. Snape came and stood next to him, not sure what to say. "So how was the train ride?" Snape asked, watching as the young Gryffindor continued to look down. "Okay, I guess. I heard there was an incident with Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Crabbe. Do you wish to discuss that?" Harry shook his head. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about that. "Harry, I want to hear what happened from you," Snape said in a firm tone. "I guess I bumped into Malfoy and he just started saying stuff and Crabbe joined along as usual. It would be to your advantage to ignore them in the future and not succumb to their inanity." "Well, that sounds brilliant, but it hardly works when you're being forced to stay." "Forced?" Harry shrugged. "It doesn't matter. It matters to me, Mr. Potter. I think you've been through enough without having to deal with idiotic people who use force to get their way. I'll speak to them when we get back." "No. I mean please don't. I can take care of it myself and Malfoy and Crabbe will just tell everyone what you did. So please don't." "Okay, sir." Snape placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry stiffened and his heart raced. "Calm down, Potter. I'm not going to hurt you again." "I know," Harry whispered. Do you really know that and believe it?" Snape wanted to make sure Harry wasn't frightened of him. Yes sir, I guess I do," Harry said, still a little unsure. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll make sure you actually believe that someday. Now let's get some shopping done, shall we?" You don't have to do this. I can ask Hagrid to take me this weekend," Harry said quietly, still looking down and standing stiffly. No, I told you once before that you are now my responsibility and I will provide you with your necessities. Suffice it to say I still remain your legal guardian, at least in the wizarding world that is. But, I thought you didn't, want me anymore, Harry said quietly. Snape grabbed the boy's shoulders and spun him around so they were facing each other. Harry tried to pull away and had a look of utter terror in his eyes. Snape quickly took a few steps back, letting go of the boy's shoulders. Oh Merlin, I have got to take this slow. The boy has been damaged worse than the last time. Snape sat down and looked up at Harry until the boy finally looked into the professor's eyes. I won't hurt you. You must trust that I will not hurt you. I know I did in the past, but I was under a terrible curse inflicted by my aunt. The curse is gone now and I will make a promise to you that I will not hurt you ever again, Severus said as he placed a hand on his heart while he looked into Harry's eyes. Harry wanted to believe him more than anything else in this world, but he had heard those words come out of the professor's mouth before and then been heard again. Harry stepped back away from the professor and made his way to the door. I'm sorry, Professor. I've heard that from you before and it isn't true. I know you want it to be true, but it isn't. The truth of the matter is that Uncle Vernon said there was something evil inside me since the day I was born. At first I didn't believe him, but then I thought of everything and it all started to make sense. So don't worry, it's not your fault or anything, it's just that, I don't want the adoption anymore either. Harry said all this with such conviction that it took the professor a moment to realize the boy truly believed it. His heart sank. The professor stood up and took a few steps towards Harry. He stopped when he saw the boy step back too. What do I say? How do I fix this? Your uncle is a terrible excuse for a parent and you shouldn't believe a word that comes out of his foul mouth. As far as there being something evil inside you, that is the most horrendous thing I can imagine telling a child. It is not true, Mr. Potter, Snape said a little too vehemently as Harry grabbed for the doorknob. You can think whatever you want, sir, but Uncle Vernon is the only person ever to be truthful with me. He may be terrible as you say, but he is trying to teach me to be better, Harry said as he turned the knob and walked out into the hallway. Snape went after him. Potter, come back here now. Harry immediately stopped and turned back to face the professor. You cannot walk away from here with those lies plaguing your mind. I won't stand for it. Snape was so angry at the mental abuse the child had been put through. How could a person who did nothing but sacrifice himself have those thoughts running through his mind? Harry continued to stand in front of the professor. Back at home he would have to be excused before walking away from his uncle, so he didn't even try to leave. He felt like he might vomit at any moment and was hoping it wouldn't happen in the dungeons with nothing but Slytherins watching now. Snape watched as the boy looked down at his shoes again. Look at me when I am addressing you, Mr. Potter. You must stop looking down all the time. Harry looked up into the professor's angry glare. Oh no, it's happening again. Just like Uncle Vernon said it would. A handful of the Slytherins stopped to watch. Snape didn't notice as he was watching the boy so intently. I do not know how we are going to undo the damage that has been done to you, but I will not stand for you to have those thoughts. Your uncle is no better than Voldemort and you have no business listening to his advice, Snape said as he tried to control his voice. Harry looked around at the Slytherins watching, now completely humiliated. Professor, could I please be excused? Snape suddenly realized they were not alone and berated himself for saying anything in front of others. Yes, you may go, Harry. Harry heard snickers from the bystanders as he ran up the stairs. He headed to his dorm and flung himself into the washroom just in time before he lost the little food that was in him. He sat on the bathroom floor with his face in his hands as a few tears escaped his eyes. It had hurt so much to say that he didn't want to be adopted any longer. He knew that everyone he got close to would eventually get hurt or die. The curse that Vespa gave Snape was just the beginning of bad things to come for the professor if he continued with the adoption. Harry knew that Voldemort was angry at Snape and the Ministry didn't seem too happy with him either. The last thing he wanted to do was to put the professor into more danger. After a fitful rough night, Harry woke up to the guys yelling and cheering about something. Harry opened the curtain on his bed and looked out at all his friends surrounding something on the table. What's going on? He asked Ron. Harry, get over here quick. Look, the card says your name on it. Ron yelled enthusiastically. Harry jumped out of bed and headed over to the table. Laying on top was a brand new Firebolt 5000. He quickly grabbed for the card and read it to himself. Dear Mr. Potter, please be ready to leave at noon today. We will be going to Diagon Alley for your much-needed supplies. Snape, do not worry about missed classes, I have already spoken with your teachers. Harry had a lump in his throat and he was feeling overwhelmed. He had thought after last night's conversation that Snape would give up this whole adoption idea and just forget about last summer. He was so torn between doing the right thing and ending this adoption or doing something that would change his own life for the better, at the cost of hurting someone else. He went to his trunk to get his clothes and discovered all the new clothes Snape had bought him over the summer laying inside. All of his old clothes were gone and there was another note from Snape. Harry, I purchased more pajamas for you. Please do not give them to the house elves. Severus. Harry laughed at that and got dressed in his handmade uniform that was now a few sizes too big. Ron took one look at him and whistled. Is that Harry Potter or Draco Malfoy in those fine clothes? Ron teased. Shut it, Ron, Harry smiled. Another gift from the professor. Ron asked a little too caustically. Yeah, I guess he got tired of seeing me in hand-me-downs, Harry said, but seeing the look of pain on Ron's face made him wish he hadn't said that. Ron always wore hand-me-downs and had hardly ever got something that hadn't once been worn by one of his brothers. Oops. Harry made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast but didn't touch a thing when he got there. His stomach was once again acting up. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape was watching him as he pretended to eat. He didn't know how he made it through his morning classes because his stomach was doing somersaults and his head was spinning the entire time. Whatever flu bug this was, he hoped it would end soon. Every time he thought of Severus he would feel a slight panic arise. How was he ever going to hide his injuries from the man? At 12 o'clock, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville were sitting on the grass in front of the castle talking about Professor Flitwick's assignment. Suddenly a dark shadow was cast across the group. So Mr. Potter, are you ready for a day in Diagon Alley? Snape said as he watched the expressions on the group of teens before him. Longbottom had a look of terror while Granger looked up approvingly. Professor? Harry asked as he gathered his cloak and tie off the grass and stood up. Yes, Mr. Potter, I just wanted to thank you for the firebolt. You didn't have to get me that, and I know it was all my fault that I broke the last one and I really don't deserve a new one. It costs way too much and after what I did I don't think I should have it, Harry said in a rush with true sincerity. Mr. Potter, I will decide how I spend my money and I will decide what gifts you are worthy of. Do not question my judgment on such matters. The nerve of the boy. Yes, sir, but it's just that I don't think I should take it unless I earn it, Harry said as he tried to ignore Ron's gasp. The boy did have a point. It wouldn't do to throw gifts at the boy and overindulge him for no reason. Maybe he could make this situation work to his advantage in helping Harry face the issue of abuse. Well, if you truly feel that way, then you may come down to my labs after supper and help refill the school stocks this week. I will try to come up with a few more chores for you to do. I could do a lot more than that. I could clean the lab for you. At the Dursleys I had to clean the house from top to bottom, so I have a lot of experience with that, Harry said as he tried to think up a few more chores. Mr. Potter, you are not a house elf and you need not prove your self-worth to me. You will do as I say and help with restocking supplies and accept the broom as it was intended. Now, do I make myself clear? Snape said, hoping to be done with this subject and get on their way. Yes, sir, but I'm really good at. Snape suddenly cut him off as he said harshly, Mr. Potter, one more word on this subject and you will be doing detention for the next month. Snape was losing his patience with the overeager boy. Harry quickly stepped back and flushed with shame. Yes, sir. Sorry, came a small voice. Damn it. Snape was mad at himself for jumping on the boy like that and in front of his friends no less. Merlin, the boy was just trying to be helpful. Snape would somehow have to make it up to him. Granger looked ready to rip his head off and Weasley had a look of disgust written across his face. You have nothing to be sorry about, Potter. He tried to think of something to make it up to the boy. How would you like to see the Chudley Cannons play this weekend? I could procure tickets in the box seats, Snape offered as he hoped this would make the boy feel better. Harry looked over at Ron and saw his jaw drop. He was once again feeling overwhelmed at the thought of Snape doing something so nice for him. That's brilliant. I know I shouldn't ask this, but is it okay to invite someone else? Harry just couldn't go to that game without Ron. Snape looked over at Weasley and he never thought he would see the day that he would voluntarily be spending an entire day with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. What is this world coming to? Fine, bring your friend along, Snape said with a sneer at the group of Gryffindor. This was not going as planned and he thought he better get the boy and leave before he had a date to take the whole group to ice cream. Thanks, Professor, Harry said with the first real smile Snape had seen in months. Okay, now that makes it worthwhile, thought Snape. All right, enough already. Let's attend to the matter at hand and be on our way, Snape said as he turned and begun walking to the apparition point in Hogsmeade. Harry and Ron gave each other high fives and Harry ran to catch up with the professor. Man, he's got it made, Ron said with awe. He could have anything he wants and Snape will buy it for him. First the clothes and bedroom, then the firebolt and now the Chudley Cannons. Oh Ronald, don't be so jealous, he would give anything to have what you have, Hermione wisely stated. Hogsmeade was packed with people busy shopping. Harry didn't go unnoticed and quite a few people wanted to take his picture or asked for his autograph. Fortunately Snape was quick to give them his ready sneer mixed with a little death glare and they soon stopped following them. Harry asked if they could stop at Gringotts but Severus wouldn't hear of it. He insisted that if Harry wanted anything he would be the one to pay. Harry was amazed at how much they got done in a short amount of time. They had all his books and quills and parchment, when Harry suddenly stopped in front of the magical toy store called Tinker's Toys. What do you suppose that does, Professor? Harry asked as he pointed to a skateboard without wheels, hovering in the air. It was red with yellow and black stripes across it. Shall we go in and find out? Snape said and he saw Harry's face light up. I've never been in a toy store before. When Dudley got to go I used to have to wait in the car. Harry quickly shut his mouth as he saw the look of anger flit across the professor's face. Snape went up to the clerk and inquired about the board in the window. Oh, that's a wizard racing board. It's the latest and greatest toy we have. You just stand on it and it hovers in the air. You can make it go faster by leaning forward and it spins around too. If you're good enough you can even do loops in the air, but it takes a while to get to that level, the pimply-faced clerk said excitedly as he lifted the board out of the window with care. It's rather pricey but well worth the investment. They went out to the back alley and the clerk put the board on the ground. He tentatively stood on the board and it began to rise off the ground. He leaned forward and the board went slowly forward. The clerk began to lean left and right and the board followed his every movement as it hovered in the air. A handful of people stopped to watch and clapped when he made a few spins. The clerk gathered up his nerve and leaned way forward as he pushed down on his back foot, causing the board to begin a loop in the air. Halfway up the loop the clerk lost his nerve and the board crashed to ground with the clerk tumbling off and landing on his head. Luckily Snape flicked his wand just in time to stop the clerk's head from hitting the ground with full impact. The clerk scrambled up and thanked the professor for his assistance. Can I try it? Harry asked rather tentatively as he looked from the clerk to his professor. The clerk said to go ahead and Snape nodded his approval as well. Harry jumped onto the board and it hovered a few feet off the ground. He leaned forward and the board followed his moves. It didn't take Harry long to get comfortable on the thing and pretty soon he was doing spins and flips and even a double loop. The crowd had grown and began to cheer Harry's every move. Harry didn't even hear the crowd as he was having so much fun. It was kinda like riding a broom but standing up. After a few more flips and dives Harry landed and stepped off the board with ease. The crowd cheered and Harry finally noticed all the people gathered around. His face reddened and he stood closer to Snape. He looked down at his shoes, as was his usual stance these days. Snape was mildly proud of the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder to show his approval. Harry unconsciously leaned against Snape as his stomach began to react to all the spinning and loops. What is wrong, Harry? Snape asked as he felt the weight of the boy against him. Nothing, sir. No way was Harry going to complain. He had learned his lesson at the hands of Vernon about telling anyone he felt ill. It was well drilled into his head these past weeks that under no circumstance was he to complain about anything that bothered him. Snape looked down at the boy and thought maybe he just needed some food and a little rest from shopping after his ride on the wizard board. "How did you like the board, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked as he watched the boy suddenly realize he was leaning on him and step away. "It was brilliant and as much fun as riding a broom," Harry said and tried not to sound too tired. "You know I had wanted to have a birthday party for you, but with the circumstances that happened it regretfully never came about. It would please me greatly to purchase that board for you. But you just got me the broom and that was too much already," Harry said with discomfort. The broom was just replacing Lupin's gift. "This would be a gift from me. One that you would not have to earn, but a true birthday gift." Snape watched Harry's face as he saw the boy wrestle with the idea of allowing himself another gift. It was beyond his wildest dreams to be given so much and in such a short time. Harry looked up into the professor's face and saw how determined he was to do this. The last thing Harry wanted was to have another scene like the one at Hogwarts. Harry picked up the board and rubbed his hand lovingly over it. His mates would go crazy over this thing. Snape took that to mean yes and quickly paid for the board and escorted a very happy Harry to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. Harry placed the board in a chair next to him and kept rubbing his hand over it whenever he thought Snape wasn't watching. He thought of this past summer and he suddenly realized something. He looked up and saw Snape watching him. "Are you okay, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked with concern. "Yes, sir. It's just that I've been thinking and everything good that has happened to me this summer is because of you," the Gryffindor said barely above a whisper. Snape seemed uncomfortable and ordered another cup of tea, without responding to him. Severus was actually quite emotional over the gratitude the boy showed. The feeling was very foreign to him and made him uncomfortable. When they were finished with the meal that Harry barely touched, they used the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron to flow into Hogsmeade. Just before they entered Hogwarts, Snape said, "Harry, I hope you didn't mean what you said yesterday about the adoption. I'm not exactly sure what is going through that head of yours, but I can speculate that it has something to do with that abominable uncle of yours." Harry shifted the board from his shoulder and held it in front of him. He didn't exactly know how to answer. "You don't have to answer right now, but please do contemplate carefully." They walked side by side with Snape carrying all the bags of Harry's school supplies. When they reached the castle, Snape hung the bags on Harry's arms and they departed to their respective rooms with a nod and a quiet, "Thank you," from Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.